The Rebel Bride. Author, Katharine Coulter. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, business establishments, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. The Penguin Putnam Inc. worldwide website address is http://www.penguinputnam.com. To my wonderful sister, Diane Coulter, the second time around for this. Baby 8. Lead the way, ma'am, he said. Kate said nothing more as they walked through the overgrown, ill-kept bushes and brambles. She finally drew to a halt and seated herself on a stone bench that stood in the middle of what must have been a lovely rose bower. Her mother had loved the roses and had taught her daughter to tend them along with her. But when she died, something had died in Kate, too, and had grown to hate touching the now straggling wild roses. She was certainly no gardener, Julien thought. He sat down beside her and gazed at her lovely profile. He very much liked the straight, proud nose and her firm chin. Tendrils of soft hair blew gently against her cheek, and he felt a fleeting urge to smooth them away, to touch her cheek, to feel her soft, warm skin under his fingertips. He felt other urges as well, but held himself well in control. She turned to him suddenly, and he saw the dimples deepening and readied himself to be charmed, which he was indeed, when she said in a wondering voice, "However did you manage to turn him so sweet? I have never seen anything like it in all my life. He unbent so far I feared he would fall at your feet." Julien arched an elegant brow and said in his father's haughtiest voice, "My dear Miss Brandon, would you accord any less treatment to the great Earl of March?" She gave a crow of laughter, the dimples he found so endearing, making her whole face alight with amusement. Great! Surely it is more infamous than great. But you know, truly, my lord, he was positively toad-eating you. I found it intimidating. Actually, I didn't like it at all. I also thought for a moment that you were perhaps mocking us, but then I realized that couldn't be so. Perhaps I was mocking your father, just a bit, but never you, Katharine, never you. I should cosh you were you ever to try it. Ah, then you tempt me to be outrageous, just to see what you would do. She just shook her head, her dimples still in full force. She continued with undisguised wonder in her voice. And dinner tomorrow evening. Cook will be in such a flutter of nerves. I shall probably have to spend the greater part of my day tomorrow polishing silver so our noble neighbor will not be disgusted. I trust you will do a good job, for I will have you know that I am very aware of what is owed to me, and won't lower myself to eat if the silver does not sparkle. You are quite horrid, and I haven't laughed so much in a very long time. I thank you, my lord." He grinned at her, trying not to look at her mouth, trying not to imagine what she would taste like, how she would feel to his tongue, how she would shiver when he kissed her and began to caress her. Good God, he had to stop this, or he would drive himself mad. Quite at her ease now, she said, "Have your guests left?" Yes, Hugh and Sir Percy departed just after lunch to return to London. Why did you not go with them? She asked, utterly without guile. Julien was jolted for a moment, for he hadn't expected her to be so completely ignorant of the intent of his visit. He pulled himself together and managed to say smoothly enough, "I do have quite an estate here, and there are matters which require my attention." He added in an easy voice, "It is also possible that I wish to further my acquaintance with Katharine Brandon. You know her, that pert chit who thinks she's such a great and skilled angler?" "That she is, my lord. Still, I can't imagine why you'd want to waste your time with her. That girl is nothing but a graceless provincial, quite unworthy of the attention of the great Earl of March." "Don't ever say that again." His voice was so harsh that she jumped. She couldn't imagine why he was so incensed by the simple truth. With disarming candor, she said, One should never be blind to what one really is. I don't see why it should anger you, my lord. After all, it is I who am the subject of my own stricture, not you." Julien found that he was losing rather than gaining headway. She relieved him of the burden of finding suitable words to express his feelings by smoothly changing the topic. "Harry will be sorry to have missed you. He thought you a great gun, you know. Well, perhaps not all that great, and now we're getting into that infamous area again. He did think you might be arrogant and conceited, but of course he didn't have the benefit of fishing with you." She chuckled. "Harry was afraid that you would expose me and thus kindle father's wrath. And I must say, I did find myself rather on tenterhooks when father asked me where I had met you." "Thank you, my lord, for your kindness." She smiled, reaching out her hand to lay it lightly on his arm. Julien took her hand in his and pressed her fingers. He looked into those incredible green eyes and saw only openness and, yes, trust. She didn't yet understand, nor did it appear to him that she felt anything for him but friendship. It rankled a bit. For all her independent ways, for all her outrageous hoydenish behavior, she was innocent of the ways of the world, and even more innocent of the ways of men. He curbed his impatience, realizing that he would have to give her time. He rose and helped Kate to stand. "I must be going now. I've kept you overlong as it is." "Well, you haven't really, but perhaps it is best if you leave. I never know how Sir Oliver will react." He said nothing to that, afraid that if he did, it would come out harsh and angry and serve only to upset her. He was extraordinarily pleased when she looked up at him, all her disappointment in her eyes, just like a child who was going to lose a coveted treat. "I have the best of ideas. Will you ride with me tomorrow morning, Miss Brandon?" "Miss Brandon? Surely, my lord, you can call me by my first name now. After all, we have shared a very personal attachment. We have shared fishing poles." She laughed when he grinned down at her, then she frowned. Seeing that he waited for an answer, she hurriedly said, "Oh, yes, I would very much like that. It is only that I must have my father's permission. Sometimes he isn't all that one would expect or prefer." "Don't fear on that score. Sir Oliver won't mind." "Mind? Huh! The damned bastard would probably kick his heels in the air." "How true. I had forgot how you have quite won him over. But sometimes he changes his mind. I never know, but I will ask him. He won't say no this time, I promise you." As the remnants of the frown still furrowed her forehead, he asked, "What else troubles you, Kate?" The frown vanished, and she turned laughing eyes to his face. "It will be such a bore. Oh, it has nothing to do with you, my lord. It is just that I will have to wear a riding habit and not my breeches." "I am most honored that you're willing to make that sacrifice, ma'am." I'm not all that willing, but I must, for you will come to Brandon Hall, and my father will be there, and I assure you he would be quite upset upon seeing me in breeches. But the problem is that my riding habit is much outdated and quite tight. I do but pray that I will not pop my buttons." Julien laughed aloud, and in an unthinking, swift movement, brought his hand up and cupped her chin. She made no resistance whatsoever, merely looked up at him, her eyes shining with innocent humor. "You are an outrageous chit, Katharine." He drew her arm stiffly through his, and, looking straight ahead, walked back to the hall. Kate awoke slowly from a dreamless sleep. She stretched luxuriously under a mound of covers, savoring the warmth of the August sun upon her face. Her body felt light, and as she turned to look at the clock on the table beside her bed, as she had each morning for the past week, her lips curved into a smile of anticipation. She would be riding with the Earl in but 2 hours. She slipped quickly out of bed, wincing slightly as her bare feet touched the cold wooden floor. Hurriedly, she stripped off her nightgown and bathed in the basin of cold water, scrubbing and splashing the water over her body until her skin tingled. She shivered and looked at the empty grate with displeasure. It was a chilly summer, and she wished that her father would break his rule, just once. As far back as she could remember, he hadn't allowed fires in the bedrooms until after the first snow. She was tugging on her stockings when a light knock sounded, and a moment later, Lily peered in. She said with an arched expression, "Squire Bledos is downstairs and wishes to see you." Good Lord, whatever can that wretched man want at this hour? Oh, Lily, can't you tell him that I've come down with the plague? Remind him how very virulent it is. He is very sensible and quite terrified of catching any illness at all. Perhaps it will send him directly back to his doting mamma. He is probably here for the usual reasons, my lady, Lily said, eyeing her mistress. Well, I suppose that means you won't lie for me. Ah, well then I will see Robert. Curse him for his rude timing. Do help me into my riding clothes, Lily. The Earl will arrive in little more than an hour, and I want to be ready. Lily's face took on a look at the mention of the Earl, a rapturous expression fit to rival that of an actress on Drury Lane. Oh, Miss Kate, whatever will you do if the two men meet? I would swoon, I would. Don't be a goose, Lily, Kate said sharply. That expression you're wearing is really quite professional. She sat herself at her dressing table and began vigorously brushing her hair. In the mirror, she saw that Lily was still in blissful contemplation over this imaginary scene. She put down her hairbrush and said matter-of-factly, "Lily, let me be serious. The Earl honors us with his friendship. That is all. Indeed, he probably simply has more time on his hands than he's used to, and thus he wants for diversion. We are the diversion. As for Robert Bledos, well, you know as well as I do that the idiotic man expects all females to swoon at his feet. Why he must continually pester me, and with no encouragement, is more than I can fathom. Curse his hide." She turned back to her mirror and continued brushing the tangles from her hair. She'd not been exactly forthcoming with Lily, but it was none of her maid's affair in any case. Lily shot her mistress an incredulous look. If only she knew the servants' gossip! It was plain as a pikestaff that the Earl was smitten with Miss Katharine Brandon, daughter of a mere baronet, and a daughter also despised by her father. Why, he had called at Brandon Hall no fewer than 4 times during the past week. Everyone knew it, save, it seemed, to Lily, her mistress. As for Squire Bledos, that pompous windbag, Lily would be quite content to see him routed. Quite a nuisance he'd become, presenting himself at the hall on only the flimsiest of pretexts. Kate harbored very close to the same opinion of Robert Bledos as her maid did. She'd met him by accident nearly 6 months before, when she'd ridden a far greater distance than she had intended. She thought him at first to be a rather over-serious young man, but quite unexceptionable. She soon realized that his prosaic opinions, invariably uttered with monotonous precision, masked a feeling of vast self-importance that made her grit her teeth and talk herself out of smacking his face. After his first visit to Brandon Hall, she was convinced that he was a total bore. She said as much to her father, and stared at him with disbelief when he rounded on her in fury. "You discourage him, my girl, and you'll feel my walking stick on your back," he added with such blatant derision that she flinched. "You think yourself so puffed up, my little lady. Let me tell you, if Bledos offers for you, it will be much more than you deserve. That any man would want you is more than I can imagine." Mindful of Sir Oliver's warning, she didn't openly discourage Robert. She forced herself to learn tolerance, and tried to treat him as kindly as she treated Flip, the pug. She'd played a dangerous game the past 3 months, holding Robert off as best she could, with soft, vague words, and skirting the issue of marriage whenever Sir Oliver tried to broach it. Sir Oliver, happily not aware that Robert had declared himself on several occasions, blamed her for her failure to bring the squire up to scratch. He commented to her sourly one evening at dinner, "I might have known that you couldn't attract a man. You are a witless, unnatural girl." Kate didn't think of herself as being witless or unnatural, but she remained wisely silent. She kept her head down and concentrated on forking a lone pea that lay in the center of her plate. It occurred to her now, as she handed Lily a ribbon with which to secure her hair, that Sir Oliver hadn't mentioned Robert Bledos for the past week. She tapped her fingers on the tabletop. No, it was true. There had been no mention of the squire since the Earl of March had come to call. She went pale at this realization. Dear God, Sir Oliver couldn't possibly think the Earl was interested in her. Kate rose somewhat unsteadily and raised her arms for Lily to slip the riding skirt over her head. Draw a deep breath, Miss Kate. The buttons won't meet elsewise. Kate sucked in her breath and felt the buttons dig into her skin through the thin material of her camise. Her jacket followed, but as it didn't meet over her breasts, she was forced to leave it open, revealing a well-worn white blouse. I'm not exactly the height of fashion, am I, Lily? She stepped back and regarded herself ruefully in the mirror, making a moue at herself. Well, no matter. It's not that important, just so long as I don't gain enough flesh so the buttons won't meet. Lily felt a stab of indignation. It was disgraceful how Sir Oliver treated his daughter. You look just fine, Miss Kate. Now just let me twitch this pleat in place. There. You are quite kind to say so, Lily, but so untruthful. However, a compliment shouldn't ever be turned away. I'll savor this one fully, I promise you. She gave Lily an affectionate hug, picked up her riding gloves, and made her way with a light step downstairs. She took a deep breath, planted a smile on her face, and squared her shoulders. 9. Robert Bledos rose with alacrity and hurried over to greet her. He was dressed in his usual brown broadcloth, eminently suitable for country wear, as he had once informed her. Harry, who now affected the wind-blown fashion made stylish by Lord Byron, had sniffed disdainfully at Robert's close-cropped brown hair, declaring him to be the complete flat, which, truth be told, he was, a conceited, arrogant, complete flat. "Good morning, Robert," she said, extending her hand. "To what do we owe this unexpected pleasure?" Robert bowed ponderously and clasped Kate's proffered hand in his longer than necessary, but she pulled it firmly away. "Good day to you, Miss Katharine. May I say that you are in great looks today?" "I would prefer that you did not say something so utterly untrue, Robert, but since you have already, I suppose it would be inhospitable of me to cavil." She watched him closely as he blinked in an effort to understand her words. He brightened. "Ah, my dear lady, you have such a ready wit. I see that you are jesting with me. Jesting is suitable for a young girl, so it doesn't bother me at all. A few more years and you will grow more properly reserved, I doubt it not, particularly with kindly superior nurturing." She wanted to hit him on his head with a fireplace poker, then kick all his superior nurturing to York, but she managed to contain herself. She pictured her father's reaction and forced a very false smile. "Do take a seat, Robert. What news of Bonaparte do you have for me today?" With Napoleon's defeat and his subsequent departure to Elba, Robert, for the past 6 months, had never arrived at Brandon Hall without some bit of news to give credence to his visits. He cleared his throat, beaming at her with approval. "I had thought that you and Sir Oliver, of course, would find it of great interest that the Allies will convene this fall in Vienna to determine the fate of France." She didn't tell Robert that the Earl had already discussed this interesting topic with her, and that as a result, she found his news to be not entirely accurate. "It's a critical step in restoring a balance of power," the Earl had told her. "Lord Castlereagh, our ambassador, has a mighty difficult task facing him, particularly after the bad will resulting from the Tsar's visit to England in June." Actually, she'd said with a laugh, it was more the Grand Duchess Catherine who nearly flummoxed the regent. He laughed and ruffled her hair, the braid coming unbound beneath her old hat. Just that one afternoon, she'd sneaked out of Brandon Hall wearing her boys' clothes, and they'd gone fishing. She answered Robert now with only a ghost of humor in her voice. "How very kind you are to ride such a great distance to so enlighten me. Why, I wish I could pack my bags this instant and accompany our ambassador to Vienna. I do wonder, though, how much diplomacy will actually be conducted, with all the routs and balls and soirees." Robert pondered her words with great seriousness, and finally announced, "Ah, you are attempting to jest with me again, my dear. You would, of course, have no desire to travel out of England. Foreign travel is not at all the thing for well-bred English ladies, and your jests about our men of power, well, naturally, they are not quite the thing. These men will comport themselves with high propriety." Kate forced a smile and a nod, allowing the veil of boredom to close over her. She listened politely as Robert regaled her with the happenings of the past week. His mother was in fine health, barring, of course, her anxiety over the chill he had contracted. Kate, knowing her duty, said, "Nothing serious, I hope, Robert. You seem to be quite well now." Robert was delighted with her expression of concern. Though he thought the Miss Brandon to be a bit too vivacious upon occasion, he had always dismissed it as girlish spirits. Now, for instance, the true womanliness of her nature would be apparent to anyone. He expanded most willingly upon the topic of his health, anxious to allay her concern about his illness. Kate was near to screaming with vexation when Robert's commentary was halted by the entrance of Filbur, announcing the Earl of March. She nearly leapt from her chair, a radiant smile on her face. Rescue was at hand. She walked swiftly to the Earl and stretched out her gloved hand. Julien lifted her hand to his lips and murmured softly so that only she could hear his words, "My poor Kate, my timing is exquisite, is it not? What have we here? Dare I take it for a suitor?" She bit her lip to keep from laughing aloud and raised her eyes to him in silent warning. Robert had risen and stood alarmingly red-faced, his eyes narrowing upon the unwelcome intruder. "Oh, do excuse me, Robert." She pulled her hand slowly from the Earl's. Somehow she hadn't noticed that the Earl had held her hand overlong, much less kissed her fingers lightly. "Mr. Robert Bledoes, this is the Earl of March, our neighbor." She added smoothly, "The squire has been good enough to bring us news of Napoleon this morning." A strange transformation came over Robert. He appeared to shrink visibly, and he was able to murmur only a strangled greeting to the Earl. Julien seemed not to notice the stumbling phrases that were proffered, and performed his greetings with his customary grace. He found himself being scrutinized, from his exquisitely tied cravat to his polished hessians. He bore up under this, well, quelling the set-down that rose automatically to his lips for such behavior. He thought with well-concealed amusement that much could be forgiven a man who was so obviously smitten and hiding it so poorly. Julien was glad that he'd remained silent, for a chance glance at Kate's face showed her to be in an agony of apprehension. Robert managed to recover a modicum of self-assurance and observed in a tight voice, "I did not know that your lordship was acquainted with Sir Oliver." He realized that he didn't show to advantage next to the Earl, that somehow his serviceable brown breeches and coat seemed perhaps a bit bland, perhaps a bit too serviceable, as if he and his clothes were fading slowly and inexorably into the wainscoting. His lordship wore a superfine light baize coat that fit so well it seemed a part of him. Robert cast a surreptitious glance at his near conquest to see if he could read her feelings about her noble guest. What he saw sent red flashes of danger shooting through his mind. He reluctantly pulled his eyes away when he became aware that the Earl was answering him. "Yes, Miss Brandon and her brother were riding in the village. We met there, but Harry isn't here any longer. True, but I contrived to make do with his sister. She is, upon occasion, sufficiently charming, and she fishes well, for a female, of course. Do you not agree, sir?" "Well, naturally, certainly, of course I agree. She is all that is charming and modest and demure. I say, do you really fish, Miss Katharine? Surely not." "She tries, sir, she tries. Perhaps some years from now she'll come close to my skill." To his surprise, she seemed to have lost her tongue, and Robert was tugging unconsciously at his cravat, even while he reddened with anger. Julien felt wafter bubble up, but sternly held his amusement in check. He shifted his attention back to the squire, who looked fit to slay him, and asked easily, "What news have you of Napoleon?" Robert drew himself up at this opportunity, knowing that his brilliant mind would now be admired and duly appreciated. His mother had assured him that he was brilliant, that he should himself be traveling to Vienna. I was telling Miss Katharine that Bonaparte is safely secured on Elba, and that the Allies will convene in Vienna this fall to determine his fate. How very interesting! Is there nothing else going on? Thinking that he had impressed the Earl, Robert proceeded to favor the company with his opinions on Napoleon, Talleyrand, and the restoration of the Bourbons. It didn't occur to him to halt, because, after all, his mother had always assured him that his political knowledge was unrivaled, and that she could listen to him for simply hours. It had never occurred to him to doubt her assessment. Why, Robert, you constantly amaze me. Kate couldn't bear it another moment, and threw herself into the breach. She was well aware that the Earl's forbearance was stretched to the breaking point, and that soon he would tell Robert what a toad he was, all in very smooth verbiage, but he would do it, and she would understand, and Robert would come to as well, perhaps after he'd had a week to think about it. It's amazing how you never lose yourself in a tangle of words. How you contrive to remember so much is astounding. You must be very pleased with yourself. Robert's chest expanded under this ambiguous praise, and he seemed quite content to take her words at their face value. Kate eyed Robert for a moment and said, not unkindly, "I regret, Robert, that his lordship and I must leave now. I have promised to inspect a new hunter, and must indeed keep my word. I know you will understand, for you are so sensible." With those words, Kate firmly shook the bewildered squire's hand, turned quickly, and rang the bell cord. Filbur entered in only a moment. She hoped he'd been vastly entertained at the keyhole. Life here was normally grim, so any enjoyment to be found should be savored. Filbur, do show Squire Bledos out. He must be taking his leave now. She propelled him straight to the door, her hand on his arm. Robert found himself in a quandary. He wouldn't have minded leaving, were it not that Miss Brandon would be left alone with the Earl. Though he knew his own worth, he had heard that females were highly impressed by a man's rank and fortune. The Earl was undoubtedly a dangerous marauder, but for the moment there seemed to be nothing he could do about it. As he reached the open doorway, he turned and said with as much calm as he could muster, "A pleasure, my lord." He executed a quick bow and followed Filbur from the room. Kate waited until she heard the front door close. She then closed the door to the drawing room and leaned against it, heaving an undisguised sigh of relief. Julien said in a meditative voice, "I do hope that he will not call me out. I have no one available to act as my second. Perhaps Filbur—" She giggled. Julien continued in the same meditative voice, "I suppose that now I must purchase a new hunter and make you promise to inspect him. Oh dear, I hope I haven't put you in an unhandy situation, but what would you have had me do? Tell him he is a prosy bore and demand that he leave?" "Something of the kind," Julien said. "You are, after all, Kate, quite gifted with words, and never one to draw in the clutch. The powers above know you've pinned my ears back a goodly number of times in the short time I've known you." "It is something I cannot do," she said slowly. "Why the devil not? My father would not like it." Good Lord, he thought, had Sir Oliver envisioned that country bumpkin as a suitable husband for his daughter? The thought was appalling, yet he wasn't really surprised. He stepped forward and gently placed his hands on her shoulders. "Forgive me, I shouldn't have spoken so. I wouldn't for the world cause you discomfort." She raised her eyes to his face and saw a good deal of kindness and concern written there. She broke the power of the moment by giving her head a tiny shake and said, "You might well wonder why Robert is allowed to run free in Brandon Hall, but now he is gone, and I don't wish to think any more about him. That is, my lord, if you do not mind. As if you would care if I minded or not." With some effort, he forced himself to remove his hands from her shoulders. Actually, he wanted very much to kiss her, to hold her close to him, to feel her breasts against him. He wanted her to kiss him back, to put her arms around him and squeeze him to her. He noticed the shabby riding habit, the same one she had worn on the several occasions they had gone riding together. Damn Sir Oliver. Kate caught the brief look of anger in Julien's gray eyes. Perplexed, she asked, "What's wrong?" It can't be something I've said, for I know I've been most guarded in my every word to you. Do you not agree with Robert that I'm demure and modest, even though he's shocked to his toes that I, a female of supposed decent breeding, actually indulge in fishing? No, none of that. You're a hoyden and utterly without guile, and really quite clever. Now, I can't seem to think of a place in the neighborhood that would have a hunter for sale. I can see that from now on I must be more careful in my choice of fibs, she said, giggling, particularly when it involves my pocketbook. She felt instantly contrite. Oh dear, now I've been grossly impertinent. I do beg your pardon, Julien. Are you short of funds? 10. Her ingenuous question, so ridiculous to anyone with even the slightest knowledge of the Earl of March, left him speechless for a moment. She misread his silence and said in a voice so filled with sympathy that she could only stare at her, I can truly commiserate with you, for we are forever short in the pocket. Kate, how dare you so insult my importance? You unman me, you pauperize me. In short, you reduce me to laughter. Words of apology died in her mouth. She kicked several small stones with the toe of her slipper, and he wondered if she wished she could be kicking him instead. I might have known. You're disgustingly wealthy. As if you would care about buying a new hunter. It would mean nothing to you, less than nothing. Before I'm forced to give you a full reckoning of my holdings, curious Kate, let's go for a gallop. She shot him a grin, dimples dancing on her cheeks. As was her custom, she patted Astarte's silky nose and whispered endearments that were quite unintelligible to Julien, but not, apparently, to his mare. Astarte nodded her great head in seeming agreement with the compliments and gave a snort of impatience. She's such a beautiful creature, she sighed, turning to mount her own mare, a docile, sway-backed bay that was known to all at Brandon Hall as the ladies' hack. Julien cupped his hand and tossed her into the saddle. He looked forward with great anticipation to the day he could provide a suitable mount for her. His own Astarte, he thought, would suit her to perfection. He pictured her fleetingly in a rust-colored velvet habit and a riding hat with gauzy veils to float behind her in the wind. Come, my lord, Astarte grows impatient. As to poor old Carrot here, why, she's growing older by the minute, and the good Lord knows she's already a relic. He spoke without thought. What, Katharine, a shrew already? She blinked at him, then said, Why, how dare you call me a shrew? A shrew, as in a termagant or a fishwife? Really, my lord, it isn't what I'm used to. No, not at all. I am quite used to being toadied and complimented until my eyes cross. He appeared to consider the matter with great seriousness as he turned Astarte about. There was laughter in her voice, and it pleased him, even if her jest against herself didn't. He said, grave as a bishop, My apologies, ma'am. I fear that I've read my Shakespeare quite recently, and was unjustly influenced. In the future, I will contrive to compliment your fingernails rather than comment on your character. She puzzled over this for a minute, mentally dusting off the bard's innumerable plays. Then her eyes widened, and she declared, very much incensed, It isn't gallant of you to compare me to Shakespeare's Kate. Furthermore, I did not like at all the way she ended up at. Can you really imagine her falling at her husband's feet and vowing that she lives only for him? Being irreparably a male, I must confess that I don't find the idea entirely repulsive. He flicked Carrot's rump with his riding cop, and both horses broke into a comfortable canter. As they turned their horses into the country lane just beyond the park to Brandon Hall, he shot her a sideways glance. Much to his relief, her attention was drawn to the brilliant riot of leaves. She seemed not to have noticed that his comment to her had given away his amorous intentions, for which he was profoundly grateful. He was painfully aware that it was far too soon for him to propose marriage to her. He was quite certain that when he entered the dry room that morning, that her eyes lit up at the sight of him, but he could not be sure that her obvious joy denoted a more serious sign of affection or merely relief at no longer being alone with Bledos. Just the day before, when they sat fishing on the soft grass beside St. Clair Lake, she'd confided to him in her open, unaffected way, "It's so very nice to have a friend. You know, someone you can feel perfectly at ease with and say whatever comes to mind without worrying that the other person will think less of you or become angry or bored." He didn't say a word, And she'd continued, happy as a lark and just as oblivious. "You're the only person that I can laugh with, save, of course, for Harry. But he's different, of course. He's only a brother, and alas, I am just a little sister." He had looked at her searchingly for a moment, hoping to see something more in her words. A friend. He was momentarily taken aback, but upon brief reflection, he found, much to his own surprise, that she'd spoken the truth. Indeed, she was also his friend, an experience that he hadn't known with a woman until now, with Kate. "It's a new experience for me as well," he said, carefully choosing his words. "You see, I've never before met a woman with whom I didn't have to." He paused, biting his tongue, for he had been on the point of saying, offer absurd compliments in exchange for her favors. Kate, having no idea why he'd faltered, waited patiently for him to finish. Somehow, she wanted very much for him to agree wholeheartedly with her. He looked at her, and his mouth curved into a twisted grin. She was gazing at him expectantly, like a child waiting for a long-treasured treat. He said simply, "I've never met a woman who is so excellent a companion. You're a treasure." Her eyes sparkled happily. She took his words at their face value and was quite pleased at his response. It didn't occur to her that no other woman in the Earl's acquaintance would be too pleased to be called an excellent companion. Now, as they rode for a time side by side in comfortable silence, each thinking private thoughts, Julien chanced to look up and gaze around him, unsure of where they were. "Let's go down this path, Kate," he said, giving Astorti a gentle tug on her reins. She nodded her agreement, and their horses continued in an easy canter for some time, until they emerged in a small meadow, bordered on one side by a wooded copse. The full, lush green foliage gave Julien the inclination to spend some time exploring. He dismounted and called to her, "Come, this is a lovely spot. Let's commune with nature for a while, perhaps contemplate the glory of all those bees buzzing about those hydrangeas, and discuss Squire Bledo's immense charm." It was several moments before he realized she hadn't moved to dismount. Kate, he stopped abruptly at the sight of her face. She sat rigid in the saddle, her face suddenly gone very pale. Her eyes were riveted on the small copse. He strode quickly to her. Good God, what the devil is the matter? Her lips moved, but there was no sound. As if with great effort, she tore her gaze away from the copse. "I don't like this place." Her voice was so low that he could barely make out her words. She was trembling visibly, and she looked at once frightened and bewildered. "I don't like this place," she said again. Before he could say anything, she whirled poor Carrot about and dug in her heels fiercely. Carrot gave a snort of surprise and plunged into an erratic gallop. Kate didn't look back. Julien swung himself into the saddle in one swift motion and urged Astarti forward. Good God, what had upset her so? Had she seen something that he hadn't? He felt at once perplexed and fearful for her. In but a few moments, he drew alongside her panting horse. She seemed not to see him. Her eyes were fixed on the road ahead. His first thought was to grab her reins and forcibly pull the horse to a halt, but she appeared to have her mount well in control. Thus, he contented himself with keeping pace with her. She swung off to the left to another path that Julien hadn't noticed on their ride. Without hesitation, she soon veered from the path and skirted a large meadow. Several minutes later, Julien saw that they were quite near to Brandon Hall. He would never have thought they could return so quickly. The instant her horse's hoofs touched the gravel of the drive, she pulled to a halt and blinked rapidly, as if awakening from a dream. He reined in beside her, his arm stretched out to touch her shoulder. "What the devil is the matter? What did you see back there?" She turned a pacifically white face to him. It was a moment longer before she answered him. "I don't know. It's simply a place that makes me very uncomfortable." Her voice was surprisingly calm, almost devoid of emotion. "Don't tell such bald-faced lies, ma'am. If that is your notion of discomfort, you have need of verbal education. You were terrified back there. That, or you saw something. What did you see?" She flinched at his harshness, and he eyed her with mounting frustration. "I'm sorry," he said at last. I didn't mean to shout at you, but I would like to know what upset you so. I saw nothing out of the ordinary, nothing at all. Please speak to me. No, it's really nothing, my lord. I've behaved quite foolishly. Indeed, I was more of a ninny than I was 3 years ago when I managed to fall from an apple tree right on my head. It wasn't anything, truly. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to forget it." He looked searchingly at her, trying to probe her mind. She returned his gaze almost defiantly. "Very well, if that is what you wish." But it wasn't at all what he wished. However, she didn't yet belong to him, and until she did, he had no right to demand the truth from her in any and all things. She fanned her hands in front of her in a helpless gesture. She realized that he wanted her to confide in him, but how could she explain something that she could not even now understand herself? She had the lingering certainty that the place was evil. Just exactly what the evil entailed, she didn't know, for it seemed closed behind an impenetrable wall. For a moment, she'd probed at that wall, but something black and deep was behind it, and she was too afraid to continue. She backed away. Julien curbed her frustration at her silence and lifted his arms to help her down from her horse. It was a gesture he normally proffered, and one that she usually ignored, alighting unassisted, as would a man. This time she responded, and touched her hands lightly on his shoulders as he circled her waist. He swung her down, but didn't immediately release her. To his infinite joy, she didn't draw away, but gazed up at him, an unfathomable expression on her pale face. Without thought, and with great gentleness, he bent down and kissed her, and he knew he wasn't mistaken in her response. She parted her lips ever so slightly. He felt her hands press against his shoulders. But the brief moment was over as quickly as it had begun. She tore herself free of his arms and jumped back, her breath coming in short, jerky gasps. She raised her hands to her lips in a protective, bewildered gesture. Her eyes grew larger and darker. Then she just stood there, staring up at him in the most innocently provocative way he'd ever seen. He took a quick half-step forward, his hand outstretched to her. He said her name very quietly. She seemed to snap back to attention. She backed away, shaking her head, her hand spread toward him to ward him off. "No, I don't. I can't." She turned on her heel, grasped her riding skirt, and fled without a backward glance. This time he didn't attempt to follow her. He stood motionless, watching her, feeling not at all disconcerted by her abrupt, confused flight. On the contrary, he was glad that he was obviously the first man who had kissed her. He touched his fingertips to his mouth. He could still feel her, warm and soft, so very tentative. He smiled confidently. She was an innocent girl, a virgin, and her maidenly display of confusion pleased him immensely. Surely she had to care for him now, surely. He'd wooed her slowly and easily, giving her what he wanted, what she appeared to need, and it had paid off. He had her now. He turned to see her horse lazily chewing some erratic blades of grass at the side of the drive. "Well, you old relic, you know your way to the stables." With a light-hearted laugh, he flicked the animal's rump with his riding crop and aimed the horse in the direction of Brandon Hall. Astarte nuzzled his shoulder with her nose, as if she were jealous of his attention. He patted her nose and swung up into the saddle. "An excellent morning's work, Astarte. You may offer me your congratulations." Obligingly, she neighed, and at the light tug on her reins, broke into a canter. He'd not ridden far when her strange behavior at the copse came again into his mind. She'd been afraid of something, yet strangely confused. What could have bothered her? But his buoyant spirits wouldn't let him long dwell upon the unusual incident. In all truth, the experience paled beside her response to him when he'd kissed her. As her husband, he would, of course, have her trust and her confidence. She would willingly tell him whatever he wished to know. She would be his wife. She would be his. All of her. He willingly let his mind race ahead. This very afternoon, he would draw up an exceedingly handsome marriage settlement, a settlement that Sir Oliver could not refuse. Filbert tapped softly on the door and entered the small, rather airless book-room where Sir Oliver spent the greater part of his day. His master sat hunched over a large tome, oblivious to his presence. Filbert cleared his throat. "My lord." Yes, what is it, Filbert? You know I don't like to be disturbed." Sir Oliver wheeled around in his chair and glared at his butler. But to his surprise, Filbur didn't flinch or embark on a round of apologies. Sir Oliver's bushy brows snapped together as he noted the rather smug, complacent look on Filbur's face. Filbur stood his ground, even under the frowning scrutiny of his master, and said, "His lordship, the Earl of March, is here to see you, my lord." This information carried a wealth of meaning. Sir Oliver eyed Filbur for a moment before replying. Filbur noted with satisfaction the myriad emotions that crossed his master's face, particularly the speculative glitter that finally narrowed Sir Oliver's eyes. He knew that he hadn't been mistaken about the importance of his announcement. Miss Katharine had obviously succeeded in capturing the wealthy and powerful Earl of March. Undoubtedly, Sir Oliver was at that moment busily calculating some vast sum of money that he would try to extract from his future son-in-law. Filbur couldn't help but feel pleased with himself, for it had been he who'd announced to Cook and Lily, not long after the Earl's first visit to Brandon Hall, that the Earl was taken with Miss Kate, as sure as Sir Oliver would yell at one of them before sunset. Not altogether surprised by this revelation, Cook and Lily had given free rein to their condemnation of Sir Oliver, whom they thought a vicious, despicable man, despite his Puritan ways, and then heartily toasted Miss Kate's good fortune from Cook's bottle of cowslip wine. Filbur shifted from one foot to the other as he watched Sir Oliver expectantly. Sir Oliver's mind reeled at the implied nature of the Earl's visit to him. He had been very much aware of the Earl's constant attention to Kate during the past week, and simple avarice had led him to nurture some fantastic notions that the Earl might offer for her. But the Earl was here, now, and wanted to see him. He cursed himself, remembering how he had forced Kate to receive the attentions of that oaf Robert Bledoes. But how could he have imagined that the miserable little creature would do better for herself? Good God, she would be a countess, the Countess of March. It was fortunate that his need for money was greater at the moment than his abhorrence of his daughter, for the mere thought of her queening and pluming herself about him was nearly enough to dampen his enthusiasm. He became suddenly aware that Filbur was covertly observing him, and quickly decided on what he considered to be a suitable settlement from the Earl. He rose from his chair. "Filbur, tell his lordship that I will be with him directly, and don't tarry, man." Filbur obligingly scurried from the room, and Sir Oliver stepped to a small mirror on the mantelpiece and adjusted his cravat to a more acceptable shape. His face was pale with suppressed excitement, and he shook his head in sheer wonderment as he left the book-room to greet his future son-in-law. 11. When Julien was informed by Filbur that Sir Oliver would join him directly, he asked quietly, "Is Miss Katharine about, Filbur?" Filbur noticed the softening of his lordship's voice at the mention of his mistress's name, and allowed a slight conspiratorial smile. "No, my lord, she isn't here inside the hall, but I fancy she's walking in the grounds. She enjoys walking. It is possible that she is by the small fish pond behind the gardens. It's one of her favorite places." Julien nodded. On the brink of making his first offer of marriage, Julien found himself unusually calm, for which he was profoundly grateful. He felt at his ease and confident, particularly about the interview he would shortly have. He'd taken the man's measure and had determined that, despite his officious, sanctimonious ways, Sir Oliver was eager to see Harry well placed and Kate off his hands as quickly as possible. Since he seemed as solitary as he was cheerless, and appeared to nurture for some curious and inexplicable reason a profound dislike for his own daughter, it wasn't likely he would thrust himself upon them after their marriages. Surely a blessing. "My lord, welcome, welcome." Sir Oliver executed a formal bow and advanced toward Julien with his hand outstretched. Julien returned his greeting, aware instantly that his purpose was quite evident to Sir Oliver. "Please do be seated, my lord." Julien obliged, easing his long frame into a worn leather chair next to the fireplace. Sir Oliver seated himself opposite and looked expectantly at him, for all the world like the pug Julien had had as a boy. "I would imagine, sir, that you can easily guess the nature of my visit." Sir Oliver could not repress the gleam of anticipation in his eyes, and Julien realized that he could dispense with any further formalities. He said smoothly, "As you know, sir, I have developed a great regard for your daughter and cherish hopes that she returns my affection. I've taken the liberty to have a marriage settlement drawn up. He paused for a moment and pulled a folded sheet of paper from his pocket. "You'll notice, sir, that I've included the promise to buy Harry a pair of colors and see him admitted to an elite cavalry regiment." Julien was pleased with himself that he had thought of this, for the pleasure was evident on Sir Oliver's face. "As you see, the sum to be presented to you, sir, upon my marriage to your daughter, is named, I believe, in the 3rd paragraph." As Julien had anticipated, Sir Oliver's eyes widened, and he was voluble in his expression of gratitude. "Very, very generous of you, my lord. Indeed, it is good of you, for I detest haggling over something as odious as money, and you know my daughter's beauty and accomplishments, not to mention her immense charm and kindness. Ah, yes, all of those things, surely. I count it a rare privilege that our two families will be united. Naturally, Katharine is worthy of the exalted position your lordship offers, and if she isn't, well, then you will instruct her." Julien felt a stab of anger mixed with relief. He didn't care if Sir Oliver didn't like his daughter. It didn't matter. She would be out of this house just as soon as Julien could arrange the matter. He rose and sealed their bargain with a handshake. Sir Oliver thought to ask, "I presumed your lordship has already spoken to my daughter?" "No, sir. I felt it would be proper to secure your permission first." "Very proper, and quite right, my lord." Sir Oliver sounded worried. "But that was ridiculous, surely." He said, clearing his throat, "I suppose your lordship would like to speak to her now?" "Yes," Julien said, as he walked beside Sir Oliver out of the shabby drawing-room. Julien strode from the hall into the overgrown gardens and shaded his eyes with his hand from the bright sunlight. He scanned the landscape and, not seeing Kate, walked toward the pond. He found her seated on the mossy bank, her arms clasped around her knees, a pensive, far-away expression on her face. Her hair was unbound and hung down her back in soft waves, reaching nearly to her waist. His calm assurance didn't falter as he approached her. He knew exactly what he wanted to say, and had spent much of his day visualizing her response. She would be surprised at how soon he was declaring himself, but she would be prepared, for his feeling for her was obvious. Her face would flush slightly, and she would softly tell him that she cared for him as well. Perhaps she would even tell him she loved him. The altogether delightful vision ended with a discreet yet promising kiss. As he drew nearer, he could hear her singing a Scottish ballad. He grinned, for she had a small, wooden voice. He rather hoped she didn't play the pianoforte, for he'd had to endure the painfully accurate performances of too many nervous girls out to impress him. She didn't notice his presence until he dropped down to his knees beside her. She looked up, not at all startled, and said cheerfully, "Good morning, sir. You are up and about quite early. What is this? You think me a lazy sluggard, Kate?" "Well," she said slowly, the irrepressible dimples peeking through, "not exactly a sluggard. Being one of the, what is it you fine gentlemen call it? Ah, yes, being a Corinthian, you would naturally be expected to be at your dressing table until at least noon. Little baggage." He lightly buffeted her shoulder and she laughed. He looked at her searchingly for a moment, thinking suddenly of the way they'd parted the day before, of her fear at the copse and her undeniable response to him. Neither of these incidents appeared to be disturbing her now. She was perfectly at her ease. The pensive expression he'd observed on her face vanished. She saw that he was looking at her very seriously. "What, my lord? Can't you find a suitable hunter to buy?" She laid her hand on the sleeve of his light blue broadcloth coat, thinking fleetingly how very exquisite he looked. His cravat was snowy white and arranged with such subtle perfection that she wished Harry could see it. Julien looked down at her hand and clasped it in his own. She made no move to pull away, but simply cocked her head to one side and gazed at him inquiringly. With supreme confidence, emboldened by her gesture, the Earl of March set course on his first proposal of marriage. "I've spoken to your father. In fact, I've just come from meeting with him." Good heavens, whatever would you have to say to Sir Oliver? I hope he didn't annoy you. A bit daunted by her naivety, he hesitated a moment, carefully choosing his words. "I, of course, wanted to make a suitable agreement with Sir Oliver before speaking with you. I have always believed this is the way it is done." "What is done? You do not ease my task, do you?" Very well. In short, Kate, my dearest Kate, I asked his permission to pay you my addresses. I want you to be my wife. I care very much for you. Will you do me the honor of marrying me?" "Marry you?" she repeated blankly. "You want me to marry you?" "That's right." He wasn't dismayed, not really, for she was quite innocent. Her uncertainty, her charming guilelessness pleased him, for it fitted to perfection the reaction he'd expected to see from her at his declaration. He could almost imagine now the softness of her lips and the feel of her silky hair in his hands. He wanted to stroke his hands down her back, cup her, and bring her up tightly against him. Let her feel how very much he wanted her. "You're not jesting with me, my lord?" It occurred to Julien that perhaps she couldn't quite believe that she would become a countess. "It's a serious matter, Kate. I can't imagine any man ever living has jested when he's proposed marriage. I've already spoken to your father, as I said, and he gives us his blessing. It just remains for you to say yes to me, and it is done. Then we'll select a date, and everything will go forward. My father has agreed to this?" Her voice was a whisper, and he had to strain to make out her words. "Yes, of course. Actually, I had few doubts that he would." With an effort, she wrenched her gaze from his face, terribly aware at that moment of his nearness to her. The day before, when he'd kissed her, she had known an instant of tingling excitement, an altogether new sensation that had been actually quite pleasurable. But the brief moment had passed so quickly that she wasn't now certain it had happened at all. What she remembered was that she had felt at once so consumed with the unexpected deadening fear that had caused her to run from him. She hadn't been able to understand either the unwanted feelings that had surged through her when he touched her, or her sudden fear. She decided later that she had behaved foolishly, that the Earl had merely given way to a moment of capriciousness. She realized now that she had been mistaken not only in her final dismissal of her own feelings, but in the Earl's motives as well. His had not been the action of a capricious nobleman. He wanted her. She felt the strength and possessiveness of his hand, knew the power in that hand, and jerked hers away. Her chest tightened painfully, as it had the day before. She felt an overwhelming desire to run, but she didn't move. Her body seemed leaden, weighted down by a strange lethargy. Her mouth went dry, and she licked her lips nervously. Without wishing to, she pictured his powerful man's body barely held in check by his elegant clothing. The inexplicable terror that had consumed her at the copse now descended, cloaking her mind in a pervasive and dreadful blackness. "Kate." His voice penetrated the darkness. Her mind cleared at the sound of his voice. The full realization of what he wanted broke over her like a massive wave of freezing, numbing water. Marry him. He would be her husband, a man who would rule her life just as her father did now. Her husband. She would belong to him. He would own her. She would have nothing, no escape, no freedom, nothing. Her father had given him his blessing. A bitter fury gripped her, and she encouraged her rage, for it gave her mind direction. How could he be so presumptuous, so very sure of himself? How dare you? You bargain with my father for me like stocks on the change. Did it never occur to you that I would find your sly maneuver despicable? She paused for breath, and to find more words, hurtful words, to drive him away, to keep him away, to give him a lasting disgust of her. "I don't understand you," he said, staring intently at her, doubting her words even as she spoke them, not understanding her, not understanding any of it now. She fanned her fury, searching out more painful words, more insults, anything to make him hate her, to make him leave her alone. How odd! To this moment, I have always found your understanding to be quite superior. What's wrong, my lord? Don't simple words make sense to you? Are you so sure of yourself and what you are and what you want that you refuse to listen to a contrary opinion? Truly, your arrogance and conceit pass all bounds. He gazed at her, stupefied, and suddenly she couldn't hold to her anger. Brokenly she whispered, "I thought you were my friend, that you held me in equal esteem. I can't believe you've done this." He'd been incredulous at her sudden fury, and was now appalled at the pain in her voice. He leaned close to her and said, "Kate, surely you must see that it is only proper for me to seek out your father first. That you are angered by my action, I am sorry. No, don't look away from me. Of course I'm your friend. My esteem and respect for you are surely obvious. That won't change. It's just that I wish to be much more to you. In truth, I want to be your husband, the man with whom you will spend your life, the man who will make you happy." She closed her eyes tightly as each of his words burned deep into her. She knew of a certainty that she couldn't escape him as she'd done the day before, that he would pursue her and demand an explanation. But she had no such explanation, even to herself. She drew a deep breath. "Pray forgive my anger, my lord. I was unprepared, and therefore am shocked by your proposal. I'm aware of the great honor you do me." To her own ears, her words sounded stilted, and she finished in a rush. "But I don't wish to wed you, nor any other man for that matter." He grabbed her arm, his own gray eyes darkening with anger. "What game are you playing? Surely you can't expect me to believe that you are indifferent to me, that you don't care? By God, I've waited until I was certain of your feelings. Don't you remember opening your mouth to me yesterday?" She looked down dispassionately, thinking it strange that she felt no pain, for he was holding her arm in an iron grip. She replied calmly, "What you wish to believe is your own affair, my lord. That I don't wish to wed you is a fact. Surely you cannot wish to marry that bumptious ass Bledoes." His grip tightened more. "If you would like to beat me, my lord, my father finds a cane to be much to his liking, the results giving him immense pleasure." She stared at his angry face, her chin thrust up. She had nothing left but defiance, nothing at all. Please God, let him believe it. It was as if she had struck him full in the face. Appalled at his lack of control, he released her abruptly. She didn't move or attempt to back away from him. "There is no one else, my lord, nor will there ever be. I don't wish to be any man's possession, any man's chattel." He looked at her blankly and repeated vaguely, "No one else, Kate." This gave him rational direction, and he asked slowly, "Then what is it you want? I offer you all my wealth, the protection of my name. I offer you a safe haven with someone who will place your wishes over all others, and above all, I offer you the chance to escape from the intolerable life with your father. That I love you is without question. I've never loved a woman before in my life, but I know I love you, and it will last. I'm a loyal man, if that worries you, faithful to my toes. Never will you know infidelity from me." Kate looked down and unconsciously began to rub her arm. What he said was true, though she could not fathom why he should possibly profess love for her. As to his faithfulness, she didn't want to think about that. She knew a brief moment of doubt before the strange fear gripped her. She knew she couldn't marry him, not ever. She raised her eyes again to his face and saw that he clearly expected an answer from her. His gray eyes were clouded with confusion. He was her friend, her only friend save Harry, and now she would lose him. "What you say is true, my lord. It would be absurd to deny that my father and I do not deal well together. But I cannot, indeed I will not marry you for such reasons as you have listed." "I see." Julien's voice was flat, emotionless. His eyes bore into hers for one long, silent moment. He wanted desperately to see some change, some hesitance in her, but she met his gaze without flinching or turning away. He didn't know the effort it cost her, for, absurdly, she wanted to cry. He had no more words, no more arguments to present to her. He had only a shred of his pride. He executed a brief, ironic bow and strode away from her. He turned back after a few steps and flung at her over his shoulder. "Pray forgive me, madam, for assuming feelings you obviously don't share with me." He turned again and hastened away from her. He did not again look back. In an unconscious gesture, she raised her hand towards his retreating back. The overgrown gardens soon blocked him from her view. Slowly she lowered her arm, and finding herself quite unable to support her own weight, she sank down onto the mossy bank. There were no tears, only a deep sense of loss. 12. Mannering was aghast when he opened the great oak doors to admit his lordship. The Earl said not a word. His face was pale, his eyes a blank gray. Words of congratulation died on Mannering's lips, and he stepped quickly aside. He watched his master walk the length of the hall, fling open the door to the library, and slam it behind him. A sense of unreality seized Mannering. Good God, he thought, Miss Katharine refused him. Mrs. Bradshaw, who had been waiting impatiently in the parlor for the Earl's return, came bustling out. Her smile vanished as she approached Mannering and saw the pained expression on his face. "Oh, dear Edward, what's happened?" Mannering drew a deep breath to steady himself. "I fear, Emma, that there won't be any congratulations for his lordship. It would appear that Miss Katharine has turned him down." Mrs. Bradshaw drew back in stunned surprise. "No, Edward, surely not. Why, she loves St. Clair. She knows she would be happy here. His lordship is a fine young man, kind and ever so handsome. Oh, no, surely not." Mannering seemed not to have heard her. She was suddenly indignant. How dare Miss Katharine serve his lordship such a turn? I wouldn't have thought such a thing possible. Does she believe herself too high for him? That's nonsense, Edward, utter nonsense. It's disgraceful, that's what it is. And I've a mind to go to Brandon Hall and tell that young miss a thing or two. Turning down my boy! I'd like to smack her. Mannering felt beyond tired. It was with an effort that he pulled himself straight and squared his shoulders. He patted Mrs. Bradshaw's arm in a soothing gesture. "I'm very much afraid, Emma, that there is little we can do about it, save wait and see what will happen. We will have to be very understanding with his lordship," he added, realizing that it was his duty to protect the Earl from the curious glances of the servants and any embarrassing questions that Mrs. Bradshaw might take it into her head to ask. He began to silently rehearse his speech to the staff, who were all waiting for his announcement that a new countess was to come to St. Clair. Mrs. Bradshaw nodded slowly. That such an unbelievable turn of events should happen to the St. Clairs. Arm in arm, the two old friends walked across the hall to the servants' quarters. Mannering thought fleetingly of the vintage champagne that he'd unearthed from the wine cellar. It was chilled, the beautiful crystal flutes waiting. He must remember to return it and put the glasses away. Julien stood in the middle of the library, staring blankly ahead of him. His body felt curiously detached from his mind, and neither seemed capable of functioning. He'd managed to nurture anger at her for the greater part of his ride home, only to find that he couldn't sustain it. A great sense of loss had descended over him. He flung himself into the large chair and sat brooding for a time, before a deep sense of humiliation stung him to action. God, what a fool he'd been! He mocked himself bitterly as he remembered how he'd been so certain of her, how he'd even gone so far to envision her every response to his gracious offer of marriage. And he'd been mortally insulted when she flung his declaration in his face. He realized he'd never been denied anything he really wanted in his entire life. He would set his eyes on something, and sooner or later it would be his. Or a woman. He would see a woman he wanted, and it wouldn't be long before she was in his bed. God, was he such an officious sod? He could find no excuse for himself. Though he'd never believed himself such a wondrous specimen of manhood, a bloody paragon, for God's sake, it was painful to realize that he'd behaved in the most reprehensibly conceited manner possible. And now he would pay for it as he'd never paid for anything in his entire adult life. He wasn't used to pain or disappointment. Now he feared he would gain retribution in full measure. Damn it to hell! If ever a demented man needed a drink. He grabbed a bottle of brandy from the sideboard, carried it back with him to his chair, and hurled himself down again. Mannering hurried to the library when he heard the ring of the bell cord. He hoped that his lordship would be wanting his dinner, for it was growing quite late. The sight that greeted his eyes when he opened the door made him wince. The Earl was sprawled in the large stuffed chair, his late father's chair, an empty bottle dangling in his outstretched hand. His cravat was askew, as if he had unsuccessfully tried to pull it away, and his fair hair was decidedly disheveled. My lord. Oh, dear. Mannering was shocked. He'd never before seen his master so obviously foxed. Julien turned his blurred vision on his butler. Get me another bottle of brandy, Mannering, and don't give me one of your looks. There are times in a man's life when brandy is not at all a bad thing. Trust me, this is one of those times. Indeed, this is probably the only real time. Do be quick, man. I've no intention of losing my hold on a world that is for the moment altogether tolerable. Yes, my lord, as you wish, my lord. He left the room with dragging steps to do his master's bidding. As he closed the library door, he heard a curse and the sound of glass breaking. He glanced hastily around, hoping that none of the servants, particularly Mrs. Bradshaw, were within hearing. Upon his return, he saw that the Earl had thrown the empty bottle, shattering it against the marble fireplace. My lord, don't you dare even think about preaching to me, Mannering. Julien rose drunkenly from his chair and grabbed the bottle. And don't stand there gaping like a black crow. Get out of my sight. I'll call you if I have further need of you. Mannering stiffened at the harsh words, but almost instantly forgave his master. He bowed, and with as much dignity as he could manage, walked out of the library, closing the door softly behind him. With considerable effort, Julien forced his eyes open and looked about him. He was lying in his bed, fully clothed, a cover pulled over him. He winced at the bright sunlight and turned his head away, only to find that this simple movement brought on excruciating pain. He lay very still until the pounding in his temples lessened. He had no memory how or when he had left the library to come to his room. He gave a loud groan upon seeing a half-empty bottle of brandy standing precariously on the night table, and wondered how much he had consumed before falling into a drunken stupor. He didn't know. He didn't want to know. Too soon he remembered the events of the previous day, and he found himself almost welcoming the physical pain in his head, for it forced his attention away from less pleasant thoughts. He lay quietly in the silent room until finally, with a determination born of despair, he rose unsteadily. He glanced at the clock on the night table and was surprised that it was quite early, in fact, only 7 o'clock in the morning. He began to feel disgusted with himself, for he had always scorned those gentlemen in his acquaintance whose sole purpose for getting drunk was to escape their misery. And here he had done exactly the same thing, weak sod that he was. He cursed long and fluently, and it made him feel better. He wanted to cleanse himself, to clear both his mind and his body of the effects of the brandy. He hurried from his room, not even thinking of the odd appearance he presented, made his way downstairs, and flung open the front doors. He strode past 2 startled footmen who had barely enough time to bow, and broke into a run across the front lawn toward St. Clair Lake. The rapid movement made the pain in his head near to unbearable, but he gritted his teeth and never broke his stride until he reached a large rock that formed a cliff about 6 feet above the water. He quickly pulled off his clothes and posed himself naked on the edge of the rock, panting a moment from his exertion, then dived, gasping with the shock of the icy water. His pounding head felt like it would split open, and his skin tingled as if jabbed by sharp needles, but he ignored all of it and set out with long, firm strokes. He swam at a furious pace until he reached the opposite shore, and then turned himself about and swam back. He found his footing and waded through the water reeds to the grassy bank. His heart pounded with the exertion, but he felt exhilarated, somehow renewed. He stretched out his arms and embraced the cold air against his wet skin. He turned and gazed out over the lake, a strange smile flitting over his face. "Enough of being a sniveling fool," he said half aloud to the calm blue water. "What a fool to think of giving it all up, a damned weak fool. I'll wed her, just as I planned, and I won't pay her court as does that half-wit Bledo's." As he dressed himself, he let his mind nurture the idea until it burst forth. He announced again to the silent lake, "Damn, but I'll have her. I'll use my brain this time, not drown myself in bottles of brandy. Damn, but I'll make her love me." Not bothering to tie his cravat, he strode with confident steps back to the mansion. Sir Oliver's arm ached. He considered himself a pious man, and it angered him that this wretched daughter of his had made him curse to vent his spleen. damn the girl. He sought fiercely for more curses, turning to his Bible for epithets that would fit what had come to pass. I've nurtured a viper to my bosom, an unnatural, willful child. God, why didn't she die? She should have, the damned little slut. He massaged his arm. He'd been fair. Of course he'd been fair. When she'd calmly informed him that she didn't want to wed the Earl of March, he controlled his immediate outrage and presented her with innumerable advantages to such a match. But she just stood stiffly before him, in that contemptuous silent way of hers, saying nothing, but he knew she would never agree. And when he threatened her with Bledoes, she told him quietly that she'd already refused the squire. Obstinate, that's what she was, unnatural and stubborn as the devil who spawned her. The little slut didn't even cry, nor did she beg for mercy when he raised his cane and shook it in her face. She pulled her long hair away from her back and covered her head with her arms. When he stopped beating her, she rose unsteadily to her feet, gazed at him with hatred in those sinful green eyes of hers, and staggered to the door. He realized full well that the beating hadn't made her change her mind. At least, he reflected, it had made him feel better. As he sat pondering his ill fortune, he was informed by Filbur that the Earl of March was here, asking to see him. Well, don't just stand there like an idiot, Filbur. Show his lordship in. Hastily, he rose and removed the cane. There was dried blood on it, and it did not seem politic for his lordship to see it. Filbur returned to the Earl and took his riding crop and cloak. Sir Oliver will see your lordship in the book-room, my lord. Filbur, just a moment. Is Miss Katharine here? Filbur's calm facade nearly broke, and as he replied, he was aware of the hardness of his own voice. Miss Katharine, my lord, is physically unable to see anyone at this time. Julien asked, his words so softly spoken that Filbur had to strain to hear. Has he hurt her, Filbur? To anyone who knew the Earl well, the quietly spoken words would have been an instant signal that his lordship was in a deep rage. Filbur, who didn't know this, felt emboldened to say, "Yes, my lord, he hurt her very badly. She is in bed, her maid, Lily, attending her. He wouldn't even allow a doctor to see her. He beat her more savagely than he ever has before. It's possible that he's scarred her this time. Lily will see that she remains still and quiet until she heals. She has always healed before, at least on the outside." There was an infinitesimal pause before Julien said, in a deceptively cool voice, "Thank you, Filbur, for your honesty." Julien stopped him again as he turned to go. "You may be certain that Sir Oliver will never touch her again." Filbur gazed at the Earl with a thoughtful, arrested expression. He realized that he had been wrong about his lordship. The servants had been surprised at Miss Katharine's refusal of the Earl, but that Sir Oliver had dared to try to beat her into submission had left them all enraged. The baronet had suffered sullen looks and indifferent food prepared by cook since that time. Julien was closeted with Sir Oliver only briefly. He stated his business in a concise, controlled voice. Sir Oliver stammered and fussed, but naturally he agreed to the Earl's demands. They were, after all, in his own best self-interest. Julien rose as soon as they had reached an agreement. "Very well. I will expect to see Katharine installed with Lady Bellingham in London within 2 weeks. Not longer, mind. As you say, my lord, within 2 weeks. But why not sooner? Surely I can have the girl off to London within days if you wish it." "You miserable bastard," he said, so calm that Sir Oliver didn't at first realize the depths of the Earl's rage. "She is in bed, doubtless in great pain. You will see that the physician attends her. I care not if he tells the world of your treatment of her. He will attend her, and he will give her laudanum for her pain, and he will see her within the next hour. Do you understand me?" Sir Oliver nodded slowly, smart enough to keep his mouth shut. It didn't occur to him to question how his lordship knew of the beating. "If you dare harm her again, you can be assured that she will be an orphan before the day is through. Do you understand me a second time?" Sir Oliver paled. He tasted real fear for the first time in his life. He nodded his head. "I quite understand you, my lord. If I discover that you haven't done exactly what I've told you to do, I will take my own cane to your miserable hide and leave you in a ditch for all to see." It was some moments before the hammering of fear lessened, and Sir Oliver was able to walk slowly to a chair and sit down. He sagged against the back and closed his eyes. He could see her bloodied back, her dress shredded as she staggered away from him. Fleetingly, he wondered if he had scarred her. He brightened as he realized that the Earl, the autocratic, arrogant sinner, would perhaps not be so pleased with his bride. Indeed, he reflected with satisfaction, there would be much to displease the Earl. Kate chewed absently on her thumbnail as she sat gazing out her window overlooking Berkeley Square. She marveled that the peaceful scene below was yet another face of London. The Pantheon and Bond Street, where she'd shopped with Lady Bellingham, were filled with the clatter of carriages and horses, the shouts of coarse vendors in words that she barely understood, and the bustle of link boys clearing the way for their masters and mistresses. It had been difficult to believe that so many different kinds of people contrived to make their way in one city. There was a light knock on her door. Eliza stepped into the room and swept Kate a slight curtsy. Kate rose slowly from the window seat, mindful of the red wheels on her back. They were healing, but still brought pain if she moved suddenly. She was yet unable to face her maid without embarrassment, since Eliza had attended her first bath and, without a word, produced an ointment and gently rubbed it into her tender skin. "Yes, Eliza, what is it?" "It's Lady Bellingham, miss. Some of your gowns have arrived, and she requests you to come to her sitting room." That is good news indeed. Her embarrassment was momentarily forgotten in her excitement. But Eliza, good heavens, it's only been 3 days. There was so very much to be done. "Lady Bellingham is never one to be put off," Eliza said, as her mistress straightened a flounce in her old gown and patted her hair into place. She thought fleetingly, and with no regret, of Harry's old breeches folded out of sight at the bottom of her trunk. Her disreputable leather hat she had carefully hidden with her fishing pole in a dark recess of the stable. Kate made her way down the carpeted hallway to Lady Bellingham's sitting room and tapped lightly on the door. She heard a muffled "come in," and opened the door to see her hostess pacing back and forth in obvious agitation, her brow puckered and her plump, beringed hands clasped to her bosom. "Ma'am, what's the matter? What can I do?" "Oh, my dear Kate, do come in, child. Yes, come right in and sit over here on this chair. That's right. Your new gowns have arrived. Madame Giselle has performed marvels with the materials we selected. Just look at the evening gown, my dear." Kate was perfectly willing to be distracted at the sight of all those wonderful boxes. She opened them with great enthusiasm, tossing the silver tissue paper about as she unearthed her clothes. There was a severely cut gold velvet riding habit with a plumed, high-poked hat to match, a morning gown of soft yellow muslin with laced frocking, and the most beautiful dress she had ever beheld, a pale blue velvet evening gown, fashioned high in the back in the Russian style, with plunging neckline and long fitted sleeves sewn with tiny seed pearls on the cuffs. Kate drew the gown from its silver tissue paper and held it in front of her. "My love, it suits you to perfection. How very elegant you will be tonight, to be sure." "Tonight?" Kate ceased her exuberant pirouette and looked at her hostess. Lady Bellingham refused to meet her eyes. "What is happening tonight, ma'am?" Lady Bellingham sat heavily down on a settee and began to wring her hands. "My dear ma'am, whatever is the matter?" Kate quickly sat down beside her and captured her fluttering hands in her own. Lady Bellingham embarked on a somewhat tangled explanation of what she had unwittingly let slip. "Oh, dear, I hadn't intended, that is, dear child, of course I was going to tell you. The Earl, you know." Slowly, Kate pulled her hands away. So that was why Lady Bellingham appeared so very upset. The good lady didn't have to finish, for Kate knew that tonight, dressed in her beautiful new gown, she was to be escorted by the Earl of March to some occasion. Did Lady Bellingham think her dim-witted? From her first day in London, when her hostess had begun making oblique yet complimentary references to the Earl of March, she had realized that it was he who was responsible for her presence here. She'd cursed her stupidity for not understanding from the first when her father had been so adamant that she visit the fashionable Lady Bellingham, whose relationship to her own family was so tenuous. She hadn't even known of the relationship until Sir Oliver brought it up. She had passed from shock at the Earl's sly maneuvering to outrage when she discovered that even the lowest scullery maid considered her all but betrothed to the Earl. She felt even now, as she gazed with a hard look at Lady Bellingham's crumpled features, that he had taken ruthless advantage of her. She had known that it was just a matter of time until he came to pay her court, and there was absolutely nothing she could do about it. "Kate, my dear, I realize that you and the Earl have had some sort of misunderstanding, but surely you must see that your marriage to him would bring you the greatest advantages. Come, child, don't be so upset." Lord, how had she ever allowed Julien to embroil her in such a wretched tangle? She'd always had a weakness for the boy, and look where it had landed her. Kate turned away, angry at herself for being such a fool, and at the Earl for placing her willy-nilly in such an untenable position. It was on the tip of her tongue to unleash her anger and frustration at Lady Bellingham, but she realized the good woman really had as little to say in the matter as she did. At the sound of Lady Bellingham's pained breathing, she turned quickly back. "Please, ma'am, I'm sorry you're so upset by this matter. Here, let me fetch you your vinaigrette." Lady Bellingham closed her eyes and leaned back against the pillows Kate had carefully placed behind her. She managed to say with some semblance of calm, "Kate, I vow you will much enjoy yourself. We are to see John Philip Kemble perform Macbeth at Drury Lane. The Earl will arrive at 8 o'clock this evening, and after the play we shall have a late supper at the Piazza. A most delightful place, my dear, I promise. It will be enjoyable, fascinating, really, and the Earl is so very, well, manly and really rather charming." Lady Bellingham halted her monologue, for Kate was staring blankly ahead of her, seemingly oblivious of what Lady Bellingham was saying. Drat Julien, why couldn't he have chosen a girl to wed who was at least not averse to his suit? Why must he have a girl who positively loathed him? "At 8 o'clock, did you say, ma'am?" "Yes, my dear," her hostess smiled. Finally, she thought, relieved, Kate is coming around to accepting the situation. And although she was quite pale and her green eyes looked strangely blank, she seemed now, at least, quite composed. "Very well, ma'am." She bundled the gowns in her arms. "I do suppose I shall very much enjoy seeing Kemble." Lady Bellingham didn't notice the bitterness in Kate's voice, and silently congratulated herself on her deft handling of the situation. 13. Julien rose from his dressing-table, satisfied with the exquisite result he'd achieved with his cravat, and allowed Timmins to remove an infinitesimal speck of dust from his black satin evening coat. "Does my appearance meet with your approval, Timmins? Ah, before you answer, please remove that Friday face. It will make my cravat limp. Perhaps it would be a fine idea if you never married." "There can be no one to outshine your lordship," Timmins said, eye straight ahead. He'd discovered long ago that if he attempted to respond to his master's little jests, he fell into such a floundering tangle of words he was quite discomfited for days afterward. It appeared to him that the Earl was quite amused if he simply pretended ignorance at his lordship's humor and treated his every utterance with the utmost seriousness. "Let's hope you're right, Timmins," Julien remarked as he drew on his evening gloves. "Oh, yes, and don't wait up for me." Even though his valet dutifully nodded, Julien knew he would be waiting, no matter the lateness of the hour, but he never failed to remind his valet not to do it. It was with a light step that Julien descended the carpeted stairs to the elegantly marbled front hallway. He looked about him for a brief moment before nodding to a footman to open the front doors. It wouldn't be long now, he thought with satisfaction, before he would know if Kate found his townhouse to her liking. Blaydon, elegantly clad in the St. Clair's scarlet and white livery, hurried to open the door of the carriage for his master. "Blaydon, I find that I'm somewhat early. Pray inform Wilbury that he need be in no hurry." Julien sat back comfortably against the red velvet cushions, stretching his long legs diagonally to the seat opposite him. Wilbury was surprised by this instruction, being used to driving at a spanking pace no matter the occasion. He shrugged his shoulders and gently urged the magnificent matched bays to move slowly forward. Julien smiled in anticipation of his long-awaited meeting with his future wife. It had been with some difficulty that he'd forced himself not to pay her a visit immediately upon her arrival in London. He realized that he must give her time primarily to discover that it was he who was responsible for bringing her here, and time to adjust to the idea that he had no intention whatsoever of letting her go. He knew full well that he'd placed her in a situation where her choices were very limited. She couldn't return to Brandon Hall. He guessed that she was far too well bred to behave in an openly churlish manner toward Lady Bellingham. He knew she would be furious at his treatment, but he quelled any pangs of conscience, certain that he was acting in her best interest, and, of course, in accordance with his own wishes. He didn't like the taste of failure. He would make certain he never tasted it again. He did, however, reproach himself momentarily about his devious maneuver of placing Eliza in Lady Bellingham's household to act as Kate's personal maid. He smiled in the dim light of his carriage at what Eliza had told him about Kate's behavior after her meeting with Lady Bellingham. Kate had been a caged tiger, Eliza had informed him, pacing her bedroom, hurling invectives at his head, until finally, her anger spent, she had grown quiet. Too quiet, if you know what I mean, my lord. She's smart, is Miss Katharine, and she's no coward. She's madder at you than my ma ever was at my pa, even when he was drunk. Actually, Eliza's description had fit well with his own prediction of Kate's reaction. Well, he would soon see. He had chosen Kemble's Macbeth deliberately for their first meeting, fairly certain that Lady Bellingham would drop off to sleep by the second act, leaving Kate for all practical purposes alone with him. She wouldn't be able to yell at him for fear of waking her kind hostess, nor would she be able to leave the box, for she was well aware that such behavior would cause endless speculation. Besides, if she left the box, where would she go? He grinned quietly to himself, remembering the speculation he himself had caused when he had invited Hugh and Percy to dine with him upon his return to London. That they had thought his scheme a little mad, in fact, became obvious as the evening wore on. Hugh had finally said, "You must forgive us, Julien, for appearing to think your behavior strange. Beyond damned strange, if you ask me," Percy said. Hugh said, "It's just that we've never seen you go to such lengths over a lady." Hugh's mildly spoken observation brought a quick smile to Julien's face. "Do not trouble yourselves," he said cheerfully, "for believe me, I've quite given up trying to explain my damnably strange behavior. But I will have her, and I plan to do whatever necessary to get her. I fear that's all there is to it." Hugh grinned. "Well, it appears that we must again offer you our congratulations." Both men raised their glasses, and Percy said, "To a well-fought and successful campaign. May the best manner lady win." "The chit doesn't stand a chance," Hugh said. "No matter that red hair of hers. I hope she serves you up some nasty turns before you nab her, Julien. It would be good for your character." Actually, he thought she'd given him enough of a nasty turn already. He wondered how many more she'd give him. Julien roused himself and pulled the white satin curtain away from the carriage window. Lord, he thought, Wilbury was certainly taking him at his word. He settled back again against the luxurious cushions and let his mind wander to Yvette and Lady Sarah, reflecting with a certain degree of relief that he had no more to worry about in regard to either of them. He had most willingly given his blessing to Lord Riverton in his pursuit of Yvette, but the Lady Sarah had been a more serious matter. "Julien, my dear, "I'd quite thought that you'd decided to immure yourself forever in the country," Sarah had greeted him. Always aware of gossiping servants, she had led him to a small parlor on the second floor of Lord Ponsonby's mansion in Portsmouth Square. She was elegantly dressed in a riding habit of blue velvet, and looked to be on the verge of leaving. "You're going out," he said, as he took her small hand for a brief moment and raised it to his lips. She made a small, fluttering gesture, fanning her hand in front of her, and gave him an arch smile. "It will do Lord Davenport no harm to wait half an hour," she said softly. Julien realized that she hoped to provoke him to jealousy, but he felt only relief at the mention of Lord Davenport. A man of great address was Sir Edward. Julien had never before thought of the affected Viscount with such fondness. Sarah moved away from him and sat down gracefully on a small sofa, patting the place beside her. "Come, Julien, sit down. You make me quite nervous, standing there like a great silent bear." "Good Lord, Sarah, a bear?" He grinned at the unlikely simile.
One of the lady's greatest charms lay in her ability to make peculiar yet delightful comparisons. That isn't at all important. Come, my dear, what's on your mind? Surely you're not here for an afternoon tryst." Julien didn't answer immediately. He was rather taken off guard when she filled the silence in a rather flat voice, saying, "My God, so that's it. You've met another lady. How the devil could she possibly tell? Did women have special powers that enabled them to see through a man instantly? It was unnerving." "You're astute, Sarah. Indeed, I've come to tell you, and hope that you will wish me happy." Her blue eyes widened and she stared at him open-mouthed. You plan to marry? You? This isn't just another flirtation. Surely it isn't as great a surprise or shock as all that." He saw what he thought was hurt in her eyes before she turned her head away. He didn't wish to admit it, but he knew that this abrupt ending of their liaison was not only a blow to her pride, but also to her heart. At least he believed so, but who knew with women? "Sarah, I'm indeed sorry, but that's the way of it." He spoke gently, but was aware of a great impatience to be gone. Although Sarah tended to become romantically involved with her lovers, she had known as well as he that their affair would end in time. He was only sorry, knowing Sarah as he did, that it was not she who broke off their relationship. "What is this remarkable girl's name?" "You don't know her. She has lived all her life in the country. In fact, her father's estate lies near to St. Clair. She will be coming to London to stay with Lady Bellingham. Ah, yes, her name is Katharine." She heard a new note in his voice, deepening it, making it somehow tender. She turned back to him. Wonder and a goodly dose of incredulity were written on her face. "My God, Julien, you are in love with a girl from the country? An innocent? Good heavens, no one will believe it. Not you, my lord, who fancy your pleasures from ladies who know what's what and what they're about." He frowned at that, disliking to see himself in such a light, but said, "Yes, I suppose I am in love with a girl from the country who is very innocent. But she isn't stupid or ignorant. And you have come to end our affair," she stated flatly. "Yes." She rose abruptly and pressed her fingertips against her temples. "It won't last, you know. You'll tire of her as you do all your women. She might be a perfect saint, but it will happen. And when you're bored, you'll have a wife, and a wife isn't tossed aside as is a lover or a mistress. Well, you'll do as you please no matter what I say. It seems, my lord, that we have little else to say to one another." Julien also stood up. In a swift motion, he leaned down and kissed her gently on the forehead. He gazed deep into her china blue eyes and said quietly, "I hope you will be kind to Katharine. She knows no one in London." That wasn't bloody likely, she thought, but forced a very charming smile. "Of course I shall be kind to her, Julien. I wish you the best. You know that. And your Katharine. You had best go now before I become the fool." It wasn't lost on Julien that she glanced covertly at the clock as she spoke. Julien sat up with a start and saw Bladen patiently holding open the door of his carriage for him to alight. "Thought you'd fallen asleep, my lord," Bladen said. "Very nearly," Julien said, as he stepped down on the flagstone in front of the Bellingham mansion. He called to Wilbury, "Walk the horses, Davy. I can't be certain how long I will be." Julien was quickly admitted and shown to the drawing-room. "Oh, Julien, dear me, you have arrived, and quite none too soon. Oh dear, yes, come in, come in." Lady Bellingham straightened her dowager's lavender turban over the small crimped curls and turned distractedly to him. "I hope I find you quite well, Lady Bella," he said, his voice and expression at their charming best, crossing to where she sat and lightly touching his lips to her gloved fingers. He raised his eyebrows in question. "Don't stare down your nose at me, Julien. I vow I can't help it if Katharine must needs spend hours getting dressed. And I thought that she'd changed her mind toward you. I should have known the two of you would cut up my peace. What can she be doing?" Julien laughed and moved over to stand next to the fireplace. "Tell me more. A more ill-matched pair I have yet to see. Do help yourself to a glass of sherry. Lord knows what the girl is doing, probably plotting to poison your supper." Julien did as he was bid, careful to pour a very full glass for Lady Bellingham. She was fond of her sherry, particularly when she was undergoing an agitation of the nerves. He handed her a glass and eased himself into a chair opposite her. "Have you been waiting long, ma'am?" "Stupid question, my boy. You were expected at 8 o'clock. It's now 8:30, and I feel at least 2 years older. The performance doesn't begin until 9:30. We've lots of time. That is not the point, as you well know, young man. Whatever your mamma would say to your antics, I don't know. Why must a man be so perverse as to pick a chit who wants to see him with his throat cut?" She quickly downed a sizable gulp of sherry. "Actually, I haven't yet spoken to her," he added quickly at the look of surprise in Lady Bella's eyes. "Never fear, ma'am. I shall pay her a visit as soon as our engagement is to be announced in the Gazette. At the rate you're proceeding, your hair will be as grey as mine." She heaved a deep sigh and swallowed the rest of her sherry. When Julien had paid Lady Bellingham his unexpected visit almost 3 weeks ago, she had been eager to fall in with his plan. She had proudly seen her dear Anne, the last of her numerous brood, wed to the young Viscount Walbrow during the past summer, and had grown quite bored resting her bones at home in the evenings. She had known Julien's mamma before her marriage to Julien's papa, and should watched Julien over the years, politely but disinterestedly, turn away from each new season's crop of girls making their come-outs, including her own dear daughters. The thought of again being involved with a courtship, and particularly the idea of meeting the girl who had finally managed to bring his lordship to heel, had made her quite animated. As for the tenuous connection she shared with the Brandon family, that bothered her not at all. Indeed, she wasn't at all certain that Julien was right, that there was indeed a connection. Her only concern had been that Katharine would speak with that horrible northern accent, and thus make both of them a laughing-stock among the ton. When Katharine had arrived on her doorstep, clad in the most horrid and outdated of clothes, she had groped for her vinaigrette, believing that the worst of her fears had been realized. The girl spoke in a soft, cultured voice, which was somewhat of a relief, but Lady Bellingham didn't set aside her vinaigrette until Katharine proudly announced that she had 1,000 guineas with which to purchase a new wardrobe. Her enthusiastic response was catching, and Katharine herself unbent considerably. But what a surprise it had been to Lady Bellingham when at every mention of the Earl's name the girl's magnificent green eyes had flashed red. Julien asked Lady Bellingham matter-of-factly, "Has Katharine been a sad trial to you, ma'am?" "Good gracious, no, Julien. It's just that, well, she's quite independent, but a dear girl, so bright and smiling. At least most of the time, when you're not the topic of conversation. She will lead you a merry chase, Julien, that's for sure. I only hope I am still alive to see it when it finally happens, but I'm not at all sure it will happen, given the way things are going now, or not going. Believe me, ma'am, she's been confusing me, leaving me to twist and turn in the wind since the first time I met her, when she died at my feet. I beg your pardon, my boy? Upstairs, Eliza was in an agony. She said again, Miss Catherine, his lordship and Lady Bellingham are awaiting you.
Really, you must go downstairs. Yes, Eliza, I am aware of that fact. Pray inform his lordship and Lady Bellingham that I will be down directly. Perhaps not quite directly, but it will do. Yes, miss, but do make it happen somewhat directly this time, all right? Eliza sped toward the door, thought better of it, and turned. Perhaps I can help. Kate cut her off. No, I have just to fetch my gloves and cloak. She didn't move from her dressing table until Eliza had closed the door behind her. Kate stared for a moment into the mirror at her pale, set face. She didn't look at all like herself, with her hair fashionably dressed and the blue velvet gown plunging low over her bosom and revealing, she thought, far too much white flesh, plump white flesh that was surely too much to show. She knew she was purposely dallying, knew it was a childish thing to do, but she wasn't able to think of a more comprehensive revenge at the moment. She'd decided only a short time before that she would suffer the Earl's presence, for she appeared to have no other choice in the matter, but she wouldn't give him the satisfaction of showing overt distress or anger. She would face him with the coldest of dislike. She would be indifferent to him. She would ignore him. That would show him what she thought of him, and keeping him waiting was a very good beginning. She just wasn't certain how to achieve the coldest of dislike, but it would doubtless come to her soon enough. Damn him! He'd turned from being her friend to being now more in the nature of an enemy, and she would see him in hell at the devil's right hand before she would give in to him. She picked up her gloves and cloak and slowly made her way down the curving staircase. Smithers, the Bellingham butler, stood awaiting her at the door of the drawing-room. Kate forced herself to halt a moment, schooled her face into an impassive expression, and waited for her heart to stop banging against her ribs. Kate finally gave Smithers leave to open the door, and he observed that her nose rose a good 3 inches as she sailed past him into the drawing-room. It was with a distinct effort that Kate maintained her imperious pose, for the Earl stood quite at his ease, leaning negligently against the mantelpiece. She wanted to hit him when she realized that he was amused by her. She remarked, without wishing to, that he looked his usual elegant self, his black satin evening clothes fitted to perfection. Damn his eyes, she thought, laughing at her even though he wasn't doing so out loud. Julien didn't immediately move toward her, but watched her closely as she swept into the room, the train of her velvet gown trailing behind her. How very beautiful she looked, not that he was surprised. The gown fitted her very nicely, but he wished her lovely breasts weren't so very visible to every gentleman's greedy eyes. Beautiful breasts, white, full, delicious. His fingers curled and his palms grew warm. He wanted very much to pull that gown to her waist and touch her and taste her. Her thick auburn hair was piled artfully on top of her head, and 2 long tresses lay gracefully over her bare shoulder. "Oh, there you are, my love, at last, at very long last." Lady Bellingham's voice was a mixture of relief and reproach. Kate swept what she hoped was a cold curtsy to the Earl, at least she hoped it was cold and quite indifferent, then proceeded to pay him no further notice. She turned to Lady Bellingham and gave her a warm smile. "I do hope, ma'am, that I'm not too late. Eliza had some difficulty with the buttons on my gown." Surely that was a nice touch, she thought, standing there in the middle of the room, hoping she presented a very stiff, very proud figure. Lady Bellingham wished she had another glass of sherry. Drat him, drat him. Julien, however, seemed to think nothing was amiss, and moved gracefully toward Kate. "Good evening, Mistress Catherine. It is indeed a pleasure to see you again. I hope that you had a pleasant journey to London, and has been enjoying the sights." He took her hand and brushed his lips lightly over her fingers. A dull flush spread over her face. She snatched her hand away. "Indeed, I trust your buttons are now adequately arranged. I said I was sorry that I was a trifle late.
I don't recall asking you for an apology. In fact, I quite understand." She wanted very much to cosh him on the head with a poker that was negligently set by the fireplace. He looked very calm, very much in control. She felt stupid and vulnerable, and she wanted to scream at him, yes, perhaps even shoot him. "Do we continue this nonsense, my lord, or do we leave to see the play you have so graciously chosen?" He leaned close to her and said softly, "Cold Kate, indifferent Kate. Surely there must be something written somewhere about such a Kate." Julien turned before she could answer, and said to Lady Bellingham, "If you've finished your sherry, ma'am, perhaps we should be leaving. I'm certain," he added, glancing at Kate, "that you wouldn't want to miss the first act of Macbeth." Julien helped Lady Bellingham to her feet and arranged the silk paisley shawl around her plump shoulders. Lady Bellingham watched Kate turn on her heel and sailed from the room, her chin so high she'd trip if she chanced to run into anything. She turned a troubled countenance to Julien. "Oh dear, perhaps I should speak to her, Julien. She's being quite provoking, you know." "Oh no, she's behaving admirably, I assure you. She's young, she's in a situation she can't control, and she's just learning to fence verbally. Already she does it quite well. On no account, ma'am, I beg of you, say anything to her." He took her arm and steered her after Katharine. As they walked through the front door, Julien leaned down and said, "Believe me, Lady Bella, I have the situation well in control, and that, naturally, is what irks her, to wishing she could strangle me and hurl my body into the Thames." She saw the calm look of self-assurance on his face, and thought that perhaps he did. She felt a momentary twinge of concern over Katharine. Although she was an ambitious mamma, well versed in the art of matchmaking, she would never have dreamed of pushing her offspring into marriages that were distasteful to them. She shook her head in wonder. How any breathing, cogent female wouldn't wish to marry the Earl of March was more than she could fathom. As Julien helped her into the carriage, she cast an uncertain glance at Kate, who was sitting ramrod stiff, gazing out of the carriage window. She would have given up her medicinal dosage of sherry for a week to know what was going on in the girl's head. Julien swung himself into the carriage and seated himself opposite Kate and Lady Bellingham. He tapped his cane on the roof of the carriage, and Wilbury ripped up the horses. "So we are to see Macbeth," Lady Bellingham said brightly. "Yes, ma'am, I do hope you approve my choice." She wasn't particularly enthusiastic about seeing a Shakespearean play, for she found the dramatic lines, delivered with wild gesticulations, beyond her comprehension and thus rather boring. Her thoughts leapt ahead to the sumptuous supper they would enjoy after the play. Even Katharine, at her most glacial, wouldn't spoil that part of her evening. Though London was rather thin of company this time of year, many of the ton having followed the Regent to Brighton for the summer, there was still a sizable crowd to attend Kemble's performance. Lady Bellingham was able to wave to several acquaintances as they took their seats in the elegant box that Julien reserved each season. Kate wasn't quite sure how it happened, but she found herself seated between Lady Bellingham and the Earl. She turned her shoulder toward him, fastening her eyes on the stage. Despite her best efforts, however, she quickly became quite involved with Kemble. When the curtain fell after the first act, Kate was dismayed to see that Lady Bellingham was gently dozing in her chair. She was uncomfortably aware of how close the Earl was sitting to her. She tried to draw away, for his leg was but an inch from hers, but Lady Bellingham's ample figure prohibited it. She felt his eyes upon her, and she paled, hating herself even as she felt herself go white. He was big, too big, and she knew that he'd set himself upon a course and would do his best to bring her to heel. "Are you enjoying the play, my dear?" he asked, leaning close to her. She could feel the warmth of his breath on her cheek, and was uneasily aware of something insidiously warm deep inside her. Her heart was pounding loudly. Surely he must hear it. Without turning to him, she said, low and vicious, "It's quite tolerable, if only I could enjoy it fully. That is, if you were absent." "Only tolerable? You surprise me, for I thought you quite animated over Kemble's performance, despite my presence." Know, too, my dear, that you couldn't attend the theater without a gentleman at your side. Since I am the devil you know, don't you prefer me? A devil is a devil. I wish all of you in hell, where you belong. Certainly not here with me. I really do wish you would face me. Although you have a lovely back, I would much prefer conversating to your face. She didn't move. He said, his voice ruminative. I hadn't thought you a coward. It's a disappointment to have so misjudged your character. She turned quickly in her seat, her mouth open, doubtless to shoot him verbally. He said quickly, That's much better. You really must cultivate that look of innocent outrage. It makes your green eyes sparkle quite attractively, you know. Please don't turn away again, for I'll think you're afraid of me. Afraid of you? I'd just as soon split your gullet, my lord. Afraid? Huh! Your perfidy passes all bounds. If I had you alone, I would surely make you sorry for what you've done to me. Done to you? Surely I've done naught but very acceptable things for you. You're out of your father's house, and with Lady Bellingham, surely a gracious hostess, though I imagine that you torment her quite enthusiastically when the poor lady happens to mention me. She gave him a long, bitter look. I wish you would go away, my lord. I told you very nicely that I wouldn't marry you. I meant it. I wasn't being coy. Please, just leave me alone. That's much better, though you're still not up to your former repartee. I feared that your wit had grown dull during my absence. Poor Bledos, he had not the wherewithal to keep pace with you. Rest assured, my dear, that I will keep you properly amused, when it pleases me. She'd never met his like in her life. He was so different from the kind gentleman, nay, the kind friend at St. Clair. Here he was the ruler. Here he commanded, he ordered, and everyone obeyed without a blink. She couldn't begin to understand him, nor could she seem to hit upon a strategy to reduce him to rubble. He was deliberately provoking her, taunting her, letting her know quite clearly that he was the one in control. Well, she couldn't let him succeed. She shrugged her shoulders as if in only slight irritation, and turned to look at the elegant audience. She was immediately diverted. I do wish you would tell me who that oddly dressed man is, who is waving at us. How very curious. He is wearing a yellow and green striped waistcoat. That's Mr. Fresham. He's always fancied himself Brummel's greatest rival. You must see him walk. His heels are so high, one fears to see him topple over at any moment. One fears, or waits, with gleeful anticipation, myself included. How altogether ridiculous. Men should appear as men, and not as painted peacocks. Someone really should take him in hand. Shall I take that for a compliment? He said, humor and a good deal of satisfaction in his voice as he returned Mr. Fresham's wave. She raised her chin, managing to keep her mouth shut. You must take care, else you won't see the view of the world that we ordinary mortals have. Ah, my manners. Would you care for refreshment? Perhaps some champagne? No, a lady who is not demanding. What a nice change. Now, what was I going to say? Oh yes, I believe you told Lady Bellingham you wanted to enter the hallowed doors of Almack's. I have secured vouchers, and will escort you, and of course Lady Bella, tomorrow evening. She trembled with indignation. She'd needed to be in London less than a week to know that his escort to Almack's would be tantamount to announcing their betrothal. Indeed, an announcement in the Gazette would be expected to follow but a few days after such an appearance. She turned on him, all thoughts of pleasant indifference gone. How dare you? I wouldn't dream of going to Almack's with you. Never, do you hear me? Never. You can't force me to go. I beg your pardon, he asked, the picture of bewildered innocence. But he found he was looking at her breasts, pushed up by the tight banding beneath, very white and full breasts, beautiful breasts. His hands clenched. Dear God, he wanted her. He swallowed and shifted his position in his chair. He wanted her too damned much. She was furious, he knew that, and he found it amusing. At least he did when he didn't want to rip her clothes off her and make love to her right here in his theater box, perhaps against the curtained wall. Ah, and those beautiful breasts of hers were heaving with fury. She was hissing now, not wanting to wake up Lady Bellingham. "My lord, I don't recall ever having evinced a desire to attend the dancing at Elmax, and you know quite well what your escort would imply, indeed promise, to all present." It seemed to Kate at that moment that flickering lights shaped like tiny devils danced in his gray eyes. Her hands fisted. She raised her right hand, only to feel his fingers close about her wrist and pull her hand back down on her thigh. He held it there. She felt the heat of him, and that made her feel other things too, strange things that were frightening, yet oddly tantalizing, but just for an instant. She tried again to free her fist from his grip. He leaned close to her ear. "Now, my dear Kate, it wouldn't be seemly for a lady to strike a gentleman in so public a place. I might have to exact retribution if you did. Besides, you don't wish to embarrass your kind hostess. I'm not your dear Kate, damn you. Such language. However, I will accustom myself to it. Perhaps if you're with me enough, we'll improve upon your rather mild curses. And, dear Kate, you will soon be whatever I want you to be. Very soon now." She felt the strength of purpose behind his words. She was very afraid. She bit her lower lip and turned away from him. With an effort, she forced herself to say in a calmer voice, "Why won't you leave me alone? What is it you want of me?" A stupid question, she thought, hating herself, and quickly added, "I've told you I have no wish to wed anyone, not just you. I don't ever wish to wed. Please, my lord, believe me and leave me in peace." He answered her in a low voice, without hesitation. "I care for you, Kate. If I really believed that you didn't care for me, I would withdraw, though unwillingly, for it would mean a continued life of unhappiness for you with your father. But I can't and I won't believe you're indifferent to me. I've watched you when you weren't aware of it. Your eyes give you away, that and your response to my kiss. You quite enjoyed my touching you, caressing you. I don't wish to wed you, Julien, no matter the assumptions you have dared to make about my feelings. But you will wed me." His voice was very quiet, very firm. "Your choice is a foolish one, Julien. You lie to yourself. It is only because I rejected you that you now want me. It is only your wounded man's pride. Stop looking at me like that. How can you want a wife who doesn't want you?" He pulled her hand unwillingly from her lap and held it in an iron grip. "You must wed me, if for naught else than to escape the cruelty of your father." She looked down at his long fingers closed tightly around her wrist. A man's hands, strong and hard. A man's hands which could easily wield a whip. She heard her own voice as if from a great distance. "I don't wish to marry any man, Julien. That is unfortunate and, I think, untrue. But you now have no choice in the matter. You can't bend me to your will, Julien. You have evidence that my father has tried. My God, do you think I would ever hurt you? You've humiliated me, Julien. That is worse than the physical pain of my father's cane." His grip loosened on her wrist. She quickly pressed her advantage. "You must beware, my lord, that someone doesn't place a higher bid with my father. Then your investment in this charade of yours would all be for naught." He wanted at that moment not to kiss her and fondle her, but to shake her until her teeth rattled. She'd made him lose his control, and since he realized that he had lost it, he didn't put a guard on his tongue. "Damn you! Don't be a fool, Katharine Brandon. I've borne with your bloody antics quite long enough. If you push me further, I'll forcibly drag you out of here, perhaps to my yacht in Southampton. After several days in my company, my dear, you'll be quite willing to accept me as your husband. Since you're a licentious rake, I suppose that would be your style. Well, I won't let you do such a thing, so you can just forget your threats. They won't work with me." Julien took a firm grip on himself. She was good. She'd gotten him to lose every shred of his control. She wouldn't ever bore him, that was certain. He had failed to intimidate her. It was both irritating and exhilarating. She took his silence for defeat. At last she'd bestest him.
Unaccountably, she found herself swallowing convulsively, tears very near the surface. Her victory seemed a hollow one, which was surely strange. "Good evening, Julien, Miss Brandon. I hope you're enjoying the play. And you, Miss Brandon? I trust you're enjoying London?" She stiffened, and Julien cursed silently under his breath at Hugh's unfortunate interruption. He forced a smile of welcome, though, and said easily, "Good to see you, Hugh. Won't you please join us?" He shot her a look of pure mischief. "Katharine and I have just been discussing the merits of yachts. Ah, yes, your lovely fair maid down at Southampton. A very elegant yacht, Miss Brandon." It was then that he noted her flushed face and realized that both of them wished him to be far and away from here. He said quickly, backing away, "I believe I see someone waving to me. I will take my leave now. Indeed, a pleasure, Miss Brandon, to see you again." He took a step backward, freedom within his reach, when, to the chagrin of the entire company, Lady Bellingham jerked her head up, blinked her eyes, and announced in a flurry, "Oh dear, I declare I must have dropped off for a moment. Lord Launceston, how charming to see you, dear boy. Have you been keeping Julien and Katharine company?" Hugh took a deep breath, cast an apologetic glance at Julien, and bowed low to Lady Bellingham. "Your servant, ma'am. Actually, I was just about to take my leave." He noticed a friend waving to him, Julien added, eyes laughing. Kate turned to Hugh and said with the sweetest voice Julien had ever heard from her, "We would count it a great honor, sir, if you would stay a while with us. Surely your friend will understand." "I agree," Lady Bellingham said. "Come, my boy, sit beside me and tell me all the latest gossip." She patted the empty chair beside her, and Hugh, defeated, sat down. Kate knew but a fleeting moment of victory, for the box was small, and although Hugh was slender, they were forced to move their chairs even closer together. She felt Julian's thigh pressing against hers, and the gentle pressure sent again that strange tingling sensation coursing through her, landing deep in her belly. She looked at him, frowning. She didn't like it. She didn't want him near her. Fortunately, many of the huge branches of candles were extinguished at that moment, the light became quite dim, and the curtain rose for the second act. Julien had felt her reaction, and now he sat back, a self-satisfied smile on his face. For the remainder of the play, he indulged in various pleasurable fancies, having to do most of them with her naked, sprawled on her back, her glorious hair fanned about her head, and him above her, caressing her, coming deeply inside her. Ah, and there was a smile on her face, and her arms were about his back. Had anyone later asked him to discuss the merits of Kemble's performance, he would have been quite unworthy of the task. Kate didn't awake until nearly noon of the next day. She felt surprisingly well-rested and alert, despite the fact that she'd not fallen into her bed until well after 2 o'clock in the morning. She rose, eased her feet into slippers, and pulled on a wrapper. She thought of Julien and jerked the bell cord with more violence than was necessary. Eliza appeared but a few moments later, carrying a tray with crunchy rolls and hot chocolate. "Good morning, Miss Katharine. Cook just baked the rolls for you. Piping hot they are." "Thank you, Eliza. Your new green velvet gown has just arrived, just in time for you to wear to Almack's this event. I went around to Madame Giselle's myself this morning to fetch it, Lady Bellingham being in quite a taking that it wouldn't be ready in time." The crunchy roll seemed to revert to dry dough in Kate's mouth. She lowered her head so that Eliza wouldn't see her fear and her anger. Almack's. She could easily imagine the curious stares and the smug glances, the whispered comments behind gloved hands. "Then you know that Lady Bellingham is planning to attend Almack's this evening?" "Oh, yes. Walpole is in quite a tizzy about how best to arrange her ladyship's hair." She picked up a brush to comb out the tangles from Kate's messy hair. She fancied Walpole was jealous of her attending Miss Katharine. Damn him, Kate thought furiously, thumping down her cup of chocolate on the tray. He'd told her himself about their attendance at Almack's this evening, so that she wouldn't have the opportunity to refuse Lady Bellingham, were the good lady the one to suggest it. Still glorying in Walpole's supposed jealousy, Eliza brushed her long, thick hair, quite oblivious of her mistress's anger. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to dress your hair high on top of your head, in curls. You will be the most beautiful lady present, for I am quite good at it, you know. 15. The day was already half gone, and the remainder passed much too quickly for Kate. She paced restlessly back and forth in her room, alternately shaking her fist in the direction of Grosvenor Square and cursing herself for her inability to find a solution to her most immediate problem. She felt that she might as well be an actor on the stage, saying lines and going through motions provided solely by the Earl. If only there were a way she could best him. If only Eliza interrupted her mental rantings to announce that a young gentleman was downstairs asking to see her. He didn't give his name, just said that you'd want to see him. He's a nice-looking young gentleman, if you don't mind my saying so. Quite jolly, too. Puzzled at this, Kate quickly patted some strands of hair into place, smoothed her gown, and hurried downstairs to the drawing room. Harry! She stood poised an instant in the doorway before running into her brother's arms. Oh, my dear, it is so good to see you. Whatever are you doing here? Oh, dear, it's so good to see you. She buried her head against his shoulder and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. At last, an ally who would help her escape. Harry hugged her briefly, but it was obvious he was embarrassed. Lord, Kate, of course it's me. He firmly took her shoulders and pushed her back. He looked down into her glowing face and said cheerfully, "What looks you are in, little sister. I see that town life agrees with you. You must be cutting quite a dash. I'm proud of you."
He held her at arm's length and critically surveyed her modish yellow muslin gown, an appraising gleam of appreciation in his eyes. "Oh, the gown. It's nothing. Of a truth, Harry, I would much prefer my breeches and my old hat. Now, old girl, stop squeezing me like an orange. You'll ruin my new waistcoat." Kate laughed and stepped back to look her brother. "Well, I say, Harry, it is you who are looking terribly smart. Those yellow stripes quite dazzle the eye." Harry beamed at her. "I always knew you had good taste, my dear. Now, don't sidetrack me. You certainly know why I'm here, you sly puss. My congratulations to you, little sister. I must say, though, I was surprised to hear from Father that you had attached the Earl of March. Quite a feat, yes, indeed. How proud I am of you." In truth, Harry had been very nearly speechless at the news. His Kate getting married? His little sister? But now, as he looked down at her, he realized that she was quite beautiful, certainly lovely enough for an earl. Dressed in the height of fashion, she already looked grand enough to be a countess. "Father wrote you? Don't look so surprised. Of course he did. Quite right of him to do so, you know. Come, let's sit down. You can't leave a guest standing in the middle of the room. I will tell you all about it, and then you must tell me how you managed to attach the Earl." She gritted her teeth. She gazed at her brother's open, smiling face for a moment, bit her lower lip, and held her tongue. Neither of them talked of anything of consequence until she'd served Harry a glass of sherry and sat herself down beside him. "Now, Harry, tell me what our father wrote and why you are here." Her voice was a trifle hard, but she couldn't help it. "I got a letter from Father just last week. Told me in great detail how the Earl wanted you to gain some town polish before your wedding. Town polish! The lying, perfidious sod." She made a choking sound into her sherry. There, Kate. I know you must have difficulty believing your good fortune. Yes, Harry, certainly. Please continue. Tell me all that Father told you." "I must say, Kate, the settlement the Earl made to Father made my head spin. Father wrote that the Earl is not only settling his debts, but that he also wished to buy my colors. Lord, I never hoped for this." She could easily picture what was in her brother's mind. Harry astride a magnificent black charger, dressed in a dashing hussar's uniform. Indeed, she was very nearly right, and Harry pulled himself away unwillingly from his delightful vision. He continued in happy ignorance, "Father also sent me some money, so I got myself rigged up and came to London. I got here just this morning." "Morning? But it's now afternoon, Harry. Why didn't you come to see me when you arrived?" Harry, as an ally, as a rescuer, was fast fading as a possibility.
Damnation! Did the Earl think of everything? He had bought her father, and now he had made Harry's fondest wish come true. It seemed that she was quite alone, but that was, in truth, something she was used to. Harry leaned over and patted her hand with brotherly affection. "Now, old girl, don't be miffed. You must know that it was only proper that I pay my respects first to my future brother-in-law." "You what?" "I went to see the Earl," Harry repeated with great patience. "Lord, what a mansion he has in Grosvenor Square. But of course you've been there, probably more times now than you can count." As Kate didn't deny this, being quite unable to fit two words together at the moment, Harry continued serenely. "You know, Kate, I was certainly wrong about his lordship. Dashed nice fellow, not at all cold or conceited or patronizing. Why, we spent quite 2 hours together discussing the regiment I wanted to be in and, of course, other things." Harry paused and looked at his sister. She was no longer the wild hoyden, dressed in boy's breeches, ready for any lark. She looked positively regal. He wondered at her quietness, for it was quite unlike her. But having spent the entire morning with the elegant and very charming Earl of March, he decided that her silence was properly due to her modesty. "You're in favor of this match, Harry? Good God, girl, do you have bats in your mental belfry?" He eyed her warily for a moment. "All right, out with it. What's wrong with you? I've never known you to ask stupid questions before." She saw the happy flush on her brother's handsome face and gave her head a tiny shake. Harry would think her mad if she were now to tell him that she found the very idea of marriage abhorrent. No, more than that, frightening. And even though she didn't understand it, it was none the less true. And how could she tell him? The Earl had swooped down into Harry's life and granted him his greatest wish. "This is deuced odd, love. I've never seen you succumb to womanish vapors. Lord, Kate, you will make the perfect countess. Here now, you're not thinking you won't be up to his weight, are you?" Kate clutched her hands together in her lap and gazed at her brother, the only person she loved in the world. She would not, indeed, she could not risk losing his affection. She forced a smile. "You know I'm up to any man's weight, Harry. Why, didn't I kill you regularly at our early morning duels?" To forestall further comments on her marriage to the Earl, she said, "We go to Almack's tonight. Will you accompany us?" She'd spoken lightly, with no real interest, but in that moment she realized that if Harry also were to be her escort, it might perhaps lessen the impact of Julien's presence with her. Harry stared incredulously at her and exclaimed in a voice of loathing, "Almack's? Good God, what a repellent notion! It isn't at all my style. No, don't get all down in the mouth. I'll come by tomorrow and we'll go riding. The Earl offered me one of his hacks. We'll go riding in the park and rub shoulders with all the ton." It was the final blow. "Oh no, you wouldn't use one of the Earl's horses, Harry. No, surely not. Don't be a half-wit. It's quite proper, my dear. After all, he will be my brother-in-law in a week's time." A week's time? By all that was holy and unholy, the Earl had already set a date and announced it to her brother? Harry clasped her hand and exclaimed happily, "Good Lord, my hoydenish little sister, a countess? You deserve it, Kate. Don't ever think you don't. Only one more week, my dear, just one more week." Kate had not yet been to King Street, and she found the rows of buildings, including Almack's, not to be as grand as she'd supposed. Almack's had been so touted that she had half expected to see a structure as impressive as Carlton House. She had to admit, though, once they entered the enormous entrance hall filled with branches of glowing candles and lined with very superior-looking footmen who gave the impression that they were conferring a favor by admitting guests, that she seemed indeed to be stepping into the very inner sanctum of society. As Julien divested her of her cloak, she heard strains of a waltz coming from one of the rooms that branched off the hall, and wondered with a sinking feeling in her stomach how many people would be there to witness her arrival on his damned immaculate sleeve. She knew she looked particularly fine this evening in her high-waisted green velvet gown that hung straight to the floor, accentuating her slender figure. The yards of green muslin were broken by rows of white Valenciennes lace, delicately sewn to fit snugly under her breasts. She unconsciously fingered the exquisite emerald necklace with its intricate gold setting that circled her neck. It was indeed kind of Lady Bellingham, she thought, to have lent her the beautiful emerald set. There were also a bracelet and earrings. The jewels sparkled with mysterious green lights, seeming to enhance the whiteness of her skin and matching perfectly the color of her gown. As Julien turned back to her, she was aware of the open expression of admiration on his face, and she felt a moment of power over him.
She met his gaze with a cold stare. Let him admire her as much as he wished, she thought, with an elegantly indifferent shrug. She graciously gave him her arm, and Julien guided her and Lady Bellingham down the long hall and into a noble, high-ceilinged room where the glitter of the candles was rivaled by the sparkling gems and bright-colored apparel of the assembled company, who were dipping and bowing in the steps of a country dance. Rows of chairs covered in burgundy brocade lined stark wide walls and were occupied for the most part by turbaned dowagers who formed small chattering groups. It seemed to her, when the portly white-haired announcer cleared his throat and called out each of their names, that the music grew softer and many eyes turned in their direction. Julien leaned toward her and said close to her ear, "Well, my beautiful shrew, didn't I tell you that you would outshine all the lovely ladies present? If I'm such a shrew, my lord, then you must be quite mad in your intentions. Oh yes, quite mad. I've known it for some weeks now. We're well matched, you and I." In a calculated gesture, Julien drew her arm through his and escorted both ladies to the far side of the room, to the spot where the patronesses of Almack's held their court. He realized that his party's arrival was causing an instant sensation, as the rumors of his imminent marriage to an unknown girl from the country had provided polite society with choice conversation for the past week. Of the four patronesses, only the Countess Lieven and Mrs. Drummond Burrell were present this evening. The raven-haired Countess Lieven, wife to the Russian ambassador, raised her dark eyes and gazed at Kate with open curiosity. Lady Bellingham, long acquainted with both patronesses, greeted them and moved aside for Julien to present Katharine. Himself a favorite with both ladies for some years, Julien said with easy familiarity, "Countess, Mrs. Burrell, I would like to present Miss Katharine Brandon. She is new to London, and this is her first visit to Almack's." Kate repeated polite words to the Countess Lieven, who made a rather startling picture in pink satin and gauze. The Countess smiled at her, not unkindly, and Kate turned to Mrs. Drummond Burrell. The lady was appraising her coldly, her hawk-like nose thrust upward to a height that even Kate had not achieved. An idea burgeoned in her mind, and she executed it without further examination. Proffering only an infinitesimal curtsy, she observed to Mrs. Drummond Burrell in her coldest and most distant voice, "How very odd. Almack's is not as elegant as I was led to believe." Lady Bellingham froze in shocked silence and stared aghast at Katharine. She would have been thankful had the floor opened beneath her feet and dropped her into oblivion. Julien gave no sign of having noticed anything extraordinary in Kate's remark and stood quite at ease, waiting to see what would happen. If only she realized that he didn't care if she insulted the regent himself. If she created a scandal, why, he was powerful enough in society to dampen it. Or even if he wasn't powerful enough, he didn't care if the both of them were pariahs. Let her play her games. The Countess Lieven gasped aloud and darted an expectant glance at Mrs. Drummond Burrell. Mrs. Drummond Burrell, however, didn't move a muscle in the tense moment of silence that followed. Kate thrust her chin higher and waited to see the result of her outrageous comment. Surely Julien must be acutely embarrassed at her behavior. Well, she would show him that she wasn't a helpless female, a puppet to be dangled willy-nilly on his string. Perhaps he would realize that he was mistaken in her character and pack her back to the country.
To the infinite surprise of all present, the haughty mask Mrs. Drummond Burrell presented to the world loosened, and her thin lips parted in a slight smile. Reputed to be the most insufferably proud lady in London society, which indeed she was, she realized in a flash that at last she had found a kindred spirit. She dismissed the scathing set-down that had instantly come to her lips. Long used to simpering young girls and ladies of her own rank who were openly terrified of her scathing tongue, she saw with something of a shock that here was someone, indeed a mere girl, who wasn't in the least afraid of her. A girl, in fact, who was openly provoking her. What a novel occurrence! A sense of humor that she had thought long dead was resurrected, and she replied with a hint of amusement, "Indeed, you are right, my dear. But you see, Almack's is considered almost a shrine, an old revered meeting place for society. Though the rooms aren't as elegant as one could wish, we hope that you won't quite disdain it, and turn your attention rather to the people you will meet here." Kate, who was quite unaware of the terrifying rule over society held by Mrs. Drummond Burrell, decided after a brief moment of disappointment that the lady was but another supporter of the Earl's. Thus, she did not unbend and flush to the roots of her hair as those present expected. Rather, she turned and gazed briefly, with a distinct air of boredom, around the room. Very slowly, she raised incredulous eyebrows, turned back to the lady, and said, "Indeed, ma'am, I suppose that you could call this place a shrine, or perhaps a relic would be more fitting. It appears that many of the people also fit that category." She would have said more, but she chanced from the corner of her eye to see Lady Bellingham's face. She looked ready to collapse, her face as red as the ruby on her right hand. She didn't want her own social ostracism to descend on the hapless Lady Bellingham. Thus, she merely stared with complete indifference at the two patronesses, shrugged carelessly, and turned away. 16. Mrs. Drummond Burrell found herself vastly entertained by this unconventional girl, though perhaps unconventional was a bit too tame a word for her. She herself had just been blatantly insulted, as had many of the other ladies and gentlemen present, but she couldn't bring herself to dash down the girl. She smiled, making the Countess Lieven, the silly woman, gasp with surprise. She said to Kate in a not unkind voice, "Stay for a moment and converse with me, my dear. The Earl will, I'm certain, not begrudge me your company for a few moments." Julien wanted to laugh aloud at the look of utter bewilderment on her face, but managed to bow deeply and say easily, "Miss Brandon finds herself honored, ma'am. I gladly relinquish her to you. My dear St. Clair, I am quite certain that you don't relinquish your betrothed willingly, but 5 minutes with her vastly interesting and unpredictable company shouldn't leave you quite downcast." Julien met Mrs. Drummond Burrell's eyes with a distinct gleam in his own, turned to Lady Bellingham, who stood with her mouth unbecomingly open. "Come, ma'am, we will leave Katharine and refresh ourselves with a glass of orgeat." Lady Bellingham promptly thrust her arm through his. It was she who bore him off. Kate felt completely at sea. It didn't seem possible that she'd not managed to disgrace herself. She was being asked to enjoy a civilized conversation with a forbidding lady whom she had grossly insulted. It was impossible, but it had happened. She'd been done in, and she had no idea how it had come about. Defeated, she dropped her cold disdain and seated herself gracefully in the chair next to Mrs. Drummond Burrell. As she felt no fear of the lady, she spoke openly, and, had she but realized it, quite charmingly. She noticed the look of awe on the Countess Lieven's face, but, not understanding, she dismissed it and gave her full attention to the questions of Mrs. Drummond Burrell. It was like a dousing of cold water when Mrs. Drummond Burrell remarked, "The St. Clair emeralds look as if they had been made especially for you, my dear. They always reminded me of heavy green stones on Caroline's unprepressing neck."
"Caroline is, of course, to be your mother-in-law, the late Earl's wife," she added, turning back to Kate. She didn't notice that Miss Brandon's color had mounted, and continued to enthusiastically enumerate the shortcomings of the Dowager Countess, a weak ninny she'd always despised. It was just as well that Mrs. Drummond Burrell didn't expect any interruptions in her monologue, for Kate was so furious at the Earl's latest underhanded maneuver that it took all the control she could muster to cloak her anger from the patronesses. How very devious of Lady Bellingham to conveniently forget to mention that the emeralds belonged to the Earl. She looked down at her reticule, wishing it was a club. Mrs. Drummond-Burrell smiled with great understanding at Miss Brandon's distraction. She looked up to see the Earl approaching and leaned over and patted Kate's hand. "Your betrothed approaches, my dear. Although the Earl of March has been the object for many years of matchmaking mammas, and indeed is a charming young man, I confess that I think him more the lucky one. You will make a fine countess, and I look forward to many more meetings with you. Your observations are most unexpected." Julien heard her last words and smiled with undisguised affection at Kate. The look was not lost on the two ladies, and for a brief instant they were drawn back in time, dusting off such magic moments of their own. "I am, of course, in absolute agreement with you, ma'am. I count myself the most fortunate of men." Julien offered Kate his arm, and she rose and stood beside him. Mrs. Drummond-Burrell nodded her dismissal and said to Kate as she turned to go, "After you return from your wedding trip, I expect to see you, my dear." Kate didn't realize it, but from that moment her success in the ton was assured. Her intimate conversation with Mrs. Drummond-Burrell was remarked by all present, and as Julien led her on the rounds of introductions, she was treated with a respect bordering upon awe. Because she was seething with anger, she responded with the most brief and clipped of phrases. Ladies and gentlemen vied to meet the seemingly proud, but, of course, interesting Miss Katharine Brandon, even though she was only the daughter of a mere baronet, and, rumor had it, utterly without a dowry. When the band struck up a waltz, Julien turned in the direction of the two patronesses and arched his brow upward in a silent question. Mrs. Drummond-Burrell waved her hand and nodded. "Come, Kate, dance with me. As you have observed, it's mandatory for you to have the consent of the patronesses to dance the waltz. I have just secured that permission." He whirled her around to the fast German music and felt her body slowly relax against him as she gracefully followed his lead. He bent down, and her soft hair tickled his chin. "What, little Termagant, no words of abuse this evening?" Her head jerked up. "Damn you, my lord, this isn't a play. I'm not so easily won as Petruchio's Kate. Indeed, I believe her to be an utter coward with no spine at all." His response was to tighten his grip about her waist. He was pleased to see a dull red flush creep over her pale cheeks. "You see, Kate," he whispered, close to her ear, "though you are but a girl, innocent in the ways of men and women, we both know that you are all fire and passion beneath that cold facade. Admit this to yourself, my dear. Stop fighting me. You must not be afraid, Kate. I will teach you. Never be afraid of me, or the pleasure I offer you." Never before had he spoken to her with such ill-disguised intent. She suddenly felt very weak, and she could sense the color drain from her face. She tried to pull away from him, but he held her fast. "Don't give the world cause for comment. We are betrothed, and in their eyes the happiest of couples. I'll be gentle with you, and easy, and slow. You'll be crying with pleasure before I come into you. Trust me in this. Don't be afraid of me, or what I will give you as your husband. You bastard, I wish I had a whip. You shouldn't speak to me in such a way. When we're married, I will give you that opportunity," he said, bending his head close to hers. "Ah, a whip in your hands. How I shall enjoy wresting it from you. Will you still fight me? I shall enjoy that as well, for a while at least. I hate you, Julien. Don't think I'm such a fool. I know now that these are the St. Clair emeralds. Oh, God, I hate you." "You must take heed, my dear, not to become repetitious in your conversation. You wouldn't wish to bore your husband." He sounded calm as a clam, almost indifferent, as if he were instructing a student of very backward intellect. Bereft of speech, she narrowed her eyes and looked over his left shoulder. He merely shrugged and looked amused. Do allow me to congratulate you on your most unusual performance for Mrs. Drummond Burrell. Unfortunately, you picked quite the wrong person on whom to try your antics. Ah, yes, you hoped to disgrace yourself, didn't you? Let me tell you, my dear, that the good lady finally met someone more cold and haughty than herself. A strange coincidence, isn't it? Ah, yes, let me make something very clear to you. Even if you had managed to enrage the lady, and she had sent both of us from Almack's with loud curses, it wouldn't have gained you anything. I don't care if society turns its back on me. All I want is you, and you I will have. Kate wondered at that moment if she had been born under an unlucky star. Everything seemed to go awry. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with misery. Why do you torment me? In that moment, he was sorely tempted to throw his masterful stratagem to the winds and comfort her, perhaps even to plead his case with her again. But he caught himself, realizing that it would be a fatal mistake. What would you, Kate? Shall I languish at your feet like that fool Bledos? Let you treat me as you would a fractious puppy? He shook his head, his strong white teeth flashing. Oh, no, my dear, it's a strong hand you need, and I'm the only one to suit you. I will surely make you sorry for this. He merely arched an elegant brow and whirled her faster and faster until she was panting for breath. When at last the interminable waltz ended, Kate looked up to see herself being regarded with shy admiration by a young man clad in colorful regimentals. He reminded her of Harry. She smiled most beguilingly at the young man and watched him begin a hopeful approach. Another Bledos, Kate. I pray that you don't break his heart to spite me. He enthusiastically waved the young man forward. The young man said shyly, "If you don't mind, my lord, may I dance with Miss Brandon?" "Not at all. My betrothed is very much taken with young men in uniform, as her brother is shortly to join the cavalry. I believe, sir, that it is from me you should seek your permission." "Don't lead him a merry dance," Julien said, as Kate took firm hold of the young man's arm. He stood quietly for a moment as he watched her look with the most appealing expression at her young gallant. She was flirting outrageously to spite him. His mouth curved into a rueful smile. He could not imagine ever being bored by this one girl who had managed to capture every feeling inside him, even creating new feelings he'd never known before, and he knew that there would never be another woman for him, ever. "So that's the dashed girl you're going to marry, eh, Julien?" Julien turned to see his aunt, Lady Mary Tolford, standing at his elbow. "Good evening, aunt. You look charming tonight." "Yes, that is Miss Katharine Brandon. Have you ever seen a more beautiful girl?" "Well, I'll save this for you, Julien. Your taste in women, like that of your grandfather, is impeccable." "Yes, my boy, certainly she's pleasant to look at, but, you know, the girl doesn't look much of a breeder to me. Far too slender. Look at those long legs, like a boy's. Now her hips, it's difficult to tell." "What do you think? Will she give you as many children as you wish?" He looked down at her. "Surely you know you're shocking me, Auntie. I'm not even married, and you're contemplating the room necessary for my betrothed to carry a child. Good Lord, you're already planning to fill my nursery with future Earls." Lady Mary tapped her fan on his sleeve. "The St. Clairs are a long, proud line, Julien. You've picked a lady of quality, no doubt about that. But there are heirs, too, my boy. It's your duty, and about time, too, I might add. My dear aunt, you need have no fears. Even though I can't yet confirm or deny the exact width of her hips, I promise you an heir within the year. Does that suit you?" "Yes, it suits me, I suppose. Have you informed your mamma that she is about to become a mother-in-law? I'll wager she became hysterical." Fortunately, Julien had just that afternoon paid a long overdue visit to his fond parent and informed her of his imminent marriage. She did resort to her smelling salts upon hearing he was to wed a Brandon, and it had taken him a good half-hour to soothe her from tears and sighs and little quivers, at which she excelled.
Yes, Aunt, I have seen Mamma, and no, she didn't have hysterics. She did rely, however, on very strong smelling salts and numerous soothing murmurs from me. Lady Mary, quite his favorite relative, gave a crow of delight, envisioning with some satisfaction the look of shock on her sister-in-law's face. She had always thought Lady Caroline a fool, and now that the Dowager Countess was getting older, she had taken to quacking herself with every conceivable medicine. As the state of her health was also Lady Caroline's favorite topic of conversation, Lady Mary had found her own nerves near to the breaking point, and thus, recently, had paid fewer and fewer visits to Brook Street. Now, my dear aunt, if you will excuse me, I must detach my betrothed from that gay young buck. It's my duty, as you said, and before I do anything of a siring nature, I must first wed the lady. Lady Mary gave Julien a light rap on the arm with her fan. At least you want to marry her. That has to be a miracle indeed. Be off with you, rogue. Julien was careful to ensure that he danced 3 waltzes with Kate. 2 waltzes between an unmarried couple caused wild speculation. 3 placed the gold band on her finger. He wondered when Kate would discover this fact and curse him straight to hell. He hoped she did. He would find it vastly entertaining. Evidently she was not informed. For the remainder of the evening she maintained a stony silence in his presence, pointedly ignoring even the most provoking of comments. Even when he informed her matter-of-factly that he had procured a special license so they could be wed within the week, and that her trousseau would be arriving at the Bellingham mansion on the morrow, she kept her eyes downcast and refused to favor him with a reply. He thought at first that she was employing a new tactic, but as the evening continued, he wondered if she was finally coming to her senses and had given up her losing battle with him. It was very late when he deposited Lady Bellingham and Kate at the Bellingham mansion. Only later, as he lay comfortably in his own bed, did it occur to him to worry about her behavior. She'd been too pliant, too docile, her surrender almost too immediate and complete. Had not known her long, but he knew her. Something wasn't right. He knew it, but didn't know what it was. He didn't sleep well that night. As for Kate, she didn't sleep at all. She was far too busy packing her portmanteau and making her plans. Had the dashing young officer in his colorful regimentals, whose name she couldn't remember, known of the daring idea he was giving the beautiful young lady, he wouldn't have been so forthcoming in his praise of Paris. Kate was but half listening as they danced, too aware of Julien's eyes following her around the dance floor. But she smiled prettily up at the young man, and he felt emboldened to speak of his adventures in a Paris now freed from Napoleon's influence. He'd been astounded at the gaiety of the French people, the prosperity that was restored under Louis, and above all, the enthusiastic attitude of the Parisians toward the English, whom they now regarded as their liberators. It was a short time later, as she stood drinking a glass of orgeat, that the promise of the young officer's words struck her forcibly. She'd done naught but fail. The Earl had outdanced her at every turn, not just on the dance floor. She, in turn, had danced to his tune quite long enough. It was time she took matters into her own hands. Why shouldn't she go to Paris? She'd always told herself that she wished to be her own mistress. Surely she would be the most despicable of hypocrites if she didn't jump at the chance to be free forever, not only of her father, but also of the Earl. It didn't take long for her to convince herself that only a coward would let such an opportunity slip by. As she sat now in her darkened room, she recalled the Earl's last words to her about her trousseau. Let him speak smoothly and make his damned plans. Let him do whatever he wanted. He could obtain a dozen special licenses for all she cared. It didn't concern her. He could, in short, go directly to the devil. She would be far away, free of him. But to do what? To be what?
A vision of herself in a foreign land alone rose in her mind. She felt a wave of apprehension and a taste of fear. "No," she said aloud to her shadowed bedchamber, "I'll find employment and be quite comfortable. I'm not stupid. I can work and work hard. I'll survive and I'll be free." She spoke French passably well and had sufficient accomplishments to make a position of governess not out of the question. She folded a pair of stockings and stuffed them into the portmanteau. She remembered the £1,000, obviously given to her father by Julien to pass on to her for a new wardrobe. If only she'd had the knowledge then that she did now. His damned money, and she'd spent nearly all of it. She lit a candle and searched methodically through her dresser and reticule. After some moments, she scooped up what money she'd found and sat cross-legged on her bed. Uncertain what it cost to reach Paris, she decided it best to be over-generous in her estimates. This deduction made, she was left staring with some dismay at 4 guineas. She frowned, but held hope nonetheless. She would simply have to find employment very quickly. And was she not an Englishwoman, one of the liberators of the French, who now loved the English and welcomed them with enthusiasm? She drummed her fingers and thought of how she would travel to Paris. Though she knew nothing of coach schedules from London to the coast, she reasoned that surely there were such vehicles leaving early in the morning. Once at the coast, she should have no problem finding a packet to take her to France. And how long would that take? She hadn't the foggiest notion. And once in Calais, or wherever she ended up, how would she get to Paris? Another question to which she had no answer. She refused to worry about it. She thought of the scandal that would descend from her disappearance. And Julien, he would finally receive his just deserts. He would no doubt despise her and curse her soundly for making him look the fool. But a fool he was for thinking he could snap his fingers and she would docilely submit to him. But her dear Harry was quite a different matter. For him, her marriage to the Earl meant his colors, a career in a crack regiment. It would be a severe blow. Perhaps he would never wish to see her again. Tears stung her eyes. She was letting him down, and for a moment she faltered. But then she thought about her own life, how all choice had been lested from her. Sir Oliver would manage somehow to buy Harry his colors, for Harry was, after all, his favored son. Just before dawn, she slipped quietly out of her room and sped lightly down the stairs. The front door groaned in protest, and the sound was so loud to her own ears that she stood frozen, waiting for the servants to descend upon her. The house was silent. She pulled her cloak closely about her shoulders and the hood over her head and stepped out into the night. She gazed a moment up and down the empty square, clutched her portmanteau tightly, and walked quickly away from the Bellingham mansion. 17, Kate Brandon made her way with forced enthusiasm to the Luxembourg Gardens after quitting her rather dismal room at 47 Rue Saint-Germain. She sat down on a wooden bench and drew the journal from her pocket. Her attention was drawn to the sound of a child's voice. She looked up to see a small boy skip past her, with his nanny in pursuit. A gentleman and lady strolled by, their heads close in intimate conversation. There was a small gleam in the gentleman's eye, and a shy look of confidence on the lady's face. She silently cursed the romantic gardens, heaved a deep sigh, and forced herself to turn back to her unopened journal. She thumbed her way through the pages until she found the advertisements for positions. It seemed to her that no one ever filled the various posts, for the same ones appeared day after day. A butcher's assistant, a link boy, a blasted governess. A dark look came over her face on seeing the listing. She'd applied for it with alacrity a few days before, feeling hope surge through her. Outfitted in her most subdued gray high-necked gown, her hair drawn into a severe bun at the nape of her neck, she sounded the brass knocker at the solid brick residence in the heart of a very respectable bourgeois area of Paris. The front door swung open, and she confidently faced a rather pinch-faced butler who demanded without preamble what the young person wanted. The young person wanted a job, she wanted to shout at the man, but she didn't.
Upon being informed in rather halting French, punctuated with gestures to the governess post in the journal, the butler allowed a flicker of surprise to pass over his cadaverous face, and cast Kate a look that made her feel as if she were some sort of oddity. He said, quite unnecessarily, "Mademoiselle is English. It is of an oddness that. I will see if Madame wishes to see you." She bore this with fortitude, and was admitted not many minutes later into a large salle that struck her as being furnished in less than the first stare of elegance. Like the salle, the large, somberly dressed Madame Trebuchet looked to be a bastion of respectability. "You are an English young person," Madame announced, her eyes on Kate's hair. "Your hair has much too much redness." Finding both these statements to be unarguable, Kate replied simply and proceeded to inform Madame of her aspirations. Madame was silent for a moment, her thick lips pursed. She looked Kate up and down, and finally announced with the utmost disdain that Mademoiselle was far too young for such a responsible position, and furthermore, she wanted no red-haired Englishwoman running free in her house to seduce her son and her husband. Kate stared at her open-mouthed, and finding herself unable to vent her outrage in the French tongue, rose stiffly and stalked out without a word. Once outside, she raised her fist to the heavens and demanded that God strike down the wretched woman, and the young gentleman she danced with at Almack's who'd assured her that the French considered the English their liberators. She sat back on the bench, the journal lying open on her lap, and stared for a moment ahead of her. Her flight to Paris had been so utterly undramatic that she had quite decided that her luck had changed, that perhaps she'd not been born under the wrong stars after all. But now, after more than a week in Paris, her small hoard of coins practically gone, she felt near to panic. A growl of hunger in her stomach reminded her sharply that panic over her situation wouldn't buy food, nor would it pay the rent for her room for another week. She scanned the remainder of the positions on the page with fierce intensity. A milliner's assistant on the Rue de la Bourgogne. What a paltry wage, barely enough to maintain the small room. But her alternatives were rapidly dwindling. She set her mouth, and with a determined effort, repeated aloud the street number. When she looked up, the street address on her lips, she saw a tall, elegantly dressed gentleman walking purposefully down the hedged walk toward her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Julien! All her careful planning for naught. No, surely it couldn't be he. No, certainly. She was just tired and hungry. The sun was in her eyes. Of course it was the Earl. "Damn you!" she yelled toward him. She jumped to her feet, the journal gliding unnoticed to the ground, and took to her heels in the opposite direction. Her breath came in quick gasps, and her violent exertion on a very hungry stomach made her dizzy. She pulled up short, weaving back and forth. The gardens blurred before her eyes. She took another uncertain step forward, only to find that two strong arms were around her, and her head was against his shoulder. Julien held her against him none too gently, and said in a hard, uncompromising voice, "How very coincidental to see you here, Miss Brandon. Don't you find it strange? First I meet you lying dead at my feet, and now in Paris. Well, no matter what you think, truth be told, for your little game is quite over." She looked up unwillingly into his set face, and, to her own chagrin, felt tears of frustration spill onto her cheeks. She got hold of herself, but it was hard. She even managed to say calmly enough, "There is no coincidence. You've never been involved in a single coincidence in your bloody life. Why are you here? How did you find me? Damn you, let me go. No, I like you here, against me, my arms around you. Just hold still. I don't wish to fight with you more just yet." His features softened, and a look of great warmth came into his eyes. He tightened his arms about her and gently touched his cheek to her hair. Finally, completely wearied and exhausted by her hunger and by her unwelcome relief at being here with him, she flattened her fists and stood willingly against him. After a few moments, she drew her head back from the circle of his arms and gave a watery sniff. She said in a matter-of-fact voice, "I'm a ninny. This isn't me, this watering pot. It's just that I'm hungry." A smile lit his eyes, and he raised a gloved hand to brush away the tears from her face. That, at least, is something I can remedy to your satisfaction. If you will simply disappear, that will be more to my satisfaction than food." Julien arched his eyebrows and regarded her with mild surprise. "I won't leave you. Come now, I'm merely offering you breakfast. Cry peace, Kate, cry peace, at least until after you've stuffed yourself. You're hardly a worthy opponent on an empty stomach." She would have liked very much to yell at him, to curse him in Harry's most colorful epithets, but she couldn't think of any that she hadn't already called him too many times. It dawned on her with a good deal of force that she had finally lost. "I should have gone to India." Julien bit back sudden laughter, relieved and charmed, as he always was by her. "No, not India, I think, my dear. There you would serve many men, being a beautiful woman without protection. Indeed, you're fortunate, my love. You need to serve but one man, namely me. Come, I'm not such a bad fellow. I have all my teeth, I'll never gain flesh, and I've been told I'm rather an excellent lover. Also, I plan to be faithful as a hound by the hearth." She looked ready to quite literally spit on him, and he quickly released her, took her arms and said, "Come, let's find a cafe and feed you properly." She fell into a stiff step beside him. As they emerged from the gardens, they passed once again the lady and gentleman, and Kate saw the lady gaze at Julien coyly from beneath her lashes. Why, that disloyal ninny, she quite deserves to be whipped.
Eyeing you, and all the while simpering up at that other fellow. On that point, ma'am, we find ourselves in complete agreement. Not that I care, you understand. It's my hunger that's making me say stupid things. The lady could have thrown herself on you for all I care. I quite understand. What more could a man ask for? I presume you will be a fiercely loyal and faithful wife, that you will guard my virtue with uncompromising vigilance." He squeezed her arm. "You're a damned toad. You know very well what I meant. You can't force me to wed you, Julien. These aren't medieval times when outlaw barons captured their brides in raids. No, this is a quite civilized time, and it's absurd." "Ah, so very sure, are you? Well, we'll see, won't we?" She shut her mouth, though he guessed it required strong resolution on her part. He looked down at the beautiful face beside him. She was so very proud. He admired her greatly, truth be told, even when he'd wanted to shake her for being so damned obstinate and blind to her own needs. He could not help respecting her. When Eliza had come panting into his breakfast room the morning of her flight, he had first wanted to beat her soundly the moment he got his hands on her. But then he grinned, for he'd suspected, nay, he'd known deep down, that her docile behavior was anything but an indication that he'd finally brought her to heel. She had certainly succeeded in making him feel the fool. He told Eliza not to say a word to Lady Bellingham, then immediately dispatched several of his retainers to the posting-houses in London. He was informed within 2 hours that a young lady answering Kate's description had taken the mail coach to Dover. So she was off to France, was she? Were he not certain in his own mind that she cared for him, he would have readily drawn the conclusion that such an outrageous and even dangerous act by a young lady of breeding was an evident sign of loathing, but he was certain that she did want him. After her miserable existence with her father, it was no wonder that she looked askance at a man who wanted to be her husband. He looked impatiently toward getting this damned marriage over with. Then he would show her once and for all that she could trust him, that he would never hurt her, that she could believe him. He'd met briefly with Percy, Hugh, and Lady Bellingham. By that evening, the announcement that he and Miss Katharine Brandon were to meet in Paris and there to be wed was being circulated to all the appropriate quarters. He himself dispatched an elegantly worded announcement to the Gazette. As he now guided Kate down the boulevard, his steps shortened to match hers. He wondered when she would figure out how much she'd simplified his plans. When he first arrived in Paris, he had thought to bring her to heel immediately. Upon reflection, however, he decided to give her free rein, hoping, perhaps foolishly, that when he came to her she would joyfully welcome him. Actually, he thought, she had in her own way welcomed him.
Her eyes always betrayed her, and for a fleeting instant her pleasure and relief at seeing him were obvious. Had he truly wished to break her spirit, he would have held away from her longer. But he knew too well of her straitened circumstances, and he couldn't allow her to be alone any longer. He smiled as he thought of her honest admission to being hungry. Lord, she was stubborn, but he didn't want her to change. No, not that. He guided her into a small cafe off the boulevard. He quickly dismissed the idea of taking her to his lodgings. She had to eat, else she would never have the strength to go through the activities he'd planned for the day and evening. He didn't wish to chance her throwing the food at his head, and thought it less likely that she would refuse to eat in a cafe than in his rooms. The owner, observing that quality had entered his modest establishment, bustled forward to provide his best service. He assisted the lady into her chair at the choicest table, and hovered as the gentleman disposed himself gracefully across from her. Julien ordered her a very liberal breakfast and a cup of coffee for himself. Kate seemed to find the checkered tablecloth of great interest. She removed her gloves and began with the greatest concentration to trace the red checks. "The design is most fascinating," he said after she'd been engrossed in this activity for some time. "Is it not? Why, I've always loved checks. My mother was a Scot, you know, and there were red and white and green checks in her clan's tartan." The owner returned shortly, laden with covered dishes. Julien applauded his decision to bring her here, for her eyes rested longingly on the plates of eggs, toast, kidneys, and the rasher of bacon. She ate quickly at first, and then more slowly, as the gnawing in her stomach eased. Abruptly, she laid her fork down, sighed in obvious satisfaction, and leaned back in her chair. "You would have an instant friend in Sir Percy Blairstock, a friend of mine who very much enjoys his food. If he's one of your friends, it's likely he eats quite regularly, probably stuffs himself until the buttons on his waistcoat pop. Actually, you're quite right. I was merely indulging in light conversation. You'll meet Sir Percy when we return eventually to London. I trust you will like him, for he is a good friend, with no malice." Her confidence had returned with each bite of food, and now she felt strong and self-assured. How could she have been such a weak fool as to cry? How could she have let herself actually lean against him? She was an idiot, 3 times a nitwit. She daintily passed her napkin over her lips, took a final sip of coffee, and made to rise. "I thank you, my lord, for the excellent repast. Perhaps when you're in Paris again, we can breakfast together." His hand shot out and he grabbed her arm. "Do be seated, my dear." He tightened the pressure on her arm until, finally, she had no choice but to seat herself again. "It appears I must starve you if I wish a docile wife." She tried to pull away from him again, but he held her fast. "If you try such a stunt again, little shrew, I shall apologize to our good owner, throw you over my shoulder, and carry you out. Do I make myself clear?" Would he? No, he couldn't. He was a peer of the English realm. Surely he had standards of gentlemanly behavior. Surely. Ah, but he was himself, and not one of these faceless peers. She believed him. She sat rigid as the chair back, waiting to see what he would do. "That's better. Now, my dear, I have something of the utmost importance to say to you, and you will attend me, or it will be much the worse for you. For over a week now I have watched you try to make your way, and have seen you fail time after time. Don't look so startled. Did you truly imagine that I would have difficulty in locating you? In any case, I didn't come to you immediately because I wished you to discover for yourself that a young woman with no money, regardless of her breeding and talents, has little, if any, chance of earning an honest wage. I had hoped that after your experience with Madame Trebuchet, you would come to your senses, but you didn't." She could only stare at him. "You know of Madame Trebuchet? But how?" "Ah, that horrible woman. She told me I was obviously English and that my hair was too red. You are English, and I would say rather that your hair is more auburn than red, but who am I to quibble with such a stout lady? Don't be a fool, Kate. I had you followed. Thus, in plain terms, your father hath consented that you shall be my wife, and will you, nill you, I will marry you.
Now, Kate, I am a husband for your turn, for by this light whereby I see thy beauty that doth make me like thee well, thou must be married to no man but me. Shakespeare, The Taming of the Shrew, 18. That is more than a lie, Julien. Surely you couldn't have done that.
Why? It's what? Do you believe I would leave my future wife alone, without protection, in a city like Paris? As a matter of fact, I myself observed you leaving that woman's house. She was humiliated. Had stood by and watched her fail. Unaccountably, the fact that he hadn't come to her sooner made her strangely furious. To think that he'd had the gall to wait and watch while she made a total and utter fool of herself day after day was too much to bear. How could you? How could I what? His voice was soft as the butter beside her plate. He was looking at her intently. She turned away quickly, swallowing the absurd lump rising in her throat. She couldn't think of a reasonable thing to say. You don't want to answer me? I don't want to do anything with you. You watched me. You saw how I failed, and you knew I would. You knew. Damnation, he thought. If only she would admit to herself that she cared for him, that she had wished wholeheartedly that he would indeed have come to her in Paris. If only she would but realize the deep intent of what she was saying. If only. Now she was frozen in her chair, for she'd spoken the truth, even if she couldn't grasp why it was the truth. He let it go. I believe that's enough about your employment endeavors. Let me return to what I have to say to you. We will presently go to Mademoiselle Fanny's, a most elegant milliner's shop. Then we will purchase the proper shoes for you. I have already acquired your gowns and other personal articles, but I found it quite beyond my ability to recall your size in shoes and to determine what kinds of charming confections look best on your auburn hair. Or perhaps it is red, or even Titian. It depends on the light, you know. This morning I do believe it's as red as all the heathen sins. What do you mean, you've bought me clothes? You don't have that many with you. I do hope you approve my choices. The morning dresses, evening gowns, riding clothes, chemises, let me see, wrappers, nightgowns, and the like. All of them are quite charming. But why? I can't have you being Lady Godiva, can I? I bought you the clothes because after we've suitably finished furnishing your wardrobe, we shall proceed to my rooms, and there you will be dressed in your bridal clothes. Don't look so surprised, my dear. Could you doubt that I wouldn't bring at least your wedding gown with me? Promptly at 5 o'clock, we are expected at the embassy, where we will be married by an English divine. He'd imagined her screaming at him like a demented fishwife, perhaps cursing him until their French host came scrambling out of his kitchen in alarm. But she didn't say a word, just sat there, staring at him, her face as pale as her collar, her fingers clutching her butter knife. She couldn't look away from him now. He looked completely in control, his power over her limitless. She saw no signs of affection for her, no gentleness, merely a man who had run her to ground, as if she were a fox in the hunt. He'd shamed her, lied to her, humiliated her. He probably only insisted upon wedding her because she'd refused him. He wished to own her, to add her as one of his possessions. He was utterly ruthless. She gathered her scattered remnants of pride together and raised her face to his. She even managed a dollop of contempt. I'm not a piece of property or a possession to be sold to the highest bidder, my lord. I fear you've made a sorry bargain with my father and are now out some guineas. You act as though I were some sort of prized animal, a wretched horse to be sold. Surely not. You're anything but a horse. But if the simile pleases you, then you must make it accurate. A filly, Kate. He leaned toward her in a conciliatory gesture to take her hand in his. But she snatched her hand away and drew back away from him as far as she could in her chair. It was a jest, no more. Come now, at least give me a smile to reward my effort, paltry though you found it. She was as silent as her silverware. Very well. I have no intention of prostrating myself at your feet. Now, it's time we got on with your shopping. You wouldn't wish to be late for your own wedding now, would you? Damn you to the devil! I won't go with you, Julien, and you can't force me. Surely you can't. This is a very public place. Surely if you tried to coerce me, someone would stop you. There are gentlemen in this world. There must be. He only sighed. Very well. Let me outline the alternative for you. If you don't come willingly with me, I shall take you forcibly to my lodgings. Or, if you prefer, I shall simply render you unconscious and carry you there. If our host appears at all interested, I shall say that you've fallen ill. If you choose to continue in this obstinate manner, I'll force a certain drug that I now have in my possession down your white throat. It's very efficacious, I assure you, and will make you very pliant, Katharine, as pliant and agreeable that you'll probably take your clothes off in front of me and do a little dance. He paused a moment to ensure that she understood his threat. Then I'll dress you myself in your wedding finery and take you unresisting to the embassy. Surely even you wouldn't do that. Most assuredly I shall, if you force me to. I've been remarkably patient, considering what you've put me through, but I find now that I've had quite enough of your antics. Perhaps Hugh and Percy were correct, he thought. I am quite mad. Had someone told him even a month ago that he would force a young lady of quality to marry him, he would have thought it a ludicrous joke. Damn her for forcing him to go to such lengths. Or damn him for wanting her more than he'd ever wanted anyone or anything in his adult life. Why the devil wouldn't she simply admit she wanted him, even if she had to dredge down to her very being to find that caring? It was quite time she did it. Damn you, if I were but a man. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard you say. If you were a man, this conversation would never take place. Now, will you or will you not obey me? She felt suddenly very tired. She felt empty and beaten down. Even her fear of marriage to this man, never far away from her thoughts, was now effectively quelled. She raised her eyes to his, perhaps hoping to find some weakness, some uncertainty written there. But there was none. He was implacable, and she knew it. Very well. I don't wish to be knocked unconscious, nor do I wish you to drug me. The thought of willingly taking off my clothes with you, anywhere around at all, makes me quite ill. Let's get it over with. He merely nodded, rose, pulled on his gloves, and helped her to rise from her chair. He drew her unresisting arm through his and led her to the door of the cafe. The owner was rendered almost incoherent with gratitude when the gentleman pressed a louis into his outstretched hand. He stood in the doorway of his small establishment and watched the lady and gentleman step into a hackney. He had thought their behavior odd, but, not understanding a word they'd said, had shrugged his shoulders in expressive indifference. The English were, after all, quite mad. She spoke scarce a word as Julien guided her to various milliner shops and boucheries throughout the remainder of the morning and into the afternoon. She appeared uninterested, coldly withdrawn, and acquiesced to whatever he directed her to do. It was he who chose the dainty kid slippers and the colorful assortment of bonnets. He decided her hair was auburn, a rich, brilliant auburn, at least in the soft afternoon light. He retained a certain degree of skepticism at her seeming capitulation, but allowed himself, for the moment at least, to let his nerves enjoy their first respite in over a week. Later in the afternoon, their shopping completed, he led her, still unresisting, to his lodgings. "This is your room, Kate." He led her inside, felt her stiffen suddenly beside him, and watched her eyes as she stared at the large bed in the center of the room.
She took a step backward, but he stopped her with his arm against her back. He chose for the moment to ignore her gesture. "Ah, here's your maid, Anne. She'll help you bathe and dress. If there's anything you require, you have but to ask." He turned to the maid and gave her instructions in a low voice. He nodded to Kate and left her room through an adjoining door. He stood quietly for a moment in his own room. He wasn't displeased by the fear he had seen on her face. He knew he was a skilled lover, and he felt confident that he would make her forget her natural virgin's fear. He had, after all, felt the quickening response of her body whenever he was close to her. His main problem would be not her fear, but her pride. In all likelihood, she would view pleasure at his hands as a final capitulation to his dominance over her. And that was the sticking point, he thought. He supposed he could always challenge her to a duel. He imagined that if he won, then and only then would she consider being reasonable. Kate forced herself to turn away from the bed. She felt sweat on her forehead and rubbed her damp hands on her skirt. She watched the maid Anne bustle toward her after giving Julien a deep curtsy as he left the room. In sudden panic, she started toward the door, only to realize that she wouldn't get beyond the stairs. With a dragging step, she returned to the waiting maid, who was regarding her with some astonishment. She stood silently as the maid helped her out of her dress and into her bath. It seemed that but a moment had passed when she heard Anne say, with a good deal of enthusiasm, "How beautiful you are, my lady." "I'm not a lady. I'm French, you know, and my English is excellent, but I understand you not at all. You will soon be a countess. Isn't that a lady? What matters if you are not the real lady until 5 o'clock? It doesn't matter." For the first time that afternoon, she focused her attention on the maid's words and looked to see herself in the long mirror. She stared at her reflection as the maid smoothed an invisible wrinkle from the skirt of the white satin and lace wedding gown. She wasn't a vain woman. On the other hand, she'd never seen herself gowned so exquisitely, her hair fashioned with such elegant style. She had to admit that she looked quite nice, and her fear grew. Julien, too, would think her beautiful. She thought of the drug he had in his possession. She now had no doubt that he would use it if she again attempted to escape from him. Tears welled up and rolled unheeded down her cheeks. She turned her back to the mirror, hating herself for the weakness, but unable to stop the damnable tears. "Give me a handkerchief." Julien entered just as Kate finished dabbing the tears from her face. He turned to the maid. "You may go now, Anne. You have done very well." He strode to where she stood. He saw the wadded handkerchief in her hand, wet with her tears. He smiled at her gently and held out his arm to her. "Come, it's time. We're expected at 5 o'clock." As she raised her pale face to his, he said, "My love, you must trust me. I do what is best. You must believe that. Please, Kate, give us a chance." Her expression didn't change, and without a word, she placed her hand on his arm. They were welcomed at the English embassy with all the deference accorded a peer of the English realm. Mr. Drummond, the English divine, was properly effusive in his compliments to the bride. He was well aware that his consequence would be enhanced by officiating at the wedding of such prominent personages. He hoped the Earl would remember him in the future. As he had been led to expect, the Earl of March was indeed an elegant and charming nobleman. He seemed to radiate an aura of quiet confidence. The priest wondered, however, at the pallor and unremitting silence of the bride. She appeared withdrawn, even uninterested in the proceedings, surely a very strange reaction to such a momentous event. As Mr. Drummond reached his final words, he gave the Earl a signal, and Julien turned to Kate. "Give me your hand." Mr. Drummond felt growing alarm as the lady hesitated for what seemed an eternity before finally extending her hand. He watched with relief as the Earl withdrew a narrow gold band from his pocket and slid the ring onto her third finger. It was a very tight fit, and it took him several moments to work it over her knuckle. With dramatic emphasis, Mr. Drummond pronounced them man and wife. Julien leaned down to kiss his bride. Her lips were cold, but she was unresisting.
He wondered fleetingly if such a drug as the one he had threatened her with really existed. If it did, he couldn't imagine that it would render her any more deadly cold than she was now. Katharine St. Clair, the Countess of March, nodded silently to the footman, gathered up the train of her wedding gown, and seated herself across the table from her husband. They were in the small sitting room that adjoined Julien's bedchamber, waiting for the sumptuous wedding dinner Julien had ordered. The renowned chef, Monsieur André, a rather startling vision, all in white, was seen to follow closely behind his creative efforts. Consigning a flunky to serve less important persons, Monsieur André served the Earl and his Comtesse himself, his voluble presence preventing any conversation between them. She observed, with a feeling of vague ill humor, that Julien seemed to be enjoying himself, his fluent French blending with that of the small, dark, mustachioed chef. She didn't particularly find favor with the innumerable references to La Belle Comtesse, and remained silent and aloof, her lips curled disdainfully. The two men laughed. In all probability, they were exchanging ribald jokes. No, she thought quickly, Julien would never do that. Somehow, she simply knew that. When Monsieur André finally bowed himself out of the room, an undisguised knowing look in his black eyes, Kate felt the urge to fling her delicate fillet of fish with wine sauce in his face. Damned foreigner. She should have refused to eat, but she was so very hungry. Julien looked across the table at his wife. She looked exhausted, the shadows beneath her beautiful eyes emphasized by the white satin of her wedding gown. As he savored a bit of the light, flaky fish, he said, more to himself than to her, it would be interesting to pit Monsieur André's skill against that of Francois. Yes, it would be a fierce competition. I would hope they'd poison each other, for they're both French and unbearably conceited. Francois tried once to kill the kitchen cat at St. Clair when poor Tom stole one of his lamb chops. So, you know about my temperamental chef? Yes, but only through the colorful pictures painted by Mannering and Mrs. Bradshaw. Mannering was most upset about Tom. Didn't you notice that he's missing a good inch of his tail? She lowered her head quickly again to her plate. Surely it was a betrayal of herself even to speak to him, to feel even the slightest enjoyment in the kind of banter she'd enjoyed with him so long ago, when he'd pretended to be her friend. When we return to London, Francois will prepare the same dish, and you can judge the winner. I didn't see Tom on my last visit to St. Clair. He always was an ugly bugger, though. Perhaps missing some of that swishing, arrogant tail of his improved his appearance. She made no answer. He began to think of how he would approach love-making with her. He could not but dismiss the thought after only a moment of weighing her evident exhaustion against his ardent desire for her. Ardent, he thought, what a milquetoast word. What he felt was consuming lust. He wanted her more than he himself could begin to imagine. He wanted to bury himself inside her, to wrap her so tightly against him that they would be as one. Ah, but she was a virgin, an unwilling bride, truth be told, and he imagined that she would likely try to slit his throat if he tried to make love to her. As if she read his thoughts, she raised her face, and he saw such apprehension in her eyes that any faltering in her determination was effectively stilled. Once the covers were removed and a bottle of chilled champagne was set in front of Julien, he dismissed the footman. Kate looked up as the door closed and warily met her husband's eyes. She simply couldn't believe she was now married to this man. It seemed as though the footman had locked the door to her prison cell. She had little knowledge of lust and desire, her experience having been confined primarily to the stilted declarations of love proffered by Squire Bloodowes. But she was certain that she read both of these on Julien's face. Unconsciously, her hand stole to her neck. "Here is your champagne." Julien handed her a flute. As he could think of no toast that would not in all likelihood upset her, he simply clicked his glass to hers. She took a long, deep drink of the champagne and barely managed to restrain a sneeze from the spuming bubbles. Julien refilled her glass. She was beginning to think that champagne was not at all the nasty sort of drink she had once believed, and confirmed her new opinion by quickly downing the second glass. The third glass gave her a certain sense of warmth and lightheadedness that dissolved the gnawing fear and the shaky feeling in her stomach. She grew quite warm, both inside and out. Her once taut nerves began to loosen, and the room, indeed even Julien's face, took on a pleasant blur. Julien had never before seen her take more than a few sips of any drink, including the mild orge at Almack's, and as he watched her finish her fourth glass, he grew concerned that she would make herself ill. He gently leaned forward and removed the glass from her fingers. "Surely, you've had enough. It's time for you to retire. It's been a long day, at least for me and my nerves." His nerves. She very much disliked being disturbed in her foggy haze, and he'd had the gall to say something about his bloody nerves. Then he was at her side, his hand firmly gripping her arm. He pulled her to her feet. She weaved uncertainly from the effects of the champagne and, to her horror, leaned heavily against his chest. "I can see that you are in need of some assistance. I hope I've not married a wife who's a tippler." He ignored the slight flutter of protest and swung her up into his arms. "I'm not drunk. It's my nerves." "Your nerves, indeed." He smiled at that as he carried her through the adjoining door to her room and sat her down on a chair. "Try not to fall off the chair," he said over his shoulder as he pulled the bell cord. She huddled in the chair and watched tensely as he spoke in a low voice to the maid. But a moment later she curtsied and Julien left the room. A small voice deep within her told her that now was her chance to escape. She could render the maid unconscious and flee, but her mind seemed strangely befuddled, and the door seemed such a great distance away. But it didn't matter. She forgot the maid, lurched to her feet, grabbed up the train of her wedding gown, and dashed to the door. 19. The damned maid yelped. Julien was in the bedchamber in an instant, and behind her in the next, his hands firmly against the door over her head. "If you wished to take a stroll, you should have told me." Slowly, he turned her about and studied her upturned face. "No, I believe you're too tired for a walk. I wouldn't want the French watch to arrest you as a drunken bride and whisk you away from me. Come, my dear, let Anne put you in your nightgown. I won't harm you, I swear it. Nor will I come to you tonight. Will you contrive to trust me in this? I don't believe you. You're a man, and you do anything you wish to do. I believe what you wish to. Now, can I trust you not to try to snaggle off again? If you don't promise me, I myself will stay here and put you in your nightgown. What do you say? I think you're a bastard. And I'll stay." He looked at her for another too long moment, patted her cheek, and left. She stood quietly as the maid, Anne, began to unbutton the many tiny hooks of her wedding gown. The dress dropped to the floor. Next came her petticoats, stockings, slippers, until finally she stood with only her chemise. As if from a great distance, she heard the maid ask her to sit at the dressing table. Her body obeyed the request, and she sat down. The maid unfastened her long hair from its pins, and it uncurled down her back. As the maid brushed out the tangles, she thought that this was the strangest wedding night she'd ever seen. The young lady had acted odd this afternoon, but now, goodness, she acted as if the devil himself were after her. She was drunk, that was it. She was drunk, and she was afraid of her bridegroom, the silly girl. With her French common sense, Anne could see no reason why the lady shouldn't be excited about the prospect of being bedded by such a handsome gentleman. But the lady was quite young, and in all likelihood innocent. Her maidenly display of modesty was probably just what the English gentleman would wish. She wondered what the groom thought of his bride's drunkenness. Anne finished brushing the lady's hair, slipped the chemise off over her head, and found herself staring for a moment at her body. She was delectable, no doubt about that, even though she was very English. All long and white and slender, a nest of auburn curls between her thighs to match the thick hair on her head. The gentleman would lose his head when he saw her, no doubt about that. At least he would once he got the nightgown off her. If he managed to get the nightgown off her. She thought it far more the thing for the lady to await her husband naked in her bed, but the English gentleman had given her explicit orders to put the lady in her nightgown. This she did, fastening the ribbons around the new countess's throat and straightening her long hair. Finally, according to her instructions, she walked to the adjoining door and lightly tapped on it. She turned and curtsied to the lady, who was standing, still as a malacca cane, in the middle of the room where she'd left her, seemingly oblivious of her presence. At first, the maid had believed her to be only drunk, but now she saw her fear. She felt a stab of pity, and quickly sped to her, whispering, "It won't be of a badness you won't like, my lady. Your husband, he has that air about him. He knows, that beautiful man, he knows how to do these things you will like. Do come now, and put on a good face to him, a little smile, eh? You might even enjoy yourself once you have the understanding of it." Yes, he should be kind, Anne thought, wondering if she would want any kindness from him if she were going to be bedded by him. No, she'd want him urgent and rough, his hands everywhere. She heard his approaching footsteps, darted one last glance at the lady, and left the room. Julien pulled up short at the sight of her, standing still as a tombstone where the maid had left her, covered from her chin to her feet in the fine white lawn gown. Her hair fell like soft clouds of rich auburn down her back and over her shoulders. The nightgown was a bit large for her, and it made her appear more like a frightened child than a bride. He strode over to her, cupped her chin in his hand, and forced her to look up at him. "You're beautiful, more delectable than I'd ever imagined, and believe me, I've imagined you every which way. But you're tired, my dear, are you not? And I'm not a pig." She nodded mutely, her eyes huge and dark against her white face. "Come then, I'm the gallant tonight. You may call me Lancelot, or was it Galahad? Either one will do, I dare say. I won't get into that bed with you, but know that it tests me, Kate, tests me more than I've been tested in my life. But alas, I'm not a monster, nor am I a randy boy. I want you utterly sober and well-rested when I come to you. I want you to want me." She didn't move. "Come, sweetheart," he said again, and pulled her arm through his. She was trembling, although the room was quite warm. She tried to still her shaking body, but to no avail. She thought inconsequentially that his brocade dressing gown was very soft to the touch. Her fingers twitched nervously on his sleeve. He wondered what thoughts were going through that drunken mind of hers. Her face was pale, far too pale, and he felt her fingers clutching at his arm. He gently disengaged her hand and lifted her onto the bed. Lord knew he didn't intend it, but just lifting her, just feeling her through the batiste of her nightgown, made him want her so much he thought he would die from it. She turned her head away from him on the pillow, and without intending to, he sat down beside her, his hand reaching out to touch her hair, to feel it. Perhaps he even wanted to crush a handful of her beautiful hair against his cheek. He reached out an unsteady hand and stroked the rich auburn hair. It felt like silk, smooth and soft in his hand. She didn't move. He saw the outline of her full breasts, made more prominent by their rapid rise and fall. He didn't think, just acted. She wasn't too drunk or too tired. No, she couldn't be. She hadn't moved, had she, when he'd touched and stroked her hair? Perhaps she was just shy, just waiting for him to take charge. He laid a hand on her breast and began to caress her. She rolled suddenly away from him, a low cry of panic escaping from her throat. She jerked about and stared at him, her hand out to ward him off. Him or the devil, he thought, freezing, his hand still outstretched. He took a deep breath and with a strong effort drew back his hand. "I've wanted you too much and for too long. I'm sorry to frighten you. Go to sleep now. Everything will be different in the morning." He forced himself to rise. Mechanically, he pulled the covers over her. He couldn't think of a thing to say to reassure her. All he had on his mind was stripping off that bloody nightgown, caressing her breasts with his hands and with his mouth, and feeling her, all of her, those long white legs of hers spreading for him. He shook himself. He said only, "Sleep now. I'll see you in the morning." He had meant his words to be calm, but even to his own ears there was a tremor of lust. He drew a deep breath, turned from her bed, and walked slowly to his own room, disbelieving that he'd left her, actually left his bride on their wedding night, that he hadn't taken her, made her his wife. Long after she heard him close the door behind him, she drew her knees as close to her chest as she could and burrowed into the covers for warmth. Her hand stole to her breast, the breast he'd touched. For the first time in her life, she became aware of her own womanliness, of the softness of her body, of her differenceness, of what she was to him, a man. She could still feel his hand upon her, caressing, wanting her, his fingers stroking through her hair. A shock of fear ripped through her, and she gulped down a sob. The sound of her own voice brought with it a certain calm, and with forced detachment she tried to examine her fear. She knew that men took total possession of women's bodies, that they had this long thing between their legs that they stuck into a woman. She saw his hands on her hair, her breasts, and then moving elsewhere on her body. He would touch her everywhere. He would see it as his right, as her husband. There was nothing he couldn't or wouldn't do to her. She pressed her thighs tightly together. Strangely, she thought about Julien's French mistress. Lady Bellingham had let her name slip. What was it? Yvette. How many other women had Julien touched and caressed? How many other women had he possessed? Unbidden, innumerable faceless women rose in her mind, and she pressed her fists against her temples to blot out their images. There was an unaccountable bitter taste in her mouth, and for the moment she encouraged a contemptuous disgust of him, a man, a lecher. She didn't understand herself, but the contempt was there, deep inside her, for him, for herself. Ah, yes, particularly for herself. Hadn't she allowed him to do just as he had wished with her, even forcing her to wed him against her will? She saw herself as weak and despicable, capitulating to a will stronger than hers. In vain she tried to excuse herself on the grounds of Julien's physical threats. She should have fought him, forced him to rely on the drug. Anger at herself welled up within her. She'd been contemptible, a gutless, worthless female, and now she hated herself for it. She forced herself to be calm again. She sought to understand why she'd lost all will to fight him, why indeed she had executed his every command. The thought that he'd been right, the thought that she had wanted him to force her, gained a foothold in her mind, and anger surged through her again. She forced herself to relive the moments when Julien had carried her, unresisting, and laid her on the bed, when he had stroked her hair, when he had caressed her breast. She sat up in her bed and shook her head in blind confusion. Her thoughts flew again to Julien's French mistress. How was she different from that woman? After all, Julien had bought her, just as he had Yvette. He would tire of her, just as he had tired of Yvette. That he had married her did not count to his advantage, for she wasn't so naive as to believe that even the powerful Earl of Narch would attempt to seduce an unmarried lady of quality. No, he'd been forced to wed her. Her own destiny, whatever that might have been, had been wrested from her control the moment he had decided he wanted her. He'd won, and she wondered bitterly how long it would be before he left her to preside alone over his household and search out his next quarry. She smiled, a mean smile. Undoubtedly, Julien now thought her cowed and submissive. Her jaw set itself into a stubborn line, as she resolved never again to show weakness. He had compared her to Shakespeare's Kate. Very well, that's just what she would become. Possession of her body would be his next object. She fought back the sudden, unreasoning fear that accompanied this thought. Damn him, no. He had made a very expensive purchase, but she would see him in hell before she would allow him to enjoy it. Her life had been a constant battleground since she met him, and it didn't seem likely to her now that anything would change. Nay, she wouldn't let it change. As Julien lay in his own bed, his head propped up on his arms, he reviewed the day's events with some satisfaction. He was pleased that he had forced Kate to wed him as soon as he had, for he had allowed her to hold on to her pride. He could have waited another week, but had not been able to bring himself to do it. He hadn't wanted an admission of failure from her. No, he hadn't wanted her on those terms. In all truth, to Julien, their marriage was not a victory over her, but rather a natural course of events. He raised himself on one elbow and blew out the candle beside his bed. He lay back, wondering how long it would be before she would admit to her love for him. At least now she appeared to be more reasonable, and he felt confident that being at his side continually, she would learn to trust him. He planned to begin by explaining his high-handed treatment of her.
He would become her friend again. He would speak openly to her of lovemaking, for they were, after all, now man and wife. He had acted precipitously this evening. He had to remember that she was young, innocent, and quite vulnerable, despite her independence, her bravado. Before dropping off to sleep, he decided to quit Paris on the morrow and remove immediately to Switzerland, to the villa he'd hired in the mountains, near Geneva. There they would be alone, save for 2 servants. There they would have time to come to an understanding. He awoke the following morning, light of heart and full of confidence. He patiently bore with a valet provided by the hotel, having given Timmins a congé until his return to England.
His coat, at least, was properly pressed. He was impatient to see his bride, and so contented himself with the first result achieved on his cravat. A hotel lackey arrived just as he finished dressing, bearing the hearty English breakfast he'd ordered, hoping to please his new wife. With a light step and a gleam of anticipation in his eyes, he tapped on the adjoining door. Receiving no immediate answer, he opened the door and stepped into the room. She was seated at the dressing table, engrossed in the coiffure the maid had achieved. She didn't turn immediately, but rather patted her hair here and there, straightened the collar of her gown, all in all making a fine show of ignoring his presence. He approached her and stood behind her chair so that she could see his reflection in the mirror. "Good morning." She turned slowly in her chair, gazed at him with great indifference, and said, "Good morning to you, sir. I trust you slept well." She silently congratulated herself, for even to her own critical ears she had spoken with a marked lack of concern, as if his presence were a mundane occurrence, not at all above the commonplace. She held his gaze and noticed with satisfaction that his brows arched in fleeting surprise. Oh yes, he'd expected her to behave quite differently, perhaps with docility, perhaps with fear, but certainly not with sublime indifference. After a moment he said, even as he brushed a fleck of nothing in particular from his sleeve, "Yes, I slept quite well. I would have preferred to have you in my arms all night, but my dreams were passing good. And you, sweetheart, did you miss me during the night?" Kate patted her hair again, quite unnecessarily. "My dreams passed as well as yours, no doubt. Now give me but a moment longer, sir, and I shall join you for breakfast. It does seem to be a very lovely day, does it not?" "That is very fine, Anne. You have performed wonders with my hair." She rose and shook out her skirts, all the while watching him carefully. She was rewarded with a frown on his brow, for instead of wearing one of the elegant gowns he had bought for her, she had insisted on donning her own gown. It was sadly in need of pressing, and she delighted in each wrinkle. Julien turned abruptly to the maid. "You may go now. I think you've done quite enough for her ladyship." He didn't turn back to Kate until he had carefully schooled his features and gotten control of himself. She had wanted to anger him, and he had most willingly obliged her. Gentle, reasonable treatment from a loving husband was not, at least for this morning, what his dear wife would tolerate. Would she always surprise him? He hoped so. He surely did. However, this morning he would have preferred a kiss, perhaps even a word of endearment. He offered her his arm, saying, "How very charming you are this morning, my love. Marriage obviously agrees with you. Come, your breakfast will get cold. As you said, it's a lovely day. I know you and your enthusiasm for all things outdoors. Surely you don't want to waste it." Once seated at the table, she gave her full attention to her breakfast. After eating her fill, she spent an extraordinarily long time pushing her cold eggs back and forth on her plate. Bored with this pastime, she chanced to look up and saw Julien gazing at her, his eyes alight with amusement. She felt a bolt of panic, then anger. Then she calmed herself. Lightness. She was all sweetness and light. "Do forgive me, sir. I was raised to think it rude to stare at others who haven't yet finished their meal. But then, perhaps you are in a hurry to quit these rooms, and think that I am much too slow at my breakfast. Do allow me a moment longer." She gave the eggs another couple of shoves. He laughed. He actually laughed. "As to the urgencies of your breakfast, I fear that your toast is by now like dried leather, and your bacon stiff with age. Those poor eggs have long since plummeted over the precipice." Perhaps they have. Now, I long to hear what delights you've doubtless planned on this altogether lovely day. Any drugs, my lord? Any threats, perhaps? She was good, quite good. He drew out his watch and consulted it. "My pleasure, my dear, is that you're packed in an hour. Why the look of surprise? We are, after all, on our wedding trip. We're leaving for Switzerland this morning." "Switzerland? I've never cared for Switzerland." "Really? How very curious of you. I wasn't under the impression that you'd ever travel to that country. Could I be mistaken? Did I completely misunderstand Sir Oliver? Did he give you a grand tour as a child?" "Very well, I haven't visited Switzerland, that's true enough, but I've been given to understand that it is quite inferior to England." He burst into laughter. 20. He laughed himself silly. She wanted to hurl strips of her stone-cold bacon at him, but suddenly he stopped, drew a steadying breath, and said, even as he gave her a huge white-toothed grin, "I thought you were singularly undisturbed by other people's opinions, Kate. I must confess that I find myself somewhat disappointed that you don't wish to form your own independent judgment." Then he had the gall to sigh like a martyr. "I'd hoped that, unlike most other women, you would not be content to merely parrot words. I fear I hear the sound of poor Bledow's absurd pompous opinions. You're a bloody sod. Well, perhaps not that, but it isn't true, as you must know. I couldn't bear Robert and his prosing and his prudery, and all right, so he did say, on occasion, that Switzerland wasn't. Damn you, you are a sod, and I won't sit here and be ridiculed." She jumped to her feet, sending her cold eggs plopping over the edge of the plate, her cheeks so flushed it looked as if she had the fever. He sat back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest. "An hour, Kate?" She flung her napkin on the table, turned on her heel, and strode like an angry boy from the room. Julien remained seated for a moment longer, looking at the recently slammed door. It had never before occurred to him to bless his quickness of wit. It came to him with something of a shock that she was behaving more arrogantly than he had done himself when trying to bring her to heel in London. That she would ride roughshod over him given the least opportunity, he did not doubt. For a fleeting instant he envisioned his life as a marital battleground. As he rose to ring for a lackey, he wondered idly how long she would insist upon wearing the same gown. The post-chaise had procured for their trip to Switzerland was well sprung and elegantly furnished, with blue satin squabs and warm blue velvet rugs. But though the horses stood at over 15 hands and were blessed with broad chests and powerful thighs, Julien found that they didn't possess the speed of his own bays. He watched his new wife with some amusement, as she tried valiantly not to appear interested in the French countryside. He well understood her dilemma and thought her altogether adorable. He also thought her so appealing that he had to shift position several times for the pain it brought to his groin. They ate their lunch in the small town of Brayville, drinking the local cider and feasting on cold chicken, cheese, and crunchy warm bread. Feeling fortified by the heady cider, Julien found himself, not long after their return to the carriage, clearing his throat to gain her attention. "I ask you to listen to me for a moment." "Oh?" A brow went up a good inch. "Have you planned a delightful detour from our trip to Switzerland? Are we going to the Barbary coast? Perhaps you'll be so infuriated with me that you'll sell me to a slaver. Good God, woman, what do you read?" "I read everything. I'm not ignorant, nor am I stupid." "I never believed you were. Well, perhaps just a bit of both of those things, but not an overabundance. Now, listen to me, for now I'm perfectly serious. My intention is to cease these meaningless hostilities between us. You thought me cruel, perhaps overbearing in my treatment of you in London."
No, don't interrupt me. Let me finish. When you refused me, I was forced to admit to myself that I had rushed into the matter too quickly, that I hadn't given you sufficient time to judge your feelings for me. I never meant to insult you. Perhaps I am overly proud, arrogant, perhaps, as Harry said, but I found I simply couldn't lose you. He paused for a moment, thinking that no man had ever before so abased himself. He looked at her searchingly. His speech didn't seem to be going as well as he had expected, but he pursued it anyway, speaking more rapidly. "I knew that I couldn't continue to see you at Brandon Hall, for your father would force you to meet with me and perhaps try to beat you into submission. You must understand, Kate, I couldn't allow you to remain under his roof any longer than necessary. That's why I arranged for you to go to London, to Lady Bellingham.
There, at least, I knew I could control the situation. You thought me cruel, hard. I tell you now that I had no other choice in the matter. My intention was, and still is, to do what is best for both of us. That I forced you to marry me was not a reprehensible act. I had to wed you as speedily as possible after your flight to Paris, for had I not, had I left you alone to your own devices, you would eventually have had to return to England, your reputation ruined. As for my threat about the drug, I don't know if such a drug exists. Perhaps opium, but it's nasty stuff, and I would never give you such a thing. It's just that I couldn't think of any other way to secure your agreement. There was no drug? She was appalled at her own gullibility. No, and I wouldn't have you think me a licentious rake, for I would have never forcibly taken you aboard my yacht. You're quite right, I'm both ignorant and stupid. It's also clear that I'm a fool and that you have admirable sang-froid, my lord, for I didn't ever doubt that you were utterly ruthless and implacable in gaining your ends. No drug! Damn you to the devil! Perhaps it was merely that I felt compelled to use whatever tactics I needed to secure you as my wife. Nothing has changed. I told you I never wanted to marry any man, not even your magnificent self, but you wouldn't heed me. Well, my lord, you've paid dear for a wife who loathes you. I swear to you that you'll never enjoy your purchase. She'd gotten to him at last, the damnable shrew. She was illogical, stubborn, but passionate. Don't rant nonsense at me, Kate. It now does you no credit. We're married, and that is the end to it. You speak of my purchase. Let me tell you, madam, you're now the one being arrogant and implacable. By God, you dare to criticize my actions. You pass all bounds. You exceed all probabilities. You outrank even the rankest species that now exists on this earth. You need to close down that malicious brain of yours. He leaned over and dropped a hand on her shoulder, gripping it for an instant. She tried to pull away, but he grasped both her shoulders, jerking her close to his face. He'd meant to give her a good yelling at, but found instead that his body went from anger to lust. It was all of an instant, and he hated it, but he couldn't seem to help himself. In a swift motion, he cupped her face between his hands and pressed his mouth against hers. Dear God, she was so warm and sweet, and he wanted her to open her mouth for him, but she didn't, of course. She tried to twist free of him, but he simply lifted her bodily and held her firmly in the circle of his arms. His hands were on her breasts, kneading her, feeling their weight in his hands, learning her, and he thought he'd die if he couldn't have her now, this very instant. He flattened his hand on her belly, cursing the damned cloth that kept her from him, and his hand went lower, and his breathing hitched painfully. At that moment, the chase lurched violently, throwing them both to the opposite seat. As they sprawled on the cushions, Julien automatically released her. She scrambled away from him, clutching desperately at the door. He grabbed her hand and pulled her upright opposite him. All desire and anger left him as he stared at her white, shocked face. Julien turned and looked out the chase window. They were moving at a comfortable pace again. He methodically straightened his clothes and his cravat. He felt rather irritated at her. For God's sake, she was still fully clothed. If he had his way, she'd be sitting there naked and white and soft, and he'd be sweating and heaving with lust just looking at her. Still, he had scared the bloody hell out of her. But she was his wife, she was his, and— I apologize for being so enthusiastic. I didn't mean to scare you. He was beginning to feel the clumsy fool, and thus spoke with a harshness of voice he didn't intend. He saw her eyes darken with sudden anger. He drew a deep breath and continued in a more controlled voice. The fact is, we're man and wife. Can you not doubt that I wish to consummate our marriage, or, for that matter, that I wish you to bear my children? Although you cannot yet bring yourself to admit it, ours is a love match, and not a marriage of convenience. I would rather die than let you touch me. Do you understand, my lord? Ours is no love match, for I feel none for you, and your treatment of me, well, you speak well, my lord, as fluently as the devil trying to bargain for a new soul.
But you cloak your lust with words of love. You disgust me, Julien. Do you hear? He curbed his fury. To match her anger would achieve naught. She was overwrought, and his sudden passion for her had made her totally unreasonable. He said with surprising gentleness, "Enough said, Kate. Believe me, though, I will make you my wife, in every way. I love you, and soon you'll come to trust me. You dream, my lord. You believe your own fantasies. In truth, I would sooner trust any one of the Carlton House set than you. And Harry has told me that group is reprehensible, dissolute, and hardened gamesters. Harry doesn't know the half of it," he said. "Actually, I'm not at all a hardened gamester." She rearranged her bonnet, which was sitting precariously atop her hair, folded her hands primly in her lap, and looked out, unseeing, onto the French countryside. They arrived in Geneva late in the afternoon, 3 days later. Kate found she simply couldn't restrain her appreciation when Lake Geneva came into view. Though it was early September, the mountains surrounding the lake were snow-capped, and the setting sun cast a fairyland glow on the water. "Oh, goodness, how lovely it is!" "Yes, it is rather beautiful. I'm delighted you've changed your opinion." She drew back into the chaise and fastened her eyes on the cushions. "Well, perhaps it is passable." She couldn't prevent her eyes from going to his face, and she saw his brows rise in ironic amusement. She flushed, mortified at her own churlishness, and wanted to caution him at the same time for making her so very much aware of it. Soon, though, she became absorbed with the endless rows of quaint shops that lined the cobblestone streets, each sporting colorful signs and displays. The Swiss themselves, no less colorfully arrayed than their shop fronts, bustled out onto the walkways, apparently hurrying to their homes for the evening. The Coeur de Lion was a 2-storied, gabled brick building of some antiquity, which stood back from the street, nearly hidden from view by giant elm trees. The courtyard surged with activity, and no sooner did their chaise pull to a halt than 2 stable lads appeared to grab the reins. She allowed Julien to assist her from the chaise, and was thankful that she had done so, for her legs were weak from their long cramped position. She looked up to see a very rotund, quite bald little man emerge from the auberge to greet them. "My Lord March, what a long time it has been! A pleasure to see you again, my lord, a pleasure indeed." He bowed, all gracious compliance and deference. "Good evening, Perchan."
"Your establishment prospers, I see. This is my wife, and it is her first visit to your beautiful country." Monsieur Perchan beamed, bowed, and turned to give instructions in rapid French to 2 of his henchmen. "Now, my lord, my lady, if you will please to follow me. Your accommodations, I assure you, are quite in order." She was somewhat surprised that Monsieur Perchan spoke English so well. She was soon to discover that he spoke French, German, and Italian with equal ease. A slender, brown-eyed maid, who reminded Kate of a small, timid doe, was assigned to see to her comfort, and as she prepared to follow the maid up the winding wooden stairs to her chamber, Julien called to her, "Put on a warm cloak, Kate, and well explore before dinner." It was on the tip of her tongue to tell him that she had no such warm cloak, when Julien, apparently guessing her objection, added smoothly, "You'll find such a cloak in your large trunk, my dear. It is, I believe, of blue velvet, and lined with ermine." Ha! Had bought it for her. She'd see him in hell before she'd wear any of the clothes he'd bought her. "The pelisse I'm wearing will be perfectly adequate, thank you, sir." She felt rather deflated when he turned away from her and said over his shoulder, "As you wish. Surely you know best. I will appreciate having a hot-blooded woman for my wife. I'll expect you in the parlor in 5 minutes." She untied the strings on her pelisse and tossed it, not without some violence, onto the bed. She moved to the small, blazing fire and warmed her hands for a moment before flinging herself down into a chair. Orders, nothing but orders from his lordship. She gnawed at her thumbnail and tried to cool her anger, for she had learned through painful and humiliating experience that such violent emotion dulled her wits and slowed her tongue. She forced herself to relax and settle back into the chair. She looked dispassionately at her chewed nail, and thought, not without satisfaction, that the last 3 days had been more of a trial to Julien than to her, for after their brief and violent scene in the chaise, she'd treated him with a kind of indifferent courtesy. Instinctively, she knew it was her best weapon against him. It had, at least, kept him in check. "Excuse me, my lady, can I help you change?" Kate jerked her head up, thinking that she had dawdled a sufficient length of time, and rather proudly smoothed her travel-stained gown. She rose, grinning. "No, thank you. I believe I look fine as a 5-pence. Ah, yes, please give me my pelisse." There was a rather dubious look in the maid's soft brown eyes, for she'd unpacked many of the lovely gowns. She bobbed a curtsy and handed Kate her worn pelisse. As Kate swept past the smiling landlord into the private parlor, she rather hoped that Julien would be irritated, since a good half-hour had passed. She pulled up short in the middle of the room to find him seated comfortably before a blazing fire, engrossed in reading a paper. Julien finally raised his eyes from the paper and said with some surprise, "Good heavens, that was indeed a short 5 minutes. How very unpolite of me. My pardon, my dear. Have you been waiting for me long? You are the most—" She caught herself just in time. She yawned and quickly changed her tone. "If you wish to continue with your paper, it would be quite shabby of me to take you away to what one might consider a boring pastime. Ah, but it would surely be ill-bred of me to prefer the company of a newspaper over that of my charming bride. Do allow me a few minutes to put on my greatcoat, and well be off." He rose and drew on his coat and gloves in a leisurely manner. He sauntered over to her and murmured ironically, "Do forgive me for making you wait, my dear. It takes such a damnably long time to pull on one's gloves. Shall we go?" As they stepped from the auberge, a gust of cold evening wind whipped through Kate's thin pelisse and chilled her to the bone. How selfish of me! If not precisely selfish, then inconsiderate and thoughtless. Perhaps it's too chilly for a stroll. She stuck her face into the wind. On the contrary, it's a beautiful evening for a walk. I have always maintained that it's quite ridiculous to curb one's activities when the weather isn't exactly what one wish. There is but a small nip in the air. She drew her pelisse closely about her and strode ahead of him like an Amazon going into battle. He grinned at her back. He hoped she wouldn't catch a chill. She soon found that she had to suffer another inconvenience. The uneven cobblestones cut into her feet through the soft kid shoes, and she was forced to stop for a moment to pick out an errant pebble that had worked its way to the sole of her foot. He stopped beside her, but appeared quite unconcerned with her difficulty, seemingly engrossed in his contemplation of Lake Geneva. She threw the pebble at him, but missed. By the time they reached the water's edge, her teeth were chattering. "Look over there, Kate." He tugged at her sleeve and pointed her toward the mountains on the other side of the lake. "That is Mont Blanc, White Mountain. Out of the ordinary, isn't it? Only the top of it is white. The name isn't right. It's obvious the Swiss have no imagination." She would have most willingly traded the view of that awesome snow-capped peak for a pair of stout walking shoes and a warm cloak. He turned to her in some surprise. "Why, I was under the impression that the racket of towns didn't find favor with you, that you much preferred the openness and solitude of nature." "That is perfectly true, but as you see, I am to be denied solitude." He smiled as fervently at her as a priest bent upon saving a soul. "My dearest wife, since you and I have entered the blessed state of matrimony, we must be considered as one in spirit and in all things. It must be obvious to you, Julien, that these considerations of marriage don't apply to us. I do wish you'd stop beggaring the question. I'm beggaring nothing. These, considerations will apply, you'll see. Do you grow impatient? The only thing I am impatient for is my dinner. I only hope the damned Swiss know how to cook proper English fare." He didn't answer her, just leaned down and sought out a smooth pebble. Having selected a stone of the quality he desired, he flicked his wrist and sent the pebble jumping and careening wildly over the placid water. Seemingly satisfied with the number of skips he achieved, he turned to her, a thoughtful expression on his face. Impatient only for your dinner, my dear? I can and I will give you much greater pleasure than a simple meal. 21. Thank God they were in the open, in a very public place. If she'd been alone with him, she knew, just knew deep down, that she'd felt unreasoning fear at his words. As it was, all she felt was wonderful anger. Don't you dare taunt me with your man's threats, my lord. Man's threats? I don't recall having threatened you, leastwise in the past few minutes. When you come to know me better, you'll discover that I don't make threats. I make but statements of fact. They are one and the same thing coming from you, Julien. I've told you that I don't like you. I can't believe you're so unintelligent as to have so quickly forgotten my words. She'd hoped to provoke him, to put at least a small dent in his armor, but she hadn't. He gazed at her impassively, a gleam of amusement lighting his eyes, and she saw that gleam and was sorely tried by it. He was finding himself hard to maintain the calm amusement she found so annoying. He'd failed miserably with his carefully thought-out speech to her in the carriage the morning after their marriage, had succeeded only in providing her with more ammunition for his skirmishes against him. He wondered, somewhat pensively, what the devil he was going to do now. Come, he said after a moment, it's time we return. It will be dark in but a few minutes. She gave him a clipped nod, and he saw that she was shivering with cold. Just a moment, my dear, he said. She stopped and looked at him questioningly, brows raised. He shrugged out of his greatcoat and wrapped it around her shoulders. She drew back, uncertain whether or not to protest. No, he said, don't. Come now. Throughout their evening meal in the cozy private parlor, he spoke to her hardly at all, and it seemed to Kate that he appeared rather distracted. She wondered if he was employing a new stratagem. She was soon disabused of this notion when, after their meal, as the landlord poured him a glass of port, Julien asked, "Would you care to join me?" She shook her head vehemently, and he grinned at her. "No, don't worry. You'll fall on your face. Just one glass, not half a bottle. Trust that I wouldn't allow you to have more than one glass, for in truth you are no fit companion when you are drunk. Very well, one glass. I also think you're unkind to remind me of that night." Unused to the heady port, she choked on her first sip and fell into a paroxysm of coughing. She quickly downed a glass of water, drew a few sputtering breaths, and leaned back in her chair. He gave her a pensive look, then sighed his martyr's sigh. "You really must learn to conduct yourself with more grace, dear wife. It befits your new station, you know." Without thought, she clutched her wineglass and readied herself to hurl the contents into his face. He read her intent quite easily. "Don't do what you're thinking. I'll give you another statement of fact. If you commit such a childish act, I shall retaliate and treat you as a child." She clutched the glass tighter. "In plain words, Kate, if you throw the wine at me, I shall throw you over my knee, bear what I am certain is a lovely backside, and spank you soundly. Who knows what would follow once my hand is on your hips? Surely something quite pleasurable. Surely something you would come to enjoy, perhaps very much." She set the glass on the table. She'd been made to look very much the fool. Never again would she underestimate him. She rose quickly and strode quickly toward the door. "Running away? I didn't think you so craven. Come, my dear, I do apologize." He sounded perfectly sincere, and she stood uncertain, her hand on the doorknob. Julien said, silently congratulating himself on this sudden inspiration, "I have been given to understand that you play piquet quite well. Do you care to pit your skill against mine?" She instantly forgot everything. A warm surge of confidence flowed through her. She would beat him into the ground. She was good, very good. "Perhaps I might be interested. Piquet, you say? I do play occasionally. Very well, if you wish it. It will pass the time." Without thought, she added, "Would you care to lay a wager on the outcome? Say, perhaps, a shilling a point." She had no sooner spoken the words than her face fell ludicrously, for she realized she had only the pitiful amount of money left from her Paris adventure. He merely smiled, saying, "Rather than guineas, why don't we set more interesting stakes? What stakes do you have in mind?" He looked thoughtful for a moment. "Let us say, Kate, that if I win, you will ceremoniously dispose of the gown you are wearing and willingly wear the wardrobe I've provided for you." He felt quite pleased with himself, for the gown she had insisted on wearing for the past 3 days was in lamentable shape. If she lost to him, which he was quite sure she would, her pride would be salvaged, for she would be merely paying a debt of honor. "Yes, I will accept that condition, but know that I won't lose, Julien. I never have." She was suddenly aware of the gravy stain that had somehow managed to appear on the bodice of her dress during dinner. "And what is my prize if I win? Have you something in mind, Kate?" How could she tell him that if she won, she wanted nothing more than to have him vow not to touch her, to quit frightening her in that way? Her tongue seemed to tie itself into knots, and she stood in pained silence. Finally, she managed to recall something that she very much wanted. Her words poured out in a rush. "If I win, Julien, I would that you teach me to fence like a man." "Oh, I was under the impression that you had already learned all men's sports from Harry." "Ah, Harry, he's a clod with a rapier. I butchered him at the second lesson. You should have seen the look on his face. I thought he would cry there for a while. You, my lord, you are somewhat skilled, are you not?" "Somewhat, my dear, somewhat. You're not exaggerating." "As one of the dandy set, Corinthian," he said, very gently. "Are they not the same thing? You are concerned only with your own pursuits, your own pleasures. Now that you're my wife, I'm very much concerned with your pleasure as well. But let us cry peace. If you do not mind, ring for our host for a pack of cards." Once presented with a rather grimy, well-used deck of cards, Julien rose and held out a chair for Kate. She seated herself at the small table Julien had arranged near the fire and began with a good deal of skill to shuffle the deck. Julien sat down across from her and found that he couldn't help admiring her green eyes, glowing with excitement, and her auburn hair, shimmering with soft lights from the gentle light of the fire. He tore his gaze away from her face, only to find himself acutely aware of the gentle rise and fall of her breasts against the soft material of her gown. He didn't notice the gravy stain. 3 rubbers, Kate. We will total points at the end to determine the winner." She nodded in agreement and extended the shuffled cards toward him. "Would you care to cut for the deal, Julien?" "Yes, certainly." In a practiced move, she fanned the cards on the table toward him. He turned up the Jack of Hearts. She perused the cards for a moment and flipped over the King of Diamonds. Her eyes sparkled. "My king wins, sir." She played the first several hands carefully, making a concerted effort to assess Julien's skill. As not a great number of points were scored, she found it difficult at the end of the first game to be certain of his abilities. The rubber went to her, and although there were not much more than 100 points to her credit, she began to feel more sure of herself. It seemed to her that Julien was an over-cautious player, particularly in his discards. She decided that he was much too conservative. During the second rubber, the luck seemed to run evenly between them, and since Julien didn't give her overt reason to change her opinion of his play, she began to take small chances, risking a gain of substantial points by relying on her instincts. The rubber went to him, but again the points weren't great, and she consoled herself that it was only a mild setback. But as she dealt the cards, she was bothered that she couldn't pinpoint exactly why he'd won. He must have held the better cards after all. She allowed only a slight frown to pass over her forehead as she cut the deck to him. "A glass of claret. No, not for me. I must keep my wits about me. You're playing well, Julien, and I just don't understand it. I dare say you will understand very soon now." During the third rubber, she found, hand after hand, that she failed to defeat his major holdings because of his careful and studied retention of some small card. She quickly changed her opinion of his skill, for he seemed to calculate odds to perfection. Curse his hide. He played his cards decisively, no longer ruminating over discards, and it appeared to her that he had the disconcerting trick of summing up her hands with an accuracy that made her wonder bitterly if he could see through the cards. She threw caution to the wind and began to gamble on slim chances, discarding small cards for the chance of picking up an ace or a king. Her confidence plummeted, her nerves grew taut. It annoyed her no end that he appeared so repulsively casual and relaxed. The third rubber ended quickly, when, in the final hand, Julien spread out his hand, all save one card, and said gently, "I trust my quint is good. Quite good."
"And the 4 kings and 3 aces? Also good." She stared down at the impressive array of high cards, and then back at the one card he still held in his hand. "Oh, hell and the devil," she said. "I'll be fleeced horribly if I don't manage to guess this discard. Drat, I have no idea what to keep. No, I agree, there's nothing at all to tell you." He sat back in his chair, turning the long card first one way and then another between his long fingers. "Very well, a spade." She flung the card onto the table. "Sorry, but you must lose." Julien turned the card toward her, and she saw that he held a small diamond. She gazed at the card for a long moment, unwilling to believe that she'd been trounced so thoroughly. How it galled her to lose to him when she had been so certain that she would defeat him. She fought with herself to take her loss gracefully. "It appears that you've bettered me. I had no doubt of the outcome." She recoiled from his quietly spoken words, and a shadow of hurt and surprise filled her eyes. She couldn't explain why, but it seemed very unlike him to make her feel her defeat more than necessary. "It's not very kind of you to say that. You're a fine player. You're weakest in your discards. You don't play the odds as you should. Of course I would beat you, for I have at least 10 more years of experience in the game than you do. In time, if you attend carefully, your skill will equal mine." As she gathered the cards together, she became painfully aware that he was regarding her steadily. She instantly forgot her vow to beat him at cards as she felt a surge of fear sweep through her. She dropped the cards onto the table and quickly squirmed out of her chair, her eyes fixed on the door. "Surely you don't wish to leave so soon? Wouldn't you like to discuss some of the finer points of the game?" He rose lazily as he spoke and walked to the closed door, cutting off her only avenue of escape. "I want to go to bed now." Was that her voice, all thin and sickly sounding? "Precisely my idea, my dear. It's encouraging that you begin to read my wishes." "That isn't what I mean, and well you know it." He walked slowly over to where she stood. She felt like a fox being stalked by only one big hunter. "But it's exactly what I mean. I've let you have your way for 4 nights now. A very long time. Far too long for a man to wait to bed his bride. I want you, and I want you, now. Will you come with me?" She ran behind the card table, out of his reach. Though she was a scant 3 feet from him, the small barrier gave her courage. "No, I won't come with you. Please, don't you understand? I don't want you to frighten me like that." He walked around the card table. "No, stay away from me. I swear I'll fight you, Julien. I'll hurt you. I'm no weakling. I'm strong, and I hurt Harry many times." He found himself torn between exasperation and a physical desire that was fast dying. The situation had gone beyond absurd. He couldn't allow it to continue another night. Damnation! He drew a steadying breath. "Listen to me, wife. I find it refreshing that in liberal times virginal modesty still exists, but you carry it to an absurd point." He leaned over and spread his hands on the table, his eyes on a level with hers. "When are you going to accept the fact that I'm your husband? When are you going to face up to the fact that you and I, madam, will be together until one of us cocks up his toes and passes to the hereafter?" She was trembling. Not wanting him to see her fear, she quickly whisked her shaking hands behind her back. "It's not that, truly. It's just that—" He waited for her to continue, but she fell silent, her hands knotting the material of her skirt. He was baffled, no other word for it. There she was, his wife, standing there, her face as white as the collar of her gown had been 4 days ago. He'd been so certain that her refusal of him was because of her damnable pride, her anger at him for removing all choice from her. He saw fear now, stark and livid in her eyes, real fear so deep and urgent that he couldn't begin to imagine what was the matter. He cudgeled his brain in an effort to figure out what to do, what to think about the situation. Kate, help me to understand you. I know your mother died when you were quite young. In fact, you were alone at an age when a mother's advice and teaching are very important. He paused a moment, studying her face, but oddly, she was simply looking at him blankly, as if she hadn't even heard him. A father and a brother aren't the same. Did your father warn you against men? Did he frighten you? Did he tell you that men would hurt you, perhaps even harm you? Did he try to make you believe that a physical love between a husband and wife was sinful? A fragile image of her mother rose in Kate's mind. She was croning gentle words to her, somehow consoling her, stroking her hair. She felt pain then, but it was long ago pain that no longer existed, at least in her body. It was still there, though, in her mind, somewhere. The fleeting picture brought with it inexplicable panic. Did he tell you that a husband would treat you badly? Did he try to convince you it was disgusting? Oh, no, no. She wished she hadn't spoken, for her words dissolved her mother's face, and with it, the strange memory. Very well, then, he said, and straightened to his full height. I must then assume that you're simply thwarting me, for whatever reason I have yet to fathom. I hope you don't choke on your pride, Kate. I am very tired of playing your adversary in a game I can't begin to understand. He waited a moment, sighed, then turned to the sideboard and poured himself a glass of claret. She looked after him, perplexed, and as he didn't turn back to her, she picked up her skirts and walked slowly from the room. 22. Julien sat alone in the private parlor the following morning, his hands curled around a warm cup of coffee, waiting for his bride of nearly a week now, who wasn't yet his wife. He wondered idly if she would honor her lost wager and appear in a gown he'd bought for her. He had not long to dwell on this question, for soon the landlord opened the door, and she swept past poor old Perchone into the room, dressed in the height of fashion and wearing a militant expression. He silently applauded his taste, for the lavender muslin, secured below her bosom with rosebud lace, became her to perfection. He rose lazily from his chair and proffered her a deep bow. "How charming you are this morning, my dear! I'm gratified you think so highly of your own taste." She seated herself at the breakfast table. Secretly, she was quite pleased with the picture she presented and impressed with the style and cut of the gown. She wished only that it had been she who'd chosen it and not Julien. "Very well. How did you know my size? Would you like a cup of tea before the inquisition begins? No, I see that you want an answer now. Very well. It was a lucky guess. The top of your head comes to my chin. I held out my hands like this, and decided your breasts would fill them nicely. I've clasped you about your waist, and found it about so." He made his hands into a nearly touching circle, to which she snorted. "As to your hips, I'm fortunate that I've seen you in breeches. Do you wish to know anything else? I don't believe you. Perhaps you bribed my maid for the measurements." His eyes twinkled. "As you will. Odd that you don't believe the truth when you hear it. It's rubbish. I'm not a fool, Julien. It's obvious you gained such knowledge by purchasing such garments for your mistresses." She drew back, flushed, for she hadn't meant to say anything of the sort, and was appalled at her shrewd's voice. If she thought he'd be a gentleman and ignore her unfortunate lapse, she was sadly mistaken. "Oh, my dear, do I detect a note of jealousy? Perhaps a quiver of resentment? Don't worry, since my marriage, I've given all my mistresses a permanent congé. You might very well change your mind about that. It's quite possible you'll soon find yourself wishing for their amiable company."
They don't hold yourself in low esteem. You will be all that I could ever desire in a woman. It appears it will just take me a while to bring you to the sticking point. I'm not hungry, and you look as if you've eaten an entire cache of eggs and drunk an urn of coffee. Shall we continue our journey, our wedding trip?" he said in his best nobleman's drawl.
They bowled out of the courtyard of the Coeur de Lion not long thereafter, and as Julien wished to reach the villa by late afternoon, they maintained a smart pace throughout the morning, halting only once to change horses. To Kate's relief, she was relieved of his company for the better part of the afternoon, as he decided to take the reins. "We've a sluggish leader who needs a firm hand. I hope you don't mind being alone, wife." She raised her brows at him. As he stepped from the chaise, he remarked over his shoulder, "It's a sad trial. It appears my firm hand is needed in so many things, from my bride's clothes to my rented horses." Her attention was suddenly claimed by a very interesting rock formation by the side of the road. But it wasn't long before she found that she was grinning despite herself, forced to admit that he was very good with the horses, wrought his eyes, for the chase was moving at a smoother pace, with fewer jolts and lurches. She settled back and enjoyed the beautiful Swiss countryside that unfolded outside her window, trying to forget that she'd condemned it so shortly before. Such a short time before that, it would never have occurred to her even to think so a stupid thing, but so much had changed since the day she had first met the Earl of March. As she recalled the shocked look on his face when he realized that his duelist was a girl, her lips curled into a smile. How very pleasant, too, were the early days she'd spent in his company. She'd been so very comfortable with him, speaking her mind, never mincing words. He'd been the most delightful of companions. She'd trusted him as a friend, never really seeing him as a man who would want her. She sighed and leaned back against the squabs, closing her eyes. He had destroyed those halcyon days and had robbed her of all comfort and peace of mind. She remembered unwillingly the day he'd asked her to wed him, the suffocating fear that had risen unbidden to choke her. She understood her fear not one whit better than she had then. She knew only that it was deep within her, a part of her from which she could not seem to free herself. She opened her eyes as the chaise lurched its way ponderously up a steep incline that cut through dense, lush forest. A few minutes later, the road widened, and the chaise burst out of the forest into a large triangular clearing atop a jutting promontory. In the center of the clearing stood a small, elegantly constructed white brick villa. Delicately wrought columns supported the overhanging balconies of the second floor. It seemed to Kate that in the fading sunlight the endless numbers of windows glittered like bright prisms. Snow-capped peaks were visible in the distance, and the well-skied lawn seemed to melt into the green of the forest, as if blended into it by an artist's brush. It was an exquisite private mansion, suited from whom he'd secured this place. As Julien reined in the horses, her attention was drawn to an older man and woman bustling out of the front doors towards them. Julien opened the chaise door and helped her to alight before turning his attention to the couple, who stood viewing her with lively curiosity. "Good afternoon, James, Maria. I'd like you to meet my Countess, Katharine St. Clair. Kate, meet James and Maria Creighton, thankfully here to keep us clean and dressed and well fed." The woman drew her stiff bombazine skirts into a curtsy, and the man gave a tug to a rather unruly spike of grey hair. "A real pleasure, my lady," he beamed at Kate, revealing slightly protruding teeth. Kate inclined her head, conscious suddenly of the somewhat strange yet pleasing experience of being treated with such deference. "We weren't expecting your lordship and ladyship so soon," James continued to Julien, "but Mrs. Creighton and I have everything ready for you, my lord, all right and proper, even though we've had to deal with these foreigners." "Excellent. Her ladyship is quite fatigued from the long journey. Would you be so kind as to show her to her bedchamber, Maria?" "I'm not at all fatigued, Julien. However, I would very much like to see my room. Her ladyship is renowned for her stamina, Maria. Has the weather continued warm, James?" "Yes, my lord, though the nights are quite chilly. A peaceful place this is. Mrs. Creighton and I fancy that we can hear our hair grow, so quiet it is." Kate ignored Julien's laugh and followed Mrs. Creighton into a small entryway. As she mounted the delicately carved staircase that wound in a lazy, circular fashion to the upper floor, Julien called out, "Let's dine in an hour. Is that sufficient time for you to perform whatever womanly chores necessary?" "What womanly chores? No, don't answer that. I will certainly find something suitably womanly to occupy my time. Perhaps an hour won't be sufficient. Perhaps you would like to tour the carriage back to Geneva. And leave my enthusiastic bride? Not a chance. Do strive to please me in this, my dear. An hour." He grinned at her, and to her chagrin, she found the corners of her mouth tilting up. As this would never do, she quickly turned, hurrying after Mrs. Creighton. She was shown into a small, delightfully furnished room, dominated on one side by a fireplace, and on the other by long windows curtained with pale pink brocade. The furniture was all white and gold, in the French style of the last century, blending with exquisite artistry into the delicate shades of pink in the carpet. Her eyes alight with pleasure, Kate turned impulsively to Mrs. Creighton. "It's a lovely room. How surprising to find such elegance in so remote a place. Indeed, my lady, Mr. Creighton and I were a bit concerned when his lordship told us to come here, but now we quite like it. You are part of his lordship's staff in London." "Certainly, my lady. Mr. Creighton and I were with his lordship's father, the late Earl of March. It was quite excited we were, coming to this foreign place and all, even though we were concerned, as I said. His lordship said we needed a change of air, he did. He knew he could trust us to carry out his wishes." She pursed her lips. A journey from London to Switzerland must occupy the better part of a week, perhaps even more. The Creightons would have had to leave England before Julien had come to Paris. Surely not. When did his lordship send you here, Mrs. Creighton? "We've been here nearly a week now, my lady," Mrs. Creighton said, quite unaware that her young mistress was now as stiff as the maple tree outside the bedchamber window. "Naturally, his lordship told us he was going to be married in Paris. He wanted us to come immediately to have all in readiness for your ladyship. But, of course, you know all of this already." She smiled kindly at her new mistress. "It's pleased we are that Master Julien has finally wed. Ah, but here I go again. Mr. Creighton is forever telling me my tongue runs on wheels, begging your ladyship's pardon. Yes, of course I knew, Mrs. Creighton," Kate said quickly. Though the woman's tongue ran on wheels, they were quite informative ones. Damn Julien, anyway. How very certain he had been of himself and of her. Mrs. Creighton read the tightening of her ladyship's lips and the sudden frown on her forehead as signs of fatigue. "You just sit down and rest by the fire, and I'll have Mr. Creighton fetch up a nice hot bath." When Mrs. Creighton had removed her garrulous self from the room, Kate yanked off the expensive bonnet and flung it on a chair. The blue velvet cloak that Julien had bought for her she tossed in a heap on top of the bonnet. She sank down into the soft cushions of the settee that faced the fireplace, and idly looked about her for an object to fling at Julien, were he to present himself. She looked fondly at a small gilded mirror that hung over the mantel, but thought pessimistically that he would handily duck it were it to be hurled at his head. She found the mental image evoked by such a confrontation so comical that she couldn't long maintain her anger at him and his officious confidence. She even found herself thinking somewhat philosophically that it would have been most unlike Julien to forget so important an item as accommodations for their wedding trip. She wondered, indeed, if he ever forgot any detail. He had even attended to acquiring the perfectly fitted satin undergarments that felt so delightfully luxurious against her skin, so very different from the stout cotton shed worn until just days ago. She sighed and said to the crackling fire, "Well, my girl, there is no way of getting around the fact that you're married. I guess once married, one stays married and makes the best of it." The fire crackled and popped. She instantly took exception to her own conclusions, for they reeked of capitulation, of nauseating submission. Nothing had changed between them.
She wouldn't allow him to bend her to his will. As this resolve brought with it an unsettling sense of dissatisfaction, she closed her eyes and concentrated on thinking about absolutely nothing. When she appeared in the cozy dining room, closer to 2 hours than one after they had parted, she saw Julien standing in front of the long windows, his back to her, gazing out into the darkness, his hand holding back the dark blue drapery, an elegant hand with long fingers, a man's hand with strength and power. He turned as her rustling skirts announced her presence, and she was momentarily taken aback by the very serious expression on his face. But in an instant the expression was gone, and he strolled, as indolent as a lizard lazing about beneath a bright sun, to where she stood, took her hand in his, and kissed her fingers. "How very beautiful you are tonight, my dear. Do you find your bedchamber to your liking? I fear, Julien, that you compliment the gown you chose rather than its wearer. I'm just me, the same me you met in breeches and that old hat. I know it well. Know, too, that I very thoroughly appraised the wearer long before I purchased the gown. Do tell me, do you find your bedchamber adequate? If you had ever seen my bedchamber at Brandon Hall, you wouldn't ask such a question. It's charming, more than charming. It's quite the nicest bedchamber I've ever seen in my life, and doubtless you know that. I trust you'll also find the sherry delightful," he said, handing her a glass. "It's really quite excellent. The Conte Bellini's cellar rivals that of St. Clair. Who is this Conte Bellini person?" "A friend of mine. We've done business together, and, of course, gamed and caroused together in Milan." No surprise there, but she knew she was baiting her. She managed not to swallow the bait, saying instead, "Ah, something else. Mrs. Creighton informed me that not only are she and Mr. Creighton in your household staff in London, but they've been here for nearly a week. You told them, my lord, you actually told them while you were still in London that you were getting married in Paris. That passes all bounds, Julien. Your conceit and arrogance make you a candidate for the gallows, my gallows." A sleek brow shot up in seeming surprise. "What bounds? Me? Arrogant? Gallows? I don't begin to understand you, wife. Surely you would wish to have all in readiness for you when we arrived here." "That isn't at all the point, as you very well know. You told them, damn you. Had I not told them, how else could they have been here in good time?" Julien drained the remainder of his sherry and looked down at her with mild surprise. She fidgeted with her glass a moment, realizing that to continue in her argument would only provide him with more amusement at her expense. "Very well. You refuse to acknowledge the justice of my point. I don't wish to haggle further with you. Oh, how nice. Here is our dinner." "Begging your lordship's pardon, but you said dinner was to be served when her ladyship arrived. Your entrance was exquisitely timed, Maria. Kate, my dear, would you care to be seated?" "How very gracious of you, my Lord March. Ah, do try the lamb. It looks quite delicious." "Yes, ma'am," Julien said, grinning at her, and promptly fell to his dinner. Some minutes later, he said casually, "Oh, I quite forgot to tell you. Harry wrote you a letter and asked that I give it to you." "A letter from Harry? But however did you get a letter from Harry? No, please don't deign to give me a tedious explanation. How could I imagine that you would overlook my brother in all your machinations? You begin to understand me, Kate. I do apologize for not giving it to you sooner, but there were so many other pressing matters that I forgot about it. Creighton found it when he was unpacking." It didn't take her long to decipher the few lines of Harry's familiar sloping scrawl, and she raised a face pale with anger to Julien. She wadded up the sheet, really quite viciously, and clutched it in a tight fist. "Good Lord, you look ready to hurl your lamb chops at the sofa. Whatever did he write? You miserable sod, you put him up to this." She flung the ball of paper at him. He caught the paper handily and smoothed it out in front of him. He'd expected Harry to simply congratulate his sister, which of course he did, but in such a way that Julien could readily understand why it had raised her hackles, indeed sent her temper to the boiling point. Harry had advised her, in no uncertain terms, not to play the shrew and argue and give orders as was her wont, because she was, after all, a very lucky girl to be offered marriage by such a distinguished, amiable, and accomplished gentleman. Even this could have been forgiven if, in his zeal to commend himself to his brother-in-law, Harry had not gone so far as to advise her to forget all her nonsensical notions of playing at men's sports, to toss away her men's breeches as well as her pistols, to become an obedient wife and conduct herself as a countess should. Undoubtedly, Harry had meant to do him a favor. Lord, he hadn't meant to impress the boy so. The last few lines were difficult to read, and Julien, after making them out, decided that Kate hadn't read to the end of her letter. Perhaps it would reduce her anger. Probably not, but perhaps. Control your ire, my dear. Your brother was a trifle over-exuberant in his, counsel, but you should forgive him, for he was very excited about joining his regiment. Counsel? Is that what you call it? Oh, what do you mean, joining what regiment? The last lines of his letter. He tells you that by the time you read his letter, he will be on his way to Spain. Spain? She repeated blankly. Of course. You must have known this was his wish above all things, to be a soldier, all dashed out in a white and red uniform, a saber at his side, a stallion of doubtless noble descent. I made the arrangements before I left London. Don't worry about him, for there are only minor squabbles with the guerrillas since Napoleon's downfall. Trust me, Kate. I even spoke to Lord Hawkesbury, telling him that under no circumstances did I want Harry in the midst of any fighting. He's still too green, but he will learn and mature, and I suspect that he will make an excellent soldier in the not-too-distant future. She said nothing to that, just sat there, her lamb untouched on her plate, her head averted, stiff as a pike. He said, more harshly than he intended, "Good God, Kate, I don't understand you. Harry is a grown man, or very nearly grown. You're behaving as though he is still in short coats and you're his doting mother or great-aunt."
Let him have his freedom. Let him get away from Sir Oliver, who wants to make a scholar of a boy with no more taste for Ovid than Sophocles, who hated his guts. "It's not that," she said, and she was actually wringing her hands. "It's just happened so quickly. Everything's happened so quickly. Everything is different. The changes. There have been so many changes. The world she'd known had crumbled about her. Harry had been everything to her after her mother died. Of course she'd known that someday he would leave her, that he would even marry and another girl would take her place in his heart. But it had always been in a misty, vague future, a very distant future. Dear God, he was only 22 and had left her without telling her, without a single damned word, without giving her time to reconcile herself to it. Quite suddenly, her look of unhappiness was replaced again by thin-lipped anger. She was now dwelling on Harry's other words. Julien waited patiently for her outburst, but it didn't come. Perplexed, he saw the angry look vanish, and, to his consternation, she gazed at him steadily and said in a voice that was surely desperate, "So, my lord, I am to be your obedient wife and conduct myself as a countess should. Just how does a countess behave? Does she stick her nose in the air when addressed by those who are beneath her? And who are beneath her? Pray tell me, for these are uncharted seas for me." He stretched out his hand and let his long fingers close over hers. "You are no longer Sir Oliver's daughter. He has no more say about anything regarding you. You're now mine. You're also now a countess, and that means that however you choose to behave is quite the correct way." He spoke easily, smiling, hoping to make light of Harry's ill-chosen words. To his surprise and dismay, a large tear gathered and rolled unheeded down her cheek. She didn't sniff or blink, merely let the tear and those following it gather and fall, leaving a light streak to mark their path. "My dear." She calmly picked up her napkin, daubed the corners of her eyes, and wiped her cheeks. She said dully, "It seems that I didn't know my brother. He is exactly like the rest of you men. He cares for naught but his own pleasures, his own pursuits, no matter that they may kill him,
and expects women to keep to their place, safe and quiet and subservient, an obedient and, yes, undoubtedly, inferior creature. That's what he expects. Of course, it is what you wish also. The rest is all nonsense. Pray don't insult my intelligence or patronize me." She slipped out of her chair and, without another word, walked stiffly to the door. She didn't turn when he called out to her, just let herself quietly out of the room, picked up her skirts, and fled up the stairs to her bedchamber. Ah, yes, such a lovely room, a room fit for a countess, which she now was. But what was that, indeed? Surely not she, for she was miserable and unfit and quite stupid. She looked blindly about her for a moment and then flung herself face down on the bed. She was lost in her own private misery and was roused only when the fire in the grate burned low and she began to shiver. She stood up, automatically smoothing the folds of her beautiful new gown. It was hopelessly crumpled, but she didn't care, for after all, it was Julien's. If he didn't like the wrinkles, let him smooth them. She walked to the windows, found the cord, and pulled back the heavy curtains. The night was black, save for a few errant stars appearing through the heavy veil of darkness. She pulled the latch and leaned out, the cold night air pressing against her face. A picture of Harry in his yellow striped waistcoat, proudly pluming himself in front of her, came into her mind. Harry, flinging his arms heavenward, groaning loudly, falling flat on his back when it had last been his turn to be killed in a duel. Harry, now gone from her, now gone to Spain. Harry, no longer a part of her life. Harry, a man like all the rest of them, now gone from her, irreversibly. Deep inside, she knew that nothing could ever again be the same. For so long as Harry had remained near to her, a semblance of their years together, the happy moments of her childhood, was preserved. But now they had both crossed unalterably into a different life, their past forever lost to them. She suddenly felt very tired. She drew back into the room and slowly closed the window, but not the draperies. Not without some difficulty, she managed to unfasten the small buttons at the back of her gown. She let the gown slide to the floor and simply stepped out of it, leaving it where it lay. She slipped out of the silk chemise and then walked slowly to the exquisite bed with its canopy of a soft beige and pink silk, pulled back the satin counterpane, and slid between the warm covers. Long after the covers had been removed by the unobtrusive Mrs. Creighton, Julien sat alone in brooding silence. He held a glass of claret in his hand and stared vaguely into its depths. It was smooth, deeply red, and it warmed his stomach. Unfortunately, it hadn't yet spread its mellowing warmth to his mind or his groin. He wanted a woman. He hurt with need. It wasn't something he was used to, this enforced celibacy, this absurd denial. He was a man, damn it, and a man released his passion in a woman regularly, and it was the way it was meant to be. And now he was even married. A wife belongs to her husband, and surely a husband could have his wife whenever and however it pleased him to have her. And yet, here she was, still a damned virgin, after day upon day of marriage. And he'd allowed it to go on and on and on, because he liked her. He admired her spirit and her independence, her differentness, which had drawn him to her in the first place, like a moth to a flame. Had seen Sir Oliver and spoken to the wretched, perverted creature. He knew that he'd beaten her regularly, for whatever reason he couldn't begin to fathom, had guessed at what her life had been like under that despicable tyrant's hand, and was trying desperately to understand her, because, damn it, he loved her, and he wanted her to be happy. Dear God, he hated the situation. He hurt. He felt a cold, impotent frustration. She seemed farther out of his reach than ever before, even though she was now his wife. Certainly he understood that Harry's admonitions galled her, but Harry's commission was another matter entirely. Why couldn't she accept the fact that Harry was ready for freedom? Wasn't he entering his manhood? Wasn't he ready and entitled for the adventures he wanted so badly? He rose from the table and walked slowly and thoughtfully to the fireplace. He leaned his elbows on the mantel and gazed into the dying flames.
In that instant, he cursed the woman who had so changed his life, the red-haired witch who had woven her web so completely around him that he no longer desired any other woman. He wanted her, no other woman. Curse her white hide. It wasn't fair. If he had stayed in London, he never would have met her. But he had met her, dying in her duel with Harry, falling dramatically at his feet. Then she pulled off her boy's cap, and he saw her as the girl she was, as the girl he wanted more than life itself. Damn her stubborn eyes. He wanted to beat her, perhaps strangle her just a bit. No, he wanted her naked, and he wanted to kiss her and caress her and... He strode quickly from the dining room and flung out of the villa into the dark night. Without really realizing what he was doing, he found himself walking to the side of the villa, to where her bedchamber was located. Almost against his will, he looked up at her windows. The curtains were open. She was standing in the middle of her room, clad only in her chemise. He sucked in his breath at the sight of her, knew his hands were fisted at his sides, knew that his member was swelling, as hard as a rock, knew that his heart was pounding faster and harder still. He stood rooted to the spot and watched her, after a long moment, pull the straps of the camise off her white shoulders. The ache in his groin became nearly intolerable as she let the camise slip over her breasts to her narrow waist. God, he'd pictured her breasts in his mind, filled his hands with her breasts, at least in his fantasies. She was glorious, her breasts as beautiful as he'd imagined, more beautiful than any woman's he'd ever seen, ever caressed, ever fondled, full and high, the nipples a dark pink. Oh, God, so lovely. He wanted to touch her, to take each of her nipples in his mouth and suckle her, and bring her such pleasure that she wouldn't be able to bear it, and she'd moan and whisper how much she wanted him, and please, please give her more pleasure, and more, and more. He forced himself to turn away, cursing his own weakness, cursing his vivid imagination, which wasn't really imagination, for he knew well her flesh would be soft and warm, and there would be her scent, only hers, and he would breathe in that scent, and it would drive him mad. Still, he saw, even as he was turning, the silken material fall below her waist, and he glimpsed her white belly, white like a saint's brow, white as the body of a virgin, which she was. Oh, Jesus. Despite the coldness of the night, he was sweating. With a growl, he broke away, forcing himself not to look back. He knew he couldn't look back and see the rest of her, the thatch of auburn hair covering her, the long white thighs, sleek with muscle, for she was a country girl used to walking and thus fit and strong. He remained outside until finally, shivering violently from the cold, he was forced to go back into the villa. "His lordship isn't here?" "No, my lady. 'Twas quite early his lordship left this morning to go into the village. He said he'll be returning for dinner." Mrs. Creighton thought it strange that his lordship hadn't informed his countess. Indeed, she wondered at her ladyship's puffy eyes, and remembered the crumpled gown she'd picked up from the floor. She decided that they must have had a lover's quarrel the previous evening, surely unfortunate, but not unusual for a man and wife newly wed. She remembered the arguments during those early years when she and James had screamed at each other, yelling the most ridiculously horrid things, not meaning them, of course, at least not 10 minutes later. "I see," Kate said, slipping into a wrapper. Perversely, she felt slighted that he hadn't told her, but then, of course, she'd not given him the opportunity. She'd left both him and that delicious lamb chop quite alone. She managed to keep herself busy throughout the morning, poking her head in and out of the elegant rooms in the villa. After a light luncheon, she donned a shawl and strolled out into the grounds. It delighted her that there were no formal gardens, for she had never enjoyed her mother's pastime of pulling up weeds and putting in her favorite flowers, particularly the rose plants she'd brought from Scotland, carrying them on her elopement.
The vast wilderness of forest and mountains here gave her a feeling of unrestrained freedom. From the edge of a cliff to the left of the villa, she could make out the small village nestled in the valley below. She sat down near the edge and wrapped her skirt about her legs. Although she had gotten used to being alone, particularly after Harry left for Eton, she found that now she didn't enjoy her solitude. She didn't understand herself. It was disconcerting. She wandered back to the villa, selected a small volume of Lord Byron's poems from the shelf in the well-stocked library, and curled up in the window seat. But her attention wasn't long held by the poet's bold, haunting words, for she couldn't help remembering Julien's telling her with laughter and a touch of regret in his voice of Lady Caroline Lamb and her flaunted affair with the quixotic Byron. She had thought then of the excitement of belonging to such a world, of meeting people who cut such a romantic dash through London society. She sighed and leaned back on her elbows and allowed the thin vellum volume to drop to the floor. Somehow, she still felt like the provincial Kate Brandon. She wondered when she would feel like a countess. Julien had said she was a countess, that whatever she did, it was all right, because she was a countess. She couldn't begin to understand him. Later in the afternoon, bored with her inactivity, she sallied forth and, without any particular destination in mind, began to walk down the single winding road that led to the village. Being used to country life, she found the exercise invigorating and maintained a brisk pace. She didn't see a single soul. She allowed herself to be drawn into the quiet serenity of the ageless forest. She had bent down to stroke a soft fern that had wound itself around a tree trunk when she was startled to her feet by a shrill cry. She wheeled around and, seeing nothing, hurried around a bend in the road. She pulled up short, not believing what she saw. A peasant stood in the middle of the road, flailing a mare with a knobby stick. The horse whinnied and shied, blowing hard, trembling, her flanks rippling, but the man held her firmly, cursing as he rained blows on her head and back. She picked up her skirts and ran toward the man. He didn't notice her until she grabbed his arm and shouted at him, "Stop it, you fool! How dare you strike that poor animal? By all that's holy, you should be thrown off a cliff. You should be gutted like a trout, you miserable beast, or fish." The peasant jerked around, baring blackened teeth in an astonished grimace at the sight of a well-dressed young lady, her face red with fury. Realizing that she'd spoken in English, she paused and gathered suitable, blighting words in French. "Whatever are you doing, you wretched creature? I demand that you stop beating this poor animal." "You demand, my pretty young lady? Just look what you've done." Flecks of foam dropped from the mare's mouth, and ugly red blood streaks crossed on her head and neck. Kate moved to the horse to quiet her, but the peasant blocked her way and shook the stick in her face. "It's my horse, missy, and I'll give the beast the beating she deserves. Kicked me, she did, the mangy creature. You probably deserve the kicking. You probably deserve much more. And if you fed her properly, she wouldn't be mangy. You should be shot." From long experience with facing Sir Oliver, ranting and waving his cane at her, she now felt no fear. She, quite simply, wanted to kill him. The peasant pulled up short at this attack from the foreign lady and narrowed his eyes at her speculatively. He licked his lips and looked meaningfully at the single strand of pearls about her neck. How strange it is that such a fine young lady is out walking by herself. "Maybe I'll not beat the beast if you give me those fine pearls." He reached out a dirty hand, and Kate jumped back out of his reach. "Don't be absurd, you cruel creature. You can't frighten me. I shall have you whipped, which is less than you deserve, if you so much lay a hand on me. I'll have you made into bacon, you swine." "On I. And who'll do this whipping, missy? Who'll do the chopping, eh?" He was advancing on her, the stick poised. He looked revoltingly pleased with himself, happy as he could be. Without thought, she balled her hand into a fist, as Harry had taught her, and struck the man full in the face, right in his jaw, just left of his lower lip. He staggered back, more from surprise than pain. His rough features distorted with rage. He cursed her loudly in words she couldn't begin to understand. Now frightened, since she wasn't a fool, she began to back away from him warily. She should have kicked him in the groin, the more extreme measure Harry had taught her to use when a man offended. "I'll show you, you bloody bitch." The man rushed at her, swinging the stick in a wide arc. In that instant, the mare, now freed, reared on her hind legs and thrust her hooves at the peasant's back, hard. He went sprawling, yelling as he went down, and landed on his face mere inches from Kate's feet. Kate grabbed the mare's mane and swung onto her back. The mare snorted in surprise and reared again, her front hooves pawing the air. Kate hung on tightly to her mane, disregarding a huge rip in her skirt. She saw only that miserable man, who was rising slowly and painfully from the ground, his eyes as mean now as Sir Oliver's at the most vicious of times. She threw herself forward on the mare's neck and grasped the loose reins. She felt pain shoot through her leg as the peasant's stick struck hard on her thigh. She bit back a cry, dug her heels into the mare's sides, and hung on with all her strength as the frightened horse shot forward in an erratic gallop. She didn't look back, just hugged herself against the mare's neck. She realized vaguely that there was only the single mountain road and that they were heading in the direction of the village. She heard the peasant yelling after her and looked back in sudden panic, afraid that he had another horse. He was running after her, his fists raised, screaming. She breathed only a momentary sigh of relief, for she hadn't the foggiest notion what she was going to do. She'd stolen a horse, albeit for the purest of motives, and was fleeing toward a foreign village, where, for all she knew, the people were as vicious and uncaring as that horrible peasant. She wanted to yell with relief when she saw in the distance 2 horses coming up the road at a leisurely pace. It took her but a moment to recognize Julien, with James Creighton following closely behind him. She urged the mare forward and waved wildly with one hand. As she neared, she pulled back on the reins. To her despair, her legs had become curiously boneless and promptly sat down hard at the side of the road. "My lord, whatever has happened?" Creighton dismounted and rushed toward them. "I don't yet know, James," he continued to quiet the trembling horse. "But all the blood, my lord." Yes, I see. Hopefully her ladyship isn't harmed, but rather this wretched animal. Here, James, take her reins. Keep talking to her softly. Keep calming her. Yes, that's it. Keep her soothed and quiet." Julien dropped to his haunches in front of his wife, gripped her shoulders, and shook her slightly. "What the damned hell happened? Are you all right? In the good Lord's name, what have you done?" She stared up at him, so relieved to see him that all she could do was stare at him and smile and clutch at his sleeve and pray that he would understand. "Hello, Julien," she said. "I really didn't intend this, you know. Before I strangle you and then shoot that poor miserable horse, tell me what happened." 24. Julien pulled her to her feet. "All right, what did you do?" "Damnation, I have this awful feeling I really don't want to know." "Probably," she said, as she brought up her hands to clutch at his shoulders. Though she knew now she was quite safe, the enormity of what she'd just done now left her quite speechless. "Come on, spill it out. Don't try to fob me off with something benign. You've never done anything benign in your bloody life. Now, what happened?" His voice was sharper than he intended, for his fear for her was great still. Oddly, his tone steadied her, and she drew back and gave him a rather feeble smile. "I fear I'm going to have to face a magistrate, Julien, though I meant it all for the best. You see, I've stolen the horse." He just stared down at her, realizing he wasn't really surprised. He held her while she gathered together her disordered thoughts and launched into her story. It required several questions for Julien to grasp the facts. "You do understand, don't you, Julien? I couldn't let that horrid man continue to beat the mare. And he wouldn't be reasonable about the matter, and I did try to tell him to stop, at first quite nicely, well, nearly, but I was so angry at what he was doing. I had to be nice because I had to do it in French. This peasant, the bastard, tried to harm you? Well, yes, but you see, I gave him great provocation by hitting him in the face. Surely that would make anyone rather angry. I should have kicked him in the groin, the way Harry showed me to do, but I forgot. The mare struck him in the back, and that saved me. Where is this man?" He realized that for the first time in his life, he was most willingly prepared to commit murder. Her blathering moved him not one whit. Good Lord, he could just see her trying to kick the man in the crotch. The last time I saw him, he was standing in the road, waving his fists at me. Back up there. She turned and pointed with a grimy finger. Julien turned abruptly to Creighton. Take our heroine mare here, James, and let her ladyship mount your horse. Come, Kate, we are going to settle this matter right now. Kick him in the groin. Good God. She started to argue, but he ignored her, took her firmly by the arm, and tossed her into the saddle. He ground his teeth at the sight of her bloodied, torn gown. Kate found herself frightened, not now for herself, but rather for Julien. That was surely odd, but nonetheless, it was there. Please, I don't want you to particularly murder the man, even though he was vicious and a bully. He was white with rage. He wasn't listening to her. She held her tongue. She'd started it all, and now it appeared that he was going to finish it. Can you manage the horse? Of course I can. I didn't lose my skill, just my temper. Very well. Cease your advice and pay heed to not falling off. Kick him in the groin? I don't believe it. Kate had not much choice in the matter, for Julien vaulted into the saddle and urged his horse into a gallop. Julien was furious at the man who would dare try to harm her, and he wanted to box her ears for being so stupid as to walk out alone. That she'd been brave and saved the mare he stored away for future consideration. Fortunately, it was not long before his rational self reappeared, and he was forced to admit that Kate had, after all, quite unlawfully interfered and stolen the man's horse. His blood ran cold at the thought of what would have happened if she hadn't had the quickness of wit to escape on the mare. Damnation! How could he wring the man's neck when, if one were logical, the fellow had had just provocation? She was praying devoutly that the peasant would be gone. But when they rounded a bend in the road, she saw to her despair that he hadn't budged and now stood in the roadway, legs apart, holding the knobby stick tightly in one hand. Julien drew up some distance from the peasant. You will stay here. No, I want... Bloody hell, woman, you will do as I tell you. You move a muscle, exercise your tongue just once, and it will be the worse for you. Do you understand me? She nodded, pale and now quite frightened for him. She called after him, Please be careful. I don't want us both hauled to the magistrate. Julien ignored her, saying to Creighton, Stay with her ladyship, James, and don't bloody let her leave this spot. Jesus, at least she forgot to kick him in the crotch. She sat huddled in the saddle, wishing that a Swiss regiment would somehow magically appear. She watched tensely as Julien strode toward the peasant. She hunched lower in the saddle and bit her lip as the man brandished the stick in Julien's face and yelled wildly in her direction. At the next moment, Kate blinked in astonishment, for the man lay sprawled in the dirt, and Julien stood over him, calmly rubbing his knuckles. When the man finally struggled to his feet, he appeared to have shrunken visibly in size, or so it seemed to her. She wasn't really surprised that her husband could see to himself and to her. It rather pleased her, but then again, she had been the one who initially saved the mare. Julien had come in on the last act, so to speak. This was only an epilogue. There followed a rapid conversation in French, dominated by Julien. Money changed hands, and, to Kate's further surprise, the man bowed to Julien, dusted off his clothing, and walked quickly into the forest. Kate clicked her horse forward and drew up beside her husband. Well, my dear, it seems that you now own a horse. He allowed his features to soften now at the sight of her. She was a mess, very pale, with her hair hanging in tangles about her face. She gave him a huge smile, and that was lovely, and completely her, full of bravado. You hit him smartly. I was impressed. Perhaps you could show me just how you did that. Not likely. When you meet Percy, he will tell you in the most condescending manner possible that I spend too much of my time sparring with Gentleman Jackson. I fear they wouldn't approve your membership. He's the boxer. Yes, he is. Now, let's go home. Both you and your horse are in need of attention. For the first time, Kate became aware of her disheveled condition. I guess I am rather a mess. But no worse off than your horse. She will be all right. Won't she, Julien? She said, as she looked at the pitiful specimen she had rescued. She will forget this experience more quickly than you will, I wager. Julien's lightness of heart lasted only until they reached the villa. His anger, born undeniably of his fear for her, fanned again as he recalled her utter stupidity. When he lifted her off his horse's back, he looked down at her and didn't bother to cloak his anger at all. A fine day's work, madam. If you think that I will condone your altogether asinine behavior, you're sadly mistaken. That you would walk out in a strange country, alone, is in itself so stupid I can scarce credit it, even from a female. She knew she was in the wrong, but she'd rather thought that he'd gotten over his rage at her. What had set him off again? I think, my lord, that you're expending a great deal too much ire on the incident. She gave him a fat smile. It had no discernible effect. Incident? You're calling this an incident? Damn it, have you thought what would have happened if your horse hadn't so obligingly helped you? And what if I hadn't stopped your horse? But you did, Julien, Kate said reasonably. And if you hadn't, certainly she would have gotten tired, sooner or later, and stopped all by herself. You little idiot! That isn't the point, as you well know. I will strangle you myself if ever you again pull such a ridiculous stunt. Do you understand me? It's impossible not to understand. You are ranting so loudly. Oh, the devil. Talking sensibly to you is like trying to convince a fence post to stand tall without pounding it into the ground. Go to your room and try to make yourself presentable. I will see you at dinner in an hour. She walked without another word into the villa, trying in vain to hold together the gaping tear in her skirt. James, see to the mare. She just looks to need cleaning up, 3 buckets of oats, and 2 days of rest. When he walked through the front door, he heard Mrs. Creighton's of a scream, and thought, not without some pleasure, that Kate would receive a good scold from yet another quarter. Kate begged, cajoled, and threatened Mrs. Creighton not to inform his lordship when the woman discovered the swollen, discolored bruise on her thigh. She finally secured her reluctant agreement after assuring her mendaciously that it bothered her not at all. For the first time, she entered the dining room not even 1 minute late. She was even a minute or 2 early. She was beginning to ache all over, as if the peasant had flailed her and not the mare with his stick. Julien had planned to lecture her at length during dinner, but at the sight of her exhausted face, such intentions vanished. Without thinking, he took her gently in his arms, and to his surprise, she eased her arms behind his back and pressed herself against him. After a few moments, he murmured softly, his chin resting against her hair, "Please forgive me for taking strips off your hide. It's just that, if something had happened to you, well, I wouldn't have been a happy man." She drew back in the circle of his arms and tried for a smile. "You were a worse bully than that horrible man, Julien. Do you think we could just say that all's well that ends well?" He was obliged to laugh. "What, Kate? More Shakespeare? Just as long as you don't try to tell me it's much ado about nothing at all. No, I shan't. And, Julien, I will tell you again, I'm not a shrew, and your veiled references are quite revolting to me." "Undoubtedly you're right," he said, not wanting to give her reason to leave the circle of his arms. "You now have one task left, my dear, and that's to name your mare." She didn't move away from him, thank the powers, just grew silent and thoughtful. "You know," she said at last, smiling up at him, "it's too bad she's a mare, for Gabriel would be my choice. You see, I was quite convinced that I had reached my judgment day." His arms tightened about her, though his voice was light enough. "Then she shall be Gabriella. What do you think?" She looked up at him fixedly for a moment, the expression on her face unreadable, and lightly slipped from his arms. There was a companionable silence between them as Mrs. Creighton served their dinner, clucking worriedly each time she gazed at Kate. When she left the room, Kate looked up from her plate. "The way she is acting, I feel as though I should cock up my toes and pass over to the hereafter." "Ah, do tell me, my lord, whatever were you doing in the village today? I thought that perhaps you were not pleased here and wished to make arrangements to return to England." "Why ever should I not be pleased?" She fidgeted for a good 30 seconds, then managed to pull herself together, saying, "Oh, I can really think of no reason. How stupid of me to say such a thing. Now, do tell me, Julien, what was your errand?"
I was on a quest, actually, a matter of some importance, and I hope, indeed I am quite certain, that the result will meet with your approval." "My approval? Come, stop teasing me. What have you done?" Her lips were parted slightly, and her eyes shone with excitement. Rather than answer her immediately, Julien swiveled around in his chair, looked at the clock on the mantel, and appeared to give some weighty problem due reflection. He turned back to her, a smile on his face. "Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow. You have had a rather trying day." "How horrid you are! I'm fine as a new penny, I promise. Now, what have you done? Do tell me." "Very well. Go to your room. You'll find a surprise. I will expect you in the library in 15 minutes." She had no idea what to expect, but when she found a pair of black silk breeches, a frilled white shirt, and a pair of elegant black boots set neatly on her bed, she was baffled. In but a trice, she was gazing at her trim figure in the long mirror. She quickly drew on the boots, pulled her hair back, and secured it with a black ribbon. She skipped out of her room and down the stairs, unable to contain her excitement. She pushed open the library door to see Julien standing in the middle of the room, dressed as she was, in breeches and shirt. In his hand he held 2 foils. She gasped with surprise. "Julien, you don't mean you got us foils? One is truly for me?" His eyes lit up at her evident pleasure, but she didn't notice, her gaze being fastened on the foils he held. "As I recall, you said you wanted to learn how to fence, it not being one of Harry's sports, so I will teach you." He walked to her and placed a foil in her hand. "Oh, goodness, yes, oh, yes, you're too good. Oh, my goodness." She clasped the foil in sheer delight and bent it back and forth, testing its flexibility. She looked up after a few moments of this pastime and said with wonder in her voice, "But I lost our wager at piquet, don't you remember?" "So? What has that to say to anything? It has been a great while since I've had a worthy opponent. I only hope I'm not to be butchered like poor Harry. As long as there is a button on the tip, you have no need to worry." She rewarded him with a dimpled smile. Julien moved swiftly away from her to the center of the room and presented his side, his foil unwaveringly straight, in salute. "On guard, madame." "On guard," she repeated with great delight, and thrust her own foil forward. Their foils clashed in the silent room with a ring of steel. Since he wasn't sure of her ability, he controlled the speed and power of his thrusts, at least at first. He discovered very quickly, as he parried lunge after lunge, that she was an aggressive fencer. She held herself perfectly straight, her form excellent. She appeared to have no fear whatsoever, and executed the most daring of maneuvers. No wonder she had rolled up poor Harry. He smiled as he tested for areas of weakness. Her foil was like her tongue, quick, sharp, and quite spontaneous. He slipped through her guard, drew up short, and pulled back. She merely laughed, and in a quick flurry skipped forward and drove him back with rapid steps to the corner of the room. Their foils locked together for a moment before Julien, with a practiced flick of his wrist, sent her foils spinning from her grasp to the floor. She looked momentarily surprised, laughed at herself, and hurried to retrieve the foil. As she bent forward, the bruise on her thigh, to this point not that painful, sent a flash of pain through her leg. She quickly averted her head and gritted her teeth, cursing the leg and the peasant who had struck her. Julien saw the tiny furrow of pain on her forehead and instantly drew up and dropped his foil to his side. But then he thought he must have been mistaken, for when she straightened, her face glistening with sweat, and her foil held securely once more in her hand, she shot him a dazzling smile, and cried gaily, "I do believe you're just a bit better than Harry. And now, my lord," she added, advancing on him, "I defy you to catch me so unawares again with your paltry tricks. Better than even Harry? Such praise, it surely warms my cockles. As for my tricks, let's see just how quickly I catch you napping again." As Kate lunged forward, shifting her weight onto the leg, another surge of pain distorted her face, and she clamped her lips together tightly to stifle the cry that threatened to escape. She drew up and turned about. "It's been a long day, Julien.
Though you have soundly thrashed me tonight, I shall seek redress tomorrow. You'll see that I'm not so easily vanquished. That I caught you off your guard for a moment doesn't constitute a thrashing. Redress you shall certainly have," he added with undisguised pride in his voice. "I've indeed been granted a most worthy opponent, even though you're not but a female." He grinned at her. "You're kind," she blurted out, feeling suddenly strangely inadequate to express what she felt at his praise. She walked with great care to the desk to place her foil in the open case. He strode to her with the express intent of placing his foil beside hers. To his chagrin, she misunderstood his motive and backed away so quickly that she stumbled into the desk chair. His jaw tightened. His open, confiding Kate was gone behind a mask of fear. He turned his back to her and began carefully to cover the foils with the velvet cloth. He said in a rigidly controlled voice, "It's getting quite late, and you have had a rather strenuous day. I will see you in the morning." There was no response. He turned to see her clutching the back of the chair, her face as white as her shirt. "Go to bed, damn you!" Why the devil didn't she move? Was she trying to taunt him? 25. "I would. It's just that, well, the fact is that, just for the moment, only this particular instant, I can't walk." She lowered her head, near to tears with embarrassment, and she didn't want him to see it. Damnation! What the devil? He was at her side in an instant and drew her up against him. She cried out, and he picked her up in his arms and deposited her gently on the sofa. She lay back against the cushions and took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, just give me but a few moments and I shall be fine. It's all the activity. I'm not used to it, and—" Enough falsehood. What the hell is the matter? Why can't you walk? No, don't you shake your head at me. I can see even more lies forming on your tongue. If you don't tell me the truth this instant, I swear I'll tear off your breeches and examine you. All right. That wretched peasant, he struck my leg with his stick when I jumped onto Gabriella's back. But I assure you, Julien, it's only a bruise, a small bruise, nothing to concern you. I bumped into the chair and made it hurt, but just a little bit." He struck his forehead with his hand in disbelief and exasperation. "Woman, you would try the patience of my father, who wasn't at all a saint, but believed himself one, and you were foolish enough to fence with me with your leg hurt? I begin to believe your brain would fit neatly into a thimble." Kate eased herself into a sitting position. "I didn't tell you because I knew you'd not let us fence tonight, and I wanted to so very much. Please, Julien, I'm all right. Listen to me, damn it. No, this argument is quite ridiculous." He lifted her in his arms, ignoring her protests. As he carried her up the stairs, she asked in a small voice, "You're just taking me to my room, aren't you?" "No, and just be quiet. I'm going to see just how foolish you've been. No, don't argue with me. I'm going to look at your leg myself." As she tensed perceptibly in his arms, he added, "I mean it. Just be silent for once in your life. Couldn't you simply ask Mrs. Creighton? Be quiet." She was laid very gently on her bed. "Don't move. I will try not to hurt you. Just hold still." He unfastened her breeches and pulled them down. "Lift your hips." She froze, staring at his face, but there was no lust there to be seen, no man's desire, just determination and anger. She lifted her hips. He peeled the breeches to her knees, then looked at her leg. He cursed, long and fluently. The bruise had swollen and turned a deep purplish black. Gently, he probed around the area and slowly moved his fingers to the swollen bruise. She stiffened in pain but made no sound. He straightened and stood quietly in frowning thought. He said finally, "I don't think a doctor is necessary, but you will have to curb your activities for a while." Damnation! I still can't believe this. "Are you in pain now?" "Oh, no, I promise I'm not. Of course I disbelieve you. I'll send Maria to you with some laudanum in water. If you don't drink it, it will go badly for you." Damnation! I could have pierced your heart at least 5 times in as many minutes. "You must think constantly and observe me carefully. You aren't fencing by yourself nor with a blind man. Never underestimate the skill of your opponent." She stood, panting with exertion. her face glistening with sweat. You're right. It didn't occur to her to take offense. Lunge, withdraw. Lunge, withdraw. She pushed herself until her arm trembled with fatigue. It was invariably Julien who halted their lessons, not Kate. After one day of enforced inactivity, she'd announced that she was fit as a fiddle and skipped several times in front of him to prove that her leg no longer pained her. Had agreed to riding, which was more than she had hoped for, which she didn't tell him, of course. During the next 3 days, their time had fallen into a comfortable pattern. They fenced in the mornings and explored the countryside surrounding the villa in the afternoons. Gabriella appeared to be favorably disposed toward Kate, her former life with the peasant forgotten. But to Kate, evenings with Julien were a trial. Each time Mrs. Creighton helped her to dress in one of her elegant gowns, she felt a sense of wariness descend upon her. No, it was more than that. It was something menacing and black and chill with foreboding. And yet she felt it was Julien who was different. Dressed in his severely cut black evening clothes, he became a stranger to her, a threatening personage with frightening claims on her. If only their days could have ended after riding. She came to dread the hours passed in the soft candlelight, sensing in him a growing frustration, a barely restrained urgency. She would feel his gray eyes sweep over her, hungrily resting upon her mouth, then moving lower, to her breasts, devouring her. She cursed herself for showing fear, but she couldn't help the disjointed and hasty excuse of tiredness she made every night, even as she backed away from him, backed out of the room. As she lay in bed each night waiting for sleep to come, she would try to shut him out of her mind. But she couldn't. He was there, stark and real within her thoughts, waiting. With him came that coldness and strange, unexplained images that swept through her, leaving her confused and frightened. She would stare into the darkness and whisper a simple Scottish prayer her mother had taught her. One day, over luncheon, Julien told her that he had business concerns that afternoon in the village and would be unable to accompany her on their daily riding expedition. Her face fell. "It's very likely I'll be late returning this evening. Do go riding. You know the countryside quite well, and I believe Gabriella could outdistance the peasant if you happen to be so unfortunate as to cross paths with him again." She was frankly surprised that he didn't order her to stray no further than the front doors, but she wasn't about to say anything about that. "So then, my lord, you won't be here for dinner?" "Were I not to be here, Kate, would you miss me?" He looked at her steadily, and although she answered him calmly enough, she wouldn't look at him. "Of course I would miss you. If you aren't back, I'll content myself with a tray. Don't worry, I'll be fine, and I promise to be careful." He fiddled a moment with his fork, then looked at her straightly. "How could I ever doubt that you would miss me at night?" She tried to look at him, but she couldn't. Even when he was on the point of leaving, she knew she was withdrawing from him. Relieved, really, that he wouldn't be here in the evening, to frighten her, to bring that blackness to her. Before he mounted, he turned to her and gently touched his hand to her cheek. Startled, she drew back. She watched in numb silence as his gray eyes hardened and turned cold, so very cold, a cold she'd never seen in his eyes before when he'd looked at her. He turned quickly away from her, and without another word between them, he mounted, wheeled his horse about, and was gone. He did not look back. She was still pondering his words and his abrupt departure as she carefully guided Gabriella through the thick woods to the long open meadow beyond. Freed from the restraint she felt at his nearness, she could not but feel now that his measured words, so calmly spoken, had been meant to taunt her. But how could that be? Ah, but she saw him again in her mind's eye, the coldness in him. Even a week ago she would have known only relief that he would be gone from her, but now, today, she felt confused and uncertain. She shook her head at herself. Nothing seemed to make much sense to her anymore. Nothing. The wind tugged at her riding hat when she gave Gabriella her head across the long expanse of meadowland. She had always thought it strange that nature had carved this open land, so at variance with the dense forest that surrounded it. She gave Gabriella a flick of the reins, and the horse tossed her head, easing into a steady gallop. Kate was a good deal surprised when suddenly her horse pulled up short and reared back on her hind legs. She grabbed at the pommel to steady herself and wheeled around in the saddle in panic, expecting to see the peasant rushing at her. It wasn't the peasant, but rather a man on horseback, enveloped in a long greatcoat, riding purposefully toward her. She drew Gabriella up, thinking that he was perhaps lost and in need of directions. She felt merely curiosity until he drew near and she saw that his face was masked. Kate dug her heels into Gabriella's sides, her mouth suddenly gone dry with fear. The horse needed no further encouragement and shot forward. Too soon the meadow blended back into forest, and after a moment's hesitation, Kate realized that she couldn't escape through the thick underbrush. She jerked Gabriella about, driving her in a wide circle, skirting the edge of the trees as closely as she dared. But the man was fast gaining on her, and she realized with a tingling fear up her spine that in a moment he would cut her off. The horse's hooves pounded in her ears, and even as her mind refused to believe that this could possibly be happening to her, a man's arms pulled her out of the saddle, and she screamed in blind panic. She found herself held tightly, unable to struggle, so close to the man that she could hear his low, steady breathing. The man pulled his horse to a halt and dismounted easily, still holding her pinioned against him. She could struggle now, and she did, trying to strike his face, trying to get loose enough so she could kick him. But he just pulled her hard against him, grasped her hands, and fastened them against her sides. She kicked his shin. Her boot connected with bone and flesh, though, and he gave a cry of surprise and pain. And the next instant, she was flat on her back on the ground, the cloaked man out of reach of her flailing legs. She froze when he leaned close over her and said in guttural, accented English, his voice muffled by his mask, "I won't harm you. Hold still, Liebchen." She forced her numbed mind to alertness, realizing that she must be calm, use her wits. The man had spoken to her. He'd spoken German. What did Liebchen mean? Something about darling or beloved? Something like that. But surely that made no sense at all. She had to reason with him. "What do you want? Please, talk to me. Tell me why you're doing this." He said nothing at all. "Damn you, talk to me or I will hurt you very badly." He remained silent, faceless, now fumbling for something in one of the pockets of his black greatcoat. She tried to squirm away, but his other arm held her firmly. "Please," she said, pleading now, so afraid she was shaking. "What do you want of me? I have no money, and I have done you no injury." Dear God, where was Julien? The thought of him brought her new hope. Perhaps this man didn't know who she was. "Listen to me. I have a husband. He is the Earl of March. He is an English nobleman and a very powerful man. You must realize that he will miss me. He will kill you if you don't let me go this instant. Please, I don't speak German. Tell me you understand me. Damn you, tell me." Her voice was thin as a reed, her fright clear. But still, the man didn't say anything. She didn't know if her words made any impression on him, or if he even understood her, for the mask and hat covered his head completely. They made him all the more terrifying, seemingly faceless. He withdrew a white handkerchief, and with it, a small vial of liquid. "What are you going to do?" She was hollow with fear, numb with it. Before she knew what he was about, he leaned his body over her chest and wet the handkerchief with the liquid. He straightened, grasped her shoulders firmly, and brought the cloth over her face. A strong odor filled her nostrils, and she began to struggle frantically. She thrashed her head back and forth, trying to escape the cloth. Without realizing it, she inhaled deeply and tasted the bitter liquid, felt it raw down the back of her throat. She began to feel lightheaded. Reason, fight, struggle, all deserting her. The man eased his arm around her head and held her still. She cried out then and fell into blackness. 26. Kate opened her eyes and blinked rapidly, trying to free her mind of the terrifying remnants of her nightmare. She shuddered, for the fear was still so very real, and tried to rise, but her body wouldn't obey her. She focused her eyes in an effort to clear away the clinging lightheadedness, and realized with a start that she wasn't in her own room. She hadn't dreamed the man, the drugged cloth pressed over her face. She made a determined effort to rise, only to find that her arms were pulled above her head and her wrists securely tied to the posts of a bed. She lifted her head from the pillow and tugged with all her strength, but she couldn't free herself. She lay back, panting, and tried to calm herself. Why had the man brought her to this place? There had to be some mistake. He had to have believed she was another woman, a stranger. She realized in that instant that she wasn't wearing her riding habit. She saw the skirt, blouse, and jacket neatly folded over a chair. Even her boots were placed next to the chair. All she was wearing was her shift. With terrifying clarity, she pictured herself half-clothed, the cotton shift coming only to mid-thigh, her arms drawn away from her body. He had tied her down. She was helpless. What did he want with her? Somewhere, deep within her, she knew why she was tied down, knew what he wanted with her, knew exactly what would happen, knew exactly what this man would do to her. Her mind seemed to snap with the knowledge, and she was sent reeling to the edge of a yawning gulf of blackness. All she knew was lost to her, as the blackness engulfed her, sucking her down farther and farther into its depths. She knew the blackness. At last, it had come to her fully. She saw herself, small and cowering, then struggling frantically, trapped by she knew not what. Intense, rending pain tore through her, and above the pain she heard cruel, deep voices, and panting, raw and ugly. Then there were screaming, furious voices that somehow intensified the pain. No, just one screaming voice, and it was a man's voice, and she could see spittle flying out of his mouth, but she didn't know who he was. But the screaming and cursing her didn't stop. She couldn't bring her hands to cover her ears, to blot out the horror of the pain and the voices. She screamed, and the images and the voices faded, drawing away from her, becoming as fragments of whispers, strewn as distant echoes to the farthest reaches of another place. She became aware of the anguished sound of her cries, and felt beads of sweat sting her eyes. She thought at that moment that perhaps she was mad, for she couldn't understand what had happened to her. The present righted itself, and she saw that nothing had changed. She was still tied down to a bed, wearing only her shift. She tried to regain her calm, forcing herself to gaze about the unfamiliar room, and found the presence of the solid pieces of furniture somehow reassuring. The sound of a key turning in the lock brought her eyes, fearful yet hopeful, to the door. The man, her captor, slowly entered the room, his long cloak swirling about his ankles as he turned and grated the key in the lock. He was still enveloped in hat and mask, even wearing gloves on his hands. Kate stared at him, her eyes a darkening green, now wide with fear and the starkness of her knowledge. He stopped beside her, and before Kate could understand what he was about, he leaned over her and in a swift motion drew a length of black cloth from his pocket and folded it over her eyes. She was plunged into darkness. Like a trapped, frenzied animal, she thrashed her head from side to side as the man jerked her forward and tied the cloth in a secure knot behind her head. In that moment, she wondered if she'd been brought to this place to die. Unbidden, Julien's calm, handsome face rose in her mind's eye. She saw him turn from her, felt his withdrawal from her, saw his eyes become colder than a winter dawn. She began to tremble violently, and the sickening, jeering voices pounded again in her head, then receded as if they had never existed. Sudden anger kindled within her and burned away her trembling with its intensity. How dare this man bind and blindfold her? She jerked up her head and screamed at him. "You filthy pig, how dare you? My husband, the Earl of March, will kill you if you do not instantly release me. Do you understand me?" There was only a deadening silence, save for the harsh ugliness of her own breathing. She hated the silence, hated him, this unknown man, and she yelled through the darkness, through the silence, "Damn you to hell, you coward! Are you afraid that I'll see your ugliness? Damn you, let me see you!" Still the man said nothing, not in English, not in German, but she heard him move away from her. She fell back against the pillow, drained, so afraid she was numb with it. As the precious minutes passed, she thought that he had understood and was going to leave her alone. Then, to her horror, she felt him sit on the side of the bed beside her. She felt his breath hot on her face. His lips came down upon hers, gentle yet demanding. He'd blindfolded her so he could take off his mask. He didn't want her to see him. Why? She clamped her mouth firmly shut and felt his lips move to her throat, and his hands lightly caressed her shoulders. The warmth of the room touched her skin as he slowly cut the thin straps off her shoulders, pulling the soft cotton down over her breasts. He pushed the shift to her waist, where it lay bunched about her. The last remnants of what she knew, of what she understood, of what she thought she was, left her in that instant. There was a blankness in her mind, as if suddenly there was a hole and there was nothing inside it, save an undefined dread that mingled with an ugliness she knew was there also, buried but still there. And it left her nearly senseless. Tiny points of light exploded in her mind, and she realized dimly that she'd been holding her breath. She opened her mouth, and precious air flew past her constricted throat into her chest. She could feel her breasts heaving, but she couldn't stop their deep upward and downward movement. His fingers were on her forehead, gently pushing back tendrils of hair. She tried to evade him, pulling away as far as her bonds would allow. But his fingers were tracing the line of her cheek, her lips, her throat. She wanted desperately to plead with him to stop, but she could find no words. The man's hands were on her shoulders, firm, strong hands, hands that could and would hurt her, she knew it. Deep down inside her, she knew hurt would come from his hands. She grew still, rigid, as his fingers moved to her breasts, now kneading her, caressing her, lifting her breasts in his hands, holding them, gently flicking his fingertips over her nipples until they grew hard and taut. Words came from deep inside her, and she knew they were for naught, these words of hers, yet they spoke themselves anyway.
I beg of you, please don't do this to me. Please, please, no. His hands left her breasts, and in the long, silent moment that followed, she knew he was looking at her, not at her breasts, but at her face. She sensed a hesitancy in him. If only she could see. Her eyes strained, but there was only blackness. He came down over her body and enfolded her in his arms, burying his face against her neck, holding her so tightly that she couldn't breathe. She knew in that instant she had lost. Finally, he lifted himself off her, and his hands traveled quickly, urgently back to her breasts. She felt his mouth upon her, kissing and nibbling her throat and shoulders, until finally his lips and hands played together over her breasts. There was no pain from his hands, just something infinitely worse. Warmth, strength, and a skill that knew her flesh, knew what to do and when to do it. She cried out, trying to twist free of his hands, of his mouth. His hands moved to encircle her waist, and as she tried to arch and wrench away, he eased them beneath her to stroke her back. Tears scalded her eyes and dampened the black cloth that blinded her. She heard her own voice, begging and pleading with him to stop, but her words broke from her mouth only as meaningless sounds, helpless sounds. His hands left her back and tugged at the material about her waist. In a swift motion, he slipped the shift cloth from beneath her hips, stripping it down her legs, leaving her naked. There was a sharp intake of breath from the man, and Kate knew that he was staring at her, examining her body. She had never been so aware of her body, of its purpose and its meaning to men. She was rapidly growing exhausted. The futility of her struggles, her fear, were sapping her strength. She stilled, her body tensed. The damp cloth, salty from her tears, burned her eyes. She turned her head on the pillow and clamped her jaws together, waiting. Waiting for what? She didn't know, but deep down, somehow, she did know. His weight came down on the bed, and his naked shoulders pressed against her body. Not only had he taken off his mask, he'd also stripped off all his clothes. His flesh was hot and smooth against hers. His lips touched her waist and roved downward to her belly, his tongue scalding against her skin. She pushed her hips down into the softness of the bed, but it seemed to excite him only more. His mouth was sweet and gentle and insistent, yet it burned her, and she hated his mouth and those hands of his that seemed to know just where to touch her, where to caress her, where to press and stroke. She hated herself, for in the next instant she felt a tiny shock of sensation that was like a pain in her belly, low and deep, but there, and she yelled against it, cursing him, her voice giving her back to herself, but just for a moment, for he didn't stop touching her, his fingers almost pleading with her flesh to respond to him. She cursed him again and again, but there it was again, that shock of sensation, that near pain, so intense, so urgent, and she knew it was pleasure, a woman's special pleasure, and she fought with everything in her to deny it, to deny him, to save herself. She could picture him, now balanced on his elbow, gazing down at her. His fingers played over the softness of her belly and paused ever so slightly before closing over the curly auburn triangle of hair. His touch was feather-light, never more than feather-light, but so knowing, always knowing, searching and learning her. Why? Why wasn't he savaging her? She knew it was rape, yet he wasn't acting the rapist. His gentleness, his quiet exploration, his insistence that she respond didn't fit, and she was lost in confusion and fear and the growing feelings he was arousing in her. His fingers continued their exploration, pressing and probing the softness between her thighs. She cried out in shock, the humiliation of it burning deep inside her. And she cursed him, then begged him to leave her alone, please, just to leave her alone for a moment, just for a minute. But slowly and rhythmically he stroked her, his other hand roving upward to stroke and learn her breasts. Impossible to struggle free of him, for his hands seemed to touch and probe every part of her, the gentle pressure of his fingers burning deeper and deeper. Exhausted, she ceased her struggles. She heard her own sobs, felt her body, and knew that he was learning her as she herself was learning to fence, learning her, studying her, knowing her. She tried to detach her mind, but she couldn't. She was aware of his every touch now. A gasp of shock broke her sobs when his fingers ceased their rhythmic caressing, and she felt his mouth upon her. Shock held her rigid for a moment, then she jerked her hips from side to side, but he only slid his hands under her and lifted her upward. His tongue flicked over her lightly, tentatively, gently tugging, possessing her. She lay stiff and unyielding, her body and mind outraged, when suddenly an intense sensation, an almost painful searing, exploded in her loins. Her mind plummeted and merged with the feeling, consuming her with its strength. The searing sensation faded, leaving her weak and uncertain of what had happened. She tensed every muscle and held her breath. But his mouth was burning her, white-hot and deep. Julien's face rose sharply in her mind. Dear God, she was betraying him. Her body was responding, and she couldn't stop it, couldn't even slow it now, for the man knew, he knew exactly what to do and how to do it. She didn't know him, couldn't see him, yet his hands and his mouth were becoming part of her. All the words her father had screamed at her were true. She was a slut, a whore. Dear God, she was no better than Julien's lustful mistresses. She felt the sensation building again, fanning throughout her body. Her mind screamed for him to stop, but only low, feverish moans came from her mouth. Frenzied waves of the exquisite inflaming pleasure swept through her body. Somehow, in the distant recesses of her mind, I felt that if he were to stop, she would die. She lost her will to fight him and strained her hips upward towards his mouth, urging him, becoming one with him. She trembled uncontrollably as shock after shock of ecstatic pleasure shot down her legs and up into her belly.
Slowly, the waves of pleasure lessened, and a soft glow of warmth spread through her body, leaving her weak and shaking. The man's mouth left her. Julien shifted his position and lay his full length beside her, his hands now moving over her belly and breasts more urgently. He couldn't wait longer. He had to have her now. He'd brought her to pleasure, despite her struggles, and he knew she'd fought him with everything in her. Yet he'd brought her to the edge and eased her over it, and it was because he knew her, knew she was part of him, even though she'd denied it. Perhaps even her body recognized him. He wanted to believe it so. But he couldn't wait. He straightened over her and gently parted her. She gave a cry of surprise as he slowly entered her. Blood pounded in his temples, yet he knew he must control himself, for she was a virgin and he didn't want to hurt her. She was soft and yielding, her body still shivering from the small aftershocks of the release he'd given her. No, he had to be controlled, go slowly. He pushed deeper into her, feeling for her maidenhood. She suddenly screamed, her voice hoarse with terror. She struggled frantically, wildly, to free herself of him. He drew back quickly in surprise, for he knew he hadn't hurt her. But his own desire was now an insistent throbbing. Though he felt her fear, he refused to withdraw from her. Slowly, he allowed himself to ease deeper inside her. In the next instant, he realized with undeniable certainty that she had no maidenhead. His wife wasn't a virgin. He jerked back, dumbfounded. No, he thought frantically, he must be mistaken.
But her fear, her wild struggles, seemed to betray her. She had deceived him. Savage, uncontrolled fury swept over him. She'd given herself to another man, or was it to other men? God, how very gentle and careful he was, seducing his innocent, virgin wife. With no further thought, he thrust deep within her, oblivious of her cries of pain. He tore through the small, tight passage, ripping her in his frenzy. He gripped her hips in his hands, his fingers digging into her flesh, and forced her body upward to take all of him. He pushed until he was touching her womb, and still the fury pounded deep within him, angry betrayal, such a sense of hopelessness that he couldn't help it, couldn't help himself. The hatred he felt for his own blindness, for her perfidy, for her mocking of him, which was what her coy denials all were, not more than a harlot's teasing. He wanted quite simply to hurt her, to punish her. He cried out as his own release clutched at him, holding him in its grip for a brief moment. He drove into her with all his strength, spewing his seed deep within her body. Finally spent, he let himself fall on top of her, his head next to her cheek on the pillow. As if from a great distance, he heard her crying, low, ugly sobs. His fury slowly receded, and with it the cruel, animal savagery. Slowly, he eased himself off her and stood staring down at her. His wife, his innocent, young, virgin wife. God, what a mockery! She was no longer crying, and he thought her unconscious, so quietly did she lie, until she tried to bring her legs together in a weak, futile gesture. He gazed bleakly at her exquisite body, wanting to laugh at his own folly, his overweening pride. Bitter laughter mixed with despair in his throat, and he turned abruptly away from her. Now he knew why she hadn't wanted him to touch her. It was not fear as a frightened virgin, or a misbegotten desire to thwart him as her husband, but rather her dread that he would discover that he wasn't the first man to be her lover. His hands clenched at his sides. He wanted to shake the truth out of her. Who had been the man to possess her? God, not that bumptious ass Bledo's. Surely not him. Kate herself had laughed at his tenacious courtship of her. But who? Who? Julien was shaking. Never before in his life had he so completely lost control of himself. He turned back, almost unwillingly, to look at his wife, suddenly sickened with himself. He'd raped her. Jesus, he hadn't intended that. No, never that. But he had.
He'd planned so carefully to teach her pleasure, to force her to realize that she was a woman with a woman's passions, and he'd given her immense pleasure. He'd planned to reveal himself to her afterward. His jaw tightened in renewed anger at her. There had been no need to teach her passion. God, she had forced him to go to such lengths because of her lies, her deceit. For a long moment, he cursed her silently, trying to counter the nagging disgust he felt at his own actions with her unforgivable perfidy. Suddenly, he became aware of the time. He thought it now impossible to reveal himself to her. He must get her back to the villa. Yes, he had to do that first, then think, then decide what to do. Julien removed the vial and cloth from the pocket of his coat, doused the cloth thoroughly, and walked to the bed. As he bent over her, she thrashed her head wildly to avoid the cloth. He grasped her firmly and brought the soaked material over her nostrils. In but a moment she was quiet. He held the cloth against her face for several minutes to be certain that she would not awaken too quickly. He lifted the cloth and let it drop to the floor. Quickly, he untied the blindfold and pulled it away. He stopped short, realizing that it was wet with her tears. His proud Kate. Her long, thick lashes were wet spikes against her cheeks, and her pale skin was blotched with the streaking tears. There was a small drop of blood on her lower lip, bitten in her pain. Julien forced himself to look away. With shaking fingers, he untied the silken bonds from about her wrists, wincing at the dark, mean red welts. His eyes traveled to between her thighs. Mingled with his seed were dark traces of blood. He'd used her fiercely, but why would she bleed? She wasn't a virgin. There'd been no maidenhead. He didn't know. He quickly bathed her and placed the cover over her body. He shrugged himself into his clothes and drew out his watch. A sense of unreality seized him. He'd had her with him but 3 hours. It seemed unbelievable that his life could so change in such a short period of time. And he'd been the author of all the change, he himself, no one else. He quickly dressed her in her riding habit, not bothering to confine her masses of tangled hair with pins. It didn't matter now that she looked disheveled. He lifted his unconscious wife in his arms and walked quickly from the room and out of the small thatched cottage he had secured for this one day. He lifted her over his shoulder, untied their horses, and mounted, taking the reins of her horse in his free hand. He eased her down into the circle of his arm, wheeled his horse about, and rode away. 27. Oh, thank God you have found her ladyship, my lord. Whatever has happened? James searched the grounds and all of the meadow where her ladyship rides. She's all right, Maria. She must have fallen from her horse. I found her on my return from the village. He strode past Mrs. Creighton into the villa. James, quickly, you must fetch a doctor immediately. No, Julien said sharply. That is, it's not necessary, Maria. I've examined her ladyship, and there are no broken bones. She merely struck her head, and there's nothing a doctor could do that we cannot. Seeing that the Creightons were unconvinced, he added with a curl of his lip, Would you that the village doctor, a foreigner, attend her ladyship? No, certainly not. What shall I do, my lord? Fetch hot water, cloths, and laudanum, he said with cool authority. He turned abruptly and carried his unconscious wife to her room. She moaned as he laid her on the bed and began to pull off her riding jacket. He set his jaw and didn't look at her face, but he found that his hands were none too steady in carrying out their task. She seemed so very fragile, and he hated that because he knew she was strong and independent, so very sure of herself, but not now, not after what he'd done to her. He quickened, not wishing her to awaken until he'd gotten her into bed. He reflected inconsequentially that women wore too many layers of clothing. He ripped off her shift in his impatience, and as he looked down at her naked body, he felt no desire, only intense despair. Another man had possessed her, had caressed her soft white skin. With a deep moan of animal pain, he wrenched himself away and strode to the armoire. He fetched a nightgown, the one she'd worn on their wedding night. He crumpled the soft material in his hands, remembering all too clearly how he'd been so gallant, so caring of her and her virginal fear. With jerky movements, he slipped the gown over her head and smoothed it over her body. He turned at an urgent tap on the door. It was Mrs. Creighton, with the water, cloths, and laudanum he'd told her to fetch. She moaned again as Julien eased her between the covers, this time turning her head slightly. Mrs. Creighton took a quick step forward, but Julien blocked her path. "As you see, Maria, her ladyship will be fine in but a moment. I will attend her. Don't worry, I shall call you if I need your help." Mrs. Creighton cast a final glance at her young mistress, turned slowly, and walked from the room. She couldn't help but feel that his lordship was reacting too calmly to his young wife's accident. Julien pulled a chair next to the bed and sat down wearily. It seemed that nearly a lifetime had passed in this one afternoon. He gazed at his wife's pale, beautiful face and felt a numb coldness sweep through him.
How he wanted her to suffer, to feel the deep, scarring humiliation he now felt. His rape of her was not sufficient revenge. For that pain she would soon forget. God, what a ludicrous bargain he'd made. He refused to accept that he'd practically forced her to marry him, that she'd never wanted to have him. No, he wouldn't think about that. Not yet, anyway. She slowly opened her eyes and blinked rapidly to sharpen her blurred vision. She saw her husband sitting next to her, his face buried in his hands. She frowned in confusion for one brief instant before her memory righted itself. She cried out as every moment of what had happened to her roared through her mind. Julien schooled his voice into false concern. "My dear, are you all right?" She turned wild eyes toward him. Her lips moved and she said in a strangled whisper, "How am I here? Oh, Julien, is it really you? You're here with me? There's no one else? No stranger? No other man? No one else?" Julien leaned over her and said firmly, "You had a riding accident. I found you unconscious beside Gabriella on my return from the village. You will be quite all right. I swear it to you." "Riding accident?" she repeated vaguely, his words making no sense to her. "Yes, attend me well. You had a riding accident. You were thrown. Nothing more." She didn't notice the hardness of his voice and quickly turned her face away from him. Dear God, he didn't know. The man must have left her to be found, not caring. At least he hadn't killed her. But it wasn't right, simply wasn't right. Julien! She struggled up on her pillow. "Oh God, I must tell you. There wasn't, that is, I didn't have." The words died a quick death. Her story would sound utterly unbelievable. She knew that even if he were to accept what she had said had happened, he would know that she was no longer a virgin, that another man had taken her. She choked back a sob and fell against the pillow. "Kate, no, no," she cried silently now, tears coursing down her cheeks, no sound coming from her throat. Her eyes were tightly closed. Oh God, his voice was so very gentle. If only she hadn't scorned him, fought him, but now it was too late. What had happened to her was real, and she would never forget or forgive herself. She felt her head being raised from the pillow and a glass touching her lips. For an instant, she relived the cloth being held to her face, the bitter fumes plummeting her to unconsciousness. She struggled frantically, jerking her head back and forth. "No, hush, it's only laudanum. It will make you sleep, nothing more." She quieted at the sound of his calm voice. Sleep, yes, she welcomed the opportunity of forgetting, if for only a while. She opened her mouth eagerly and swallowed the water. "Oh God," she whispered, really but a shadow of a whisper, so low did she speak. "Please, let me never awake." He jerked back at her words. With trembling fingers, he set down the empty glass. He wanted her to suffer, to know regret and shame. But that she could whisper with such hopeless despair of death tore at his very being. The burden of guilt that he'd fought against consumed him relentlessly, and try as he would, he couldn't dismiss the enormity of what he had done. He watched her fall into a deep sleep and settled back in a chair to keep silent vigil. It was shortly before dawn, as he was building up the dying fire, that he whirled around at the sound of a low, piercing scream. He was at her side in a moment. She was writhing, her body tangled in the covers, in the throes of a nightmare. Julien grabbed her shoulders and shook her, but the effects of the laudanum seemed to hold her from consciousness, and she cried out again and again. In desperation, he slapped her face until a tremendous shudder passed the length of her body, and she opened her eyes and stared up at him, her pupils dilated with fear. She threw her arms around his shoulders and hurled herself against his chest. She was trembling violently, low sobs racking her body. Julien froze for a moment in shocked confusion. Without conscious thought, he closed his arms about her and held her tightly against his chest. He scooped her up, pulling her covers with him, and carried her to a chair beside the fireplace. He could feel the strength of her terror, so tightly did she cling to him. He whispered low, comforting words, words that scarce made sense. Slowly, the racking sobs diminished, and she loosed her grip, as if exhausted from the effort. She lay against him quietly, her head lolling against his chest. He said her name softly, again and again, smoothing damp tendrils of hair from about her face. She opened her eyes and met his gaze. He struggled with himself to speak to her of the nightmare, knowing full well what it must be, and realizing that to do so would encourage her to pour forth her story. He held back, suddenly aware that if she were to speak, he would be unable to hold the truth from her. She broke the long silence. In a voice vague from the effects of the laudanum, she whispered, "God, I can't bear it. Surely I'm going mad, surely." "Mad?" he repeated blankly, his mind arrested at her strange words. "What is it? What can't you bear?" The blackness, the voices. He tightened his arms about her in silent comfort and waited for her to calm. She spoke again, her voice cracking, the words jumbled. "The blackness, it's never been so strong, so real. It covers something horrible, something evil, but yet I can't see what it is. It was so very long ago. There is just such pain, such pain. And the voices, cruel, jeering voices, ugly grunting voices, men's voices. They want me dead." He tensed, his mind almost refusing to work. Long ago, not today. What was so long ago? You must tell me what happened. What is this blackness, the pain, the voices? What did you dream? I can't be sure, but it's there, always there. But I don't understand it. Suddenly she stiffened. She looked toward the fireplace, focusing upon something he didn't see, couldn't see. In a high, hysterical voice, a child's voice, she cried, "Mama, why did those men hurt me? They ripped off my clothes, Mama, and there's so much blood. Why am I bleeding? It hurts so very much. Why, Mama? Please make it stop." "No, Father, no, don't hurt me. What have I done? Father, what have I done? No, no, stop." Her voice stopped in a cry of pain. She winced and cowered, jerking her arms above her head as if to protect herself from blows raining down upon her. Julien grabbed her arms and shook her until the cries ceased and the dull, glazed film dropped from her eyes. She looked up into his set face, and in a voice of great weariness, she whispered, "Julien, I'm so very glad you're here with me." She nestled her face against his chest. "Please don't leave me. I couldn't bear it if you left me." But a moment later, he heard her even breathing and knew that she slept. Early autumn sunlight poured into the room before Julien raised his eyes from his wife's still face. His arms ached, but he didn't move, not wishing to disturb her. She was in a deep sleep, a healing sleep. He was aware that he felt extraordinarily humble, his bitter anger and wounded pride stripped from him. He understood her fear of him now, why she hadn't wanted to marry him, even though she herself hadn't understood her reasons. He remembered the day when they'd ridden to the small copse and the look of blank terror on her face. A place of evil, she had said. She had not been able to fathom her reaction, and he hadn't considered it important. So intent had he been on his gentlemanly offer of marriage. How could he have been so damned blind? He felt the hair prickle on the back of his neck at the thought of Kate as a small child being attacked. Good God, what kind of man would rape a child? His hands clenched and unclenched in black anger as he pictured in his mind a